This technology should be developed out in the open, and we should have free information exchange and what have you. I will say right now...
But it's not going to happen. I mean, that ignores all of human history, including the atomic bomb.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it does. Although there are some things that are out in the open. When Drexler and the people that first talked about nanotechnology chatted about it, they presumed that we would manipulate natural atoms. Well, engineers at AT&T have developed artificial atoms. Just recently, major breakthroughs have been made in certain types of mathematical puzzles using DNA computers. You simply assign certain numbers to strands of DNA and run it through a DNA synthesizer and sequencer and come out with the answer.
God, that's frightening.
And you can do it a lot faster than you can, say, through a normal computer. At the same time, Intel has just sold to Sandia National Laboratories the first computer capable of making teraflop operations, which is 1 trillion calculations per second.
1 trillion?
1 trillion. 1 trillion. This has been out in the press. This has made the national news. It's been in the New York Times. And they're using this to model nuclear explosions.
Oh, great.
On computers.
Figures. Instead of modeling a cure for cancer or the way cancer cells replicate, we've got a model. We get a computer that fast, and we're modeling nuclear explosions. And that makes my point perfectly. We're at the top of the hour. Elton, sit back, relax. You've got about 5 or 6 minutes or so, and we'll be right back to you. You're listening to Dreamland from the high desert. This is fascinating. We'll be right back. It is very substantial. And by the way, it's got a lot of photographs that relate to this program. Photographs, for example, from Linda Howe of crop circles, complex crop circles, that sort of thing. It's the reason I mention it. I covered Dreamland. It's actually autobiographical, I guess. It's the story of my life. I think you'll find it funny, sad, but worth reading. You know, it's all of those things, and it is as my life has been. But a lot of it does deal with Dreamland material. So if you want a first edition, please send $28.95. That includes shipping and handling to Paper Chase Press. Paper like you write on, chase like Bronco did, press like what is doing my book right now. The address is 8175 South Virginia Street. 8175 South Virginia Street, number 850, that's 850, D as in dog, Reno, Nevada, zip code 89511. Now, here is a new sponsor, Laprina. You got aches and pains? A lot of people can't take aspirin, so listen to me now. There is a new way to take aspirin without any side effects. It is new technology. You spray it on. You heard me. It's that easy, and it works. It actually penetrates the skin right down to where the pain really is. No more waiting for pain relievers to kick in. No more settling for second best just because you can't handle aspirin. Remember the name, Laprina. That's Laprina. You're going to be hearing a lot about Laprina. Headaches, neck aches, sports injuries, low back discomfort, arthritis, rheumatism, bursitis, the whole the whole range of itises and hurts. This is spray-on aspirin. So if you want fast-acting topical pain relief, just order Loprena. Loprena. Can you remember that? By calling 1-800-308-4565. It's $19.95, goes a long way. And the number again is 1-800-308-4565. And by the way, call and ask the folks at Health Naturally. They'll tell you how you can get Loprena at a savings. Call 1-800-308-4565. Now, is that unique stuff or what? Back now to our guest, Elton Elliott. Elton, is there a T in the middle of your name?
Yes, there is.
There is? Okay, well, I have that right. I don't know where I got it.
Yeah, but I go by Elton Elliott.
All right, good. You mentioned a computer right now, one that exists now.
Actually, one that's being built. The government is paying Intel $25 million to build it.
That will compute 1 trillion
operations per second. What it is actually is using the new Pentium Pro chip, and it's going to simply take and align around 10,000 of these chips in a parallel processing alignment.
Elton, at some point, there or in the future, do you consider it possible that we will in effect, create a being, life?
It may be possible. It may be possible to create something like that. But the reason why I hesitate is because I listened to Mr. Osmond talking last week.
That's right.
And some of his comments and some of the comments the viewers made about life and how special it is. And the question is, can we create life? If you mean, could we create something that is small on the order of a virus or a bacteria?
No. I don't mean that.
You don't mean that. You mean something that's self-aware.
Well, let's get into it this way. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked him. As processing gets faster, storage gets more massive, faster and faster and faster and faster we go. At some point, is it not likely that we will create something that is creative? That's the only way I can put it, creative, and then perhaps aware.
The question is, I think there are at least two different ways to go, and I suspect human beings, being human beings, will use both. I think we'll probably create what would be termed artificial intelligences. Okay, there's been a lot of effort on that in computers anyway. At the same time, we're going to do something else. We're going to intellectually and otherwise physically augment ourselves.
Yeah.
Now, this is very, very important. We are the last generation that will be recognizably human.
Oh my.
Oh yes.
Are you really?
If nanotechnology happens, we will be the last. Atom has been designed by scientists at AT&T, and I believe it's being held together, if I'm not mistaken, by an electromagnetic bottle. And the atom in question, okay, I'm quoting now from Ed Regis's book Nano. The atom in question was actually an empty space within a gallium arsenide crystal, to which electrons could be moved one at a time by the application of a light magnetic pulse. So that's the answer.
Oh my. All right. Back to the phone lines. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Where are you, please?
St. Louis. Hi, Art. Elton, could an implanted computer chip change our thought processes? And like to become maybe politically correct, like the government would like us all to be?
Yes, that's an extremely good question, and that's an extremely scary piece of speculation. I certainly hope not. I will say, however, that what fascinates me is the crudity with which most so-called alien implantation devices that you read about in the UFO technology, how crude they are compared to nanotech. I mean, you know, if this is an advanced alien civilization, it seems like they've had a long time to come up with something better than what we've seen.
Maybe we're the ones that are going to make all the developments. We're the ones that are going to spread from this planet to others. Maybe we are going to be the masters of the universe.
That's maybe as scary as alien intervention, isn't it?
Well, it is, because I've always had this dark thought that whoever has the power will enslave. And again, I'm sorry to say, all of human history is on my side. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Ellie. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Salem, Oregon.
Salem, all right.
Yes.
What's your question?
I have,
Well, first of all, turn your radio off.
yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to talk to Elton a little bit.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Curious, you know, do you consider this a devolution or evolution of humanity?
Good question.
Well, that's a very good question. A lot of it's going to depend upon what we do with this technology. Okay, I think anything like this, like I said, is this powerful, has the chance to be used for either ill gain or good gain. Okay, but I would say right now that change is a very unsettling thing. The older you get in life, the more that the things you remember as a child are comforting to you. And nanotechnology promises radical change, and change that could happen on the order of not years, but days, minutes, hours. That's the thing I'm really the most worried about.
All right, east of the Rockies, we don't have a lot of time. If you have a quick question, where are you calling from, please?
Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'd like to know if there could be a cure for AIDS if they didn't use the technology.
All right, thank you. AIDS, you mentioned AIDS. We talked about AIDS.
Absolutely.
There's a pretty direct, immediate application for nanotechnology with regard to AIDS.
With regard to AIDS, absolutely. I would think that should be one of the major areas of research once we come up with an effective molecular assembly breakthrough. Would be simply to go through and to determine where that virus is in the body, what the damaging effects it's doing on the cells, and simply stop that process. Now, this is one of the areas where the Human Genome Project is going to help, because it's going to give us a genetic blueprint of the body.
I understand the AIDS virus manages to attach itself almost in an incredibly perfect manner to the cells that it destroys.
It's really suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. And nanotechnology, one could imagine, could step right into the middle of that process.
Absolutely.
All right, well, this is really something. Elton, stand by. We're headed again toward the top of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and this is a program called Dreamland, dealing with things like you're hearing this evening. That's why we're here. Happy to be here. So from the high desert, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Call is recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
From the Kingdom of Nod, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Nanotechnology makes one wonder if there's going to come a day when mankind will no longer work or toil. It really does.
Around. That's going to be very, very interesting. And one of the problems is the impact it's going to have on money, on what the basis for money is. And I simply wouldn't know how to answer that question.
Our entire existence will be modified. In other words,
Yeah.
With nanotechnology comes essentially replication, and that's what I was saying when I launched into that commercial. Elton, isn't it possible that this would produce a world of people at the extreme who would have nothing to do physically or work to do physically. They would simply, it's the horno pronti.
I think that it's very possible that nanotechnology could bring about a world where you don't define yourself by work. And there are some people who may sit back and become lazy and do nothing and become unproductive. However, there are going to be plenty of people who are going to be phenomenally creative. There are going to be plenty of people who are going to want to essentially go into space. One of the things you can do with nanotechnology is you can create worldlets.
Well, the entire definition of productivity would likely change, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And by productivity, I mean things which would be creative. New designs of nanotech itself, other types of creativity. I think creativity is going to last. I think that the technology this is going to give us in terms of spaceflight, which isn't something we've talked about much tonight.
No, and let's get to that in just one second. I do want to welcome again, because I think they joined in the third hour, KSYG in Little Rock, Arkansas. If you're just catching us, this is the third of 3 hours. And to get the whole show, you'd want to give your station there in Little Rock a call. Just one joining, Little Rock joining 150 other affiliates. This is Dreamland. It is a program dedicated to discussions about things that, as I say in my little piece at the beginning of the program, are not so easily or neatly put in a box. And nanotechnology definitely is in that category. So all I can tell you is let your mind rest, listen carefully, and open up and receive what we're sending, because this is very important stuff. You don't have to put up with it. What am I talking about? Hard, foul water. That's right. Hard water gets into everything, fouls it up. You know what I mean? The white, scaly stuff.
Statement. Our society, the way we see it, is so dysfunctional as it is. We are overrun with information. Now comes nanoscience. I mean, re-challenging creation, and I have a feeling you're going to lose big time. Now, Elliot, I'm going to throw you something. You may reject it or catch it. For over 40 years now, abductees and various key people have taken space rides with we call UFOs. It has been reported from many sources that global-wide that the hull of the spacecraft totally becomes transparent, totally invisible. Now, remember the smart bricks with the sunset? It looks like ET is already working with nanoscience.
All right. Well, there you are. Yes, it's a good point he makes.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I don't profess to know and profess to understand that, the UFO phenomenon one way or the other. But if indeed such things are reporting it, but if such things have happened, then maybe that is indeed possible. I would think that any advanced alien civilization would have nanotechnology or nanotechnological capabilities.
I really like the way you explained it in the beginning. Mankind, for all these years, has been taking big things and, in effect, whittling them down to make functional, smaller machines that work, big to small. Nanotechnology is the exact reverse, you say.
Small to big.
You take the molecular level and you build to big. It's creation. And that's I guess what freaks me out. To me, it smells like, tastes like, looks like creation.
Well, one of the things, and if you talk about big things, one of the things that you could make with nanotechnology ultimately is let's say what I would term a large worldlet, okay, which would be say something the size of North America. You go out into the asteroid belt, whether the one between Mars and Jupiter, the one between Jupiter and Saturn, and take several of the asteroids and essentially with a lot of nano machines and create a worldlet, something the size of North America, make it mobile with capabilities of taking large magnetic bottles with certain types of mass and forcing it down. You might be able to create an artificial sun, and then essentially travel places. That's one of the things that the human species has a desire for travel, a desire for expansion, particularly when you go from a culture of death to a culture of life. You have a lot of people. So,
Elton, you said earlier, and maybe some late audience joined, do you really believe this is the last generation of human beings as we know them now?
absolutely. Absolutely. The last generation of human, the way I put it was the last generation that will be recognizably human.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hello.
Good evening. Art, I've just about given up getting any sleep on Sunday night.
Where are you?
Madison, Wisconsin.
All right.
I want to speak directly to what I think is the heart of the matter here, consciousness.
Yes.
Now, a computer stores data in the binary code on a disk or on a hard drive or whatever. And you're talking about downloading information from the human brain. And what I'm missing here is, where has it ever been proven that information is stored in the brain in hard form like that?
This
In other words,
is exactly what...
don't have yes or no binary code thing.
This is exactly my concern. This is exactly my concern when I said that a photograph of a sunset is not a sunset, it's an image of something. And absolutely our minds don't necessarily operate on on-off switches. And of course, on the other hand, with the new work in DNA computers, and if you really want to look at it, which don't operate on on-off, but operate off of the 4 amino acid bases that's in DNA. If you look at DNA, DNA is, in a sense, the computer that runs our bodies. So
well, it runs our bodies, and it runs a frog's body.
Well, wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Is not DNA, or cannot DNA, in a switch manner, yes-no manner, be turned on and off?
Okay, in terms of action or reaction, yes. I mean, if you touch a frog in the right place, it jumps. Its DNA tells it to jump when it's stimulated. But you see, I think we're getting right to the heart of what the difference is between mankind and the rest of the life forms on this planet.
All right. Well, good.
Well, I would say that, like I said, I've never been sanguine about the notion of just downloading somebody's mind into a machine. So I'd agree with the caller that there are probably concerns that he holds that are valid.
Well, the only thing I would offer is that a lot of times the only thing that prevents up or downloading is the right interface.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's also a very interesting point.
Yes.
And this entire thing, when you talk about creating life, and one of the concerns that I have, and I come from a background, my parents were very, very Christian. So I come from a very strong Christian background.
Then you must be challenged by just all over the place.
I am challenged all over the place by this. Yes, indeed I am. Absolutely. And I would say for those out there who are Christians, if considering what I've said about this is the last generation of humans that are going to be last generation is going to be recognizably human, then it kind of puts a timetable for the second advent, if you believe that. Or some sort of divine intervention.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hello.
Hi, Eric. Extend Dreamland. This is Owen in Princeton, Minnesota.
Hi, Owen.
It seems to me that if this technology is really for real, then we'll have enormous population increase. Am I right in my thinking there? And if I am, then don't you think that throughout history, good and evil has kind of evened out? And if we have sudden population increases, don't you think that we would have many cataclysmic events?
No, absolutely not, because that's along the notions of life is limited to the earth, and it's manifestly not. I mean, if not life, certainly at least living space. I think you could very easily foresee human beings going. I mean, as soon as now technology develops, various human beings that want to go elsewhere in the universe, whether for the same reason that the Pilgrims and others went to America, you could have people. I mean, you could see an entire sphere or globe of humanity spreading outward into the galaxy.
Could it be a great jump from the smart brick to
Smart spaceship?
The spaceship created from seawater?
No, absolutely not. I think one of the things that I've written about is nanovascular spacecraft, and these are.
Well, explain that.
Okay, well these are spacecraft that essentially are self-repairing. I mean, there was kind of a notion of this, a rather crude notion of this in Star Trek, with a race of robots called the Borg, or half robot, half organic. And in this case, though, it's far more subtle. But it would be something that would essentially be self-repairing, so that when you go in space at speeds near the speed of light, I mean, very, very, very small particle, I mean, very, very small pieces of matter and near the speed of light can do tremendous damage to any craft. So consequently, you're going to have capabilities of repairing yourself. You're going to have capabilities of generating electromagnetic fields and all these sorts of things if you're going to travel in space in a safe fashion.
The future version of the self-sealing tire.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, all right.
Sure.
Elton, hold on. We'll be right back to you. It's bottom of the hour break. Remember to order a copy of this or any other Dreamland program. Boy, I'll bet you'd like a copy of this one. When you call 1-800-917-4278. Newsletter also at that number. 1-800-917-4278. We'll be right back.
You're right where you should be. Talk 102.
First, win the battle for understanding. In other words, if we get to the technology before we win the battle for honesty and morality, we're dead meat.
Well, boy, I tell you something. This is one of the reasons why Eric Drexler, when he first came up with these notions back in the early 70s, I mean, he actually tried. I mean, 20 years ago, he came up with some of these ideas. He actually sat on them for a while until it was obvious that other people began to develop some of this stuff, and then he tried to get out in front by essentially creating institutes like the Foresight Institute and others to bring some of these policy issues to the forefront. The way that we begin thinking about moral issues is to begin thinking about them.
All right, well, I'm thinking about one right now, and I want to repeat it. It was earlier in the program. You said we now have, or are about to have, a computer that computes at 1 trillion decisions per second.
Right, right, exactly, a teraflop.
And now, are we using this to cure cancer? Are we using it to better mankind? No. What you told me was we're using this to simulate nuclear explosions.
Yes, absolutely, according to articles in the New York Times and the Portland Oregonian. Precisely because the computer is being designed at Intel's headquarters up here in Oregon, not too far from where I live. I think it's really fascinating that a company as wealthy as Intel. You talk about corporate welfare.
I'm not blaming you.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
I understand that, but can't they do their own R&D? Why do they have to take it from the American taxpayers? I mean,
well, because that's probably what the government's telling them to do. Or
yeah, I know that's exactly what they're doing. What they're basically.
My comment, look, it's more of a general comment on humanity and how ready we are for this technology.
That we would use it to model
nuclear detonation. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you something. The original mission of Sandia, of course, was to essentially monitor nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Now, the question is, that may be one of the things you're going to do with it. They may also do other things with it.
Well, that'd be nice, but it worries me that was their first choice.
Was their justification? Well, that's basically the justification for their existence in the laboratory.
Yeah, I'm sure that's where the money comes from. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hi.
Hi, this is Jim calling from Portland, Oregon.
Yes, Jim.
I'd like to say this man's nanotechnologies are much ado about nothing.
Well, I guess that's just a little nano humor, right?
For instance, in the biotechnology field, before the nanotechnology could do anything, they have to figure out how the cell works in the first place. And they're no closer to doing that now than they were 10 years ago.
Comments, Elton?
Well, once again, I think that in terms of how understanding how the cell operates, I think we're a lot further along. Obviously, if what you're saying is correct and it's much ado about very little, then fine.
No.
I mean, fine. That doesn't particularly bother me. In some ways, it would be a relief.
It would be comforting. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
And I utterly disagree with the last caller. He's wrong. I think he's wishing and hoping. He's not looking at reality.
I think that's absolutely the case. That's why those of us that have watched this field, and we've seen everything that's leading toward this. And one of the things we're talking about is taking a scanning tunneling microscope, which is what IBM used to spell out atomically their name in that experiment they did a couple years ago. And they spelled it out with 35 individual xenon atoms. And they used a scanning tunneling microscope. Well, since there's talk about putting, about essentially miniaturizing STMs, putting a whole bunch of them on a...
What are STMs?
Scanning tunneling microscope.
Thank you.
Okay, and miniaturizing STMs, putting a whole bunch of them on a chip. Now, if you've got a whole bunch of those things able to manipulate individual atoms, if, on the other hand, and if at the same time you have a computer which is capable of doing the training operations per second, okay, then you immediately have some phenomenal capabilities right there by just meeting those two. Okay, and the other thing is that this computer technology, in terms of it as a driving force for nanotech, I mean, they're getting the training operations per second just by putting 10,000 of these computers in parallel. What happens if you put 1 million of them together?
On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hi.
Hi, Ding Dong, Mr. Bell. It's Pete in Portland. Hello, Elliot.
Hello.
Yeah, like the man was saying, if we want to learn about the cell, we can build little nanobots, using Isaac Asimov's fantastic voyage, and put them inside the cell to monitor exactly what is going on, when, and how, and have them communicate with a teraflop computer outside.
Absolutely. It's one of the areas. That's a perfect application for that and virtual reality to help model some of it.
Yeah, I really almost wish that I believed, as that one somewhat nanocritical caller of a few moments ago believed. I think that those who presently are into computers and have even some basic understanding of what's being done right now with the current technology, the Pentium chip, those people are able then to make the leap more easily and understand what it is you're talking about and the unavoidable reality of it, I think. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hi.
Hi, Art. Great program.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you guys saw the movie Stardust in terms of immortality.
I've not. Where are you, please?
St. Louis.
Have you seen it?
Stardust was a movie starring Sean Connery back in the early 70s, and I've seen parts of it.
Well, anyway, the people wanted to die because they're so bored. Now, I'm going to give you a best scenario and a worst scenario, so it's totally beneficent. Just think of things like silicone breast implants and what penicillin has done to create super viruses in terms of foresight. That's the most beneficent government. In terms of the worst, which we see going on today, look at how they support things like abortion and such like that. And they're not going to be trying to increase populations. What they'd be trying to do is decrease populations.
All right,
because all you see in terms of the media is trying to cause strife.
All right, sir, thank you.
This is part of it. Let's look at it on a theoretical basis. This is part of the culture of death, which we have in our society. Nanotechnology will directly, radically confront that. But on the other hand, if you want to talk about implants and physical changes and whatever, what do you think the fashion-minded will do? I mean, today they're piercing themselves all over the place. They're putting tattoos everywhere, scarifying themselves. What will they do with nanotechnology?
Well, today's weapon is still penicillin or some variant of penicillin. Is it not possible? We're always in a fight with viruses. New viruses, it seems like newer ones are coming along. They're
penicillin resistant.
Badder and badder and badder. Nanotechnology might be the eventual ultimate tool with regard to fighting them, mightn't it?
Oh, absolutely, positively. And that's, because these machines are going to be operating on literally on those levels, if not smaller. And so consequently, I mean, remember somebody one time talked and said, well, how are you going to necessarily lubricate some of these machines? Because after all, for them, a dollop of oil is an ocean.
Yes.
And
what is the answer?
And the answer is that they're talking about phased array diamond structures, diamond-like structures, so that you structure them very, very precisely in very hard patterns, so that they simply flow along.
They actually flow and don't. They are their own lubricant. The very precise nature of them is lubricant. That's fascinating. Elton Elliott is my guest. He'll be right back. Now, UFO News World Report. A little name change from UFO Facts. UFO News World Reports. Please be very polite with them.
That's for protein folding in chemistry, in physics, further miniaturization of things like scanning tunneling microscopes, atomic force microscopes.
Elton, I'd almost be willing to bet back in the horse and buggy days, they said, a machine that works as well as a horse.
Yep. Well, exactly, and the fact of the matter is it for all these people who are basically critics of this, all I can say is that because nanotechnology mimics nature, there is a certain inevitability to it, and
I know.
It just simply. It ups the ante for all of us. It ups the ante for all of us from a moral point of view, from a political point of view. You asked me just a broad question about political correctness.
Fly,
I'm
Elliot.
appalled by political correctness.
Fly, Elliot. The man has been meant to fly. He's been given little wings he could flap, just like birds. Man will never fly, Elliot. Never.
Never fly. Nope. You just...
So there you are. Elton, we're at the end of the time. The guy in Princeton's right. We don't have enough time. It has been a great pleasure. And we will have you back, I guarantee, and we will talk more about this.
I would love to be back.
Elton, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. That's Elton Elliott. Why, if man had meant to fly, he'd been given wings. You all know that out there, don't you? From the high desert, that is about it. If you would like a copy of this very important program, today you need... Nevertheless, would you explain that term, the goo?
The gray goo?
Yeah.
It's the notion that you create that a machine accidentally runs amok, and it essentially takes let's say all carbon-based life forms, strips them down to their essential atoms, and just turns out goo.
So all of humanity...
The biosphere of the planet.
Even worse.
I mean, you could do it with oxygen, you could do it with hydrogen, or what have you. That's the danger in terms of, we don't need to create something like Terminator 2. Okay, the two creatures in there, we don't have to create anything like a robot or something. You just create small invisible machines that disassemble your enemies atom by atom, molecule by molecule.
All right, somebody sent a fax here. It says, please comment on this. Reference 1986, a book apparently called Engines of Creation.
Yes, that's Eric Drexler's book. That's the book that I got the definition of nanotechnology.
That it would be possible to, in effect, create nanotechnology machines that would, quote, lobotomize, end quote, entire populations.
Well, I think disassemble is a little more dangerous even than lobotomize. Lobotomize is obviously horrific as well. Yeah, sure. You could do that. On the other hand, though, the technologists that are working on this are developing something called active shields. Remember, if you study military history, you know that for every offensive advance, there is eventually a concurrent catch-up by the defense.
Yes.
And active shields would be ways of small molecular machines that would simply keep you safe from this stuff. Keep you safe from gray goo, keep you safe from any type of invading molecular, in this case, normal viruses, normal bacteria, and any type of artificial virus or bacteria.
Isn't this off into God's country?
Well, I thought about that when Mr. Osborne, when he said he didn't want to touch theology.
Yeah, it is, after all, creation.
It is, it certainly would be considered that. I'll respond to it in two ways. Yes, there are theological concerns with this, obviously. However, Arthur C. Clarke one time had a real nice quote. He said, "The technology of any sufficiently advanced civilization is indistinguishable from magic."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I made a corollary, Kelly. It's a corollary. Any current generation's technology will seem like magic to previous generations. Let's take King Nebuchadnezzar from the Bible. Let's bring him up to the present. Let's take him into a dark room and turn on the light and turn on a switch.
Elton, here's the thing. That's why I use the word quickening. It's all moving at an exponential rate. In other words, if you look at what's happened since we've been alive, say,
right,
with regard to our fathers and our grandfathers and so forth, the rate of change is just going nuts.
It's on an exponential curve.
Yes.
Well, I would, like I said, to complete the analogy, I mean, what we do right now would be considered magic to somebody from Nebuchadnezzar's time.
Absolutely.
What they would be doing in the future, we would consider magic. However, it would be based on technology. The question is the moral dimension. Do we have the wisdom? Do we have the wisdom to do this? I mean, for instance, if you develop nanotechnology, you have an economic monopoly. But if you go out there and you create smart bricks, how many people do you see you throw out of work?
Well, actually, nanotechnology, if developed, makes money a thing of the past. There wouldn't be...
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There just wouldn't be money.
You might have something along the lines of a British thermal unit, which we still have some meaning. I mean, there would be a medium of exchange. You could do that, but it couldn't be based upon anything hard like gold or silver.
All right, hold it right there. We'll be right back to you. You don't have to put up with it. What am I talking about? Hard, foul water. That's right. Hard water gets into everything, fouls it up. You know what I mean? The white, scaly stuff that sticks to about everything, including even your hair, your skin, cakes your shower head, gets in your pipes, packs your water heater until you're paying about $300 more a year just to heat the water. Well, there is an answer. Magnetic water conditioning by GMX. I've been telling you about Joan in Boulder, Colorado. Well, how about Sam and Kelly in Las Vegas? They're also using GMX to unfoul their home. They write, quote, "Everything Art Bell said about GMX magnetic water conditioner came true in our house. Our glasses are clearer, our shower walls cleaner, we're using less soap. We're very happy with our investment in GMX," end quote. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Kelly. Most of you know I've got it here in my home. It magnetically conditions the water so it will not foul up your home, hair, or car. The cost, $600 for the average house, and it comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call right now, 1-800-4060-GMX. Ordering is easy. Becoming one of the many satisfied GMX customers is a snap. Call toll-free 1-800-4060-GMX. That's 1-800-4060-GMX. The exact opposite of Nano, in this case, is absolutely fresh flowers. Because their shipment is humongous, gigantic, nothing Nano about it. If you want to absolutely blow away a female in your life, and it doesn't matter, any female, they all react the same way. Oh, there's an occasional abnormal female who will say, "I hate flowers." I've had one in all the years. Otherwise, they love them. There is no better deal in America than the deal you get when you deal straight with the flower farm. You pay $39.95. That's all. That includes delivery by FedEx next day during the week. You get a little handwritten card from you, signed by you. And some flower preservative. Nothing Nano about it. You want the best deal in America on flowers? Call them now. 1-800-562-6438. That's 1-800-562-6438. Elton, a little while ago I said, bummer, and maybe I ought to be saying, thank God. I wonder which it really is that I may just miss this. I wonder if it is going to turn into a nano dream or a nano nightmare. I mean, those are good.
It is up to us to make the difference. It is up to us by making the public aware of this, by insisting that research be done openly, by insisting that the secrecy be a thing of the past. Anything that is going to change our behavior. Anything that's going to change. Anything that's going to change ourselves as much as nanotechnology will. We're going to have to change our behavior to adapt to it.
Elton, there's about as much chance of that as there is of the authorities inviting Art Bell to go visit Area 51 and S4.
Well, that's probably absolutely true.
Yeah.
And, of course, that opens up a whole other can of worms. And that involves the social ramifications. I mean, if, for instance, one of the big arguments that's been made, the reason why the government may be covering up things in, various and sundry places, dealing with what the guest at the top of your show talked about.
Yes.
One of those reasons might be simply they're concerned about the social ramifications, about social dislocation.
Of course.
Well, the fact of the matter is that
they've got to be able to manage us, right? And
that's right. And they may be able to manage something like that. But they can't manage nanotechnology. It simply can't be stopped. It's happening all around the world.
I sorrowfully agree with you in a way. It's the genie's out. It's not going to be put back in the bottle. The trouble is, I've got this awful feeling they're far ahead of the private sector. I'm sure they've got labs working. Anything this powerful, Elton, they're working on it hard, and you know it.
If indeed they are working on it hard, then it's going to be. We indeed are going to be living in extremely interesting times.
That's putting it mildly.
Anything that can alter what you look like, how smart you are, where you go,
Color of your eyes.
the color of your eyes. We haven't even talked about one of the most profound impacts of nanotechnology.
And that would be?
And that would be the human mind.
All right, that's a good hook. The human mind coming up next with Elton Elliott, nanotechnology. If you want to send us a fax, it's area code 702-727-8499. Coming up shortly, your calls. This is Dreamland.
Here's the Talk 102 forecast for Central Illinois. Clear and cooler tonight with a low near 50 degrees. Increasing cloudiness tomorrow and a high around 75. And Tuesday's outlook, occasional showers and thunderstorms likely with a high near 65 degrees. At 7:27, it's 66 degrees. Keep listening. Dreamland continues on Talk 102.
A lot of people think that to appreciate culture, you've got to enjoy things like this. Or this. In early Mesopotamia, evidence of the first orders exists in the form of lists on clay tablets. So a lot of people respond to those things like this. Farmers. Other people go... Is it over? For those of you in the category, you can't expect every cultural activity to appeal to everybody. That's why 23,000 arts and humanities groups called the National Cultural Alliance are offering you something everybody likes. A choice for people.
More of Art Bell was recorded or rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
If you enjoy Dreamland's weekly news segments by Linda Moulton Howe, which features updates about mysterious phenomena, then you might want to know more about her books and documentaries. Linda Howe is an Emmy Award-winning television producer, writer, and researcher of Earth mysteries linked to non-human intelligences. Her books and videos provide scientific data and first-hand eyewitnesses. Linda Moulton Howe's two books, An Alien Harvest and Glimpses of Other Realities, are acclaimed for their quality, depth, photographs, and drawings. If you are interested in learning more about the mysterious animal mutilations, crop circles, UFO sightings, the human abduction syndrome, and government knowledge about these worldwide phenomena, you will enjoy these books and videos, available directly from LMH Productions. You can dial 1-800-707-9993 to order. That's 1-800-707-9993.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Bell. I wish I could tell you that what we're talking about this evening is nano nonsense, but it's not. It is the immediate and near future, and it is both a reason to be hopeful and a reason to be frightened, and maybe a reason to pray. I don't know. What would you say, Elton, people ought to do more of out there? Be hopeful, frightened, or pray?
Pray.
You mentioned the human mind, Elton. What applications would there be in nanotechnology for the human mind?
Well, one of the things that over the years, science fiction writers, of which is one of the things that I do besides consulting on business.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that the science fiction writers do is they write about the future. And the future has been a fairly comfortable place to write about, essentially, and to set stories in, because there was kind of a consensus future. You have space flights, you go out into the galaxy, you form empires or big types of governments, and they'd collapse, and then they'd come back, and then maybe eventually way down the line you'd meet up with God or something like that.
Yes.
This is a consensus future. Well, nanotechnology has essentially and stripped that aside, and it's stripped it aside in one way, and that is that nanotechnology offers possibilities in terms of altering the human brain. Capabilities, for instance, of directly putting a very, very, say, something the size of a sugar cube or smaller that would contain, for instance, the entire Library of Congress, and putting it in our heads. Giving us access. I mean, wouldn't you like to be a world-class mathematician, or a world-class scientist, or a world-class, whatever? In
other words, integrating a nanotechnological computer with a biological unit, i.e. human being.
Correct. And if people think that this is, once again, if they think it's pie in the sky, recent research has been done which has directly linked computer chips up with leech neurons. In the past, the only way you could do this is by electrodes, which caused all sorts of problems in terms of corrosion, electrical damage to the biological systems.
Yes.
And they've now discovered a way to circumvent this. Once again, directly from the New York Times.
Well, I posed a question with my guest last week, and I'll hit you with the same one. And this is probably a crude example, but it's one I could think of. There are people with disconnected tissue so that what their eye sees is not transmitted to their brain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might be able to take somebody who is blind and have them see.
You might be able to take somebody who's blind and have them see. I think you would be able to do all sorts of other things. But consider for a moment, we tend to operate, with a few exceptions of peak capacity, our minds tend to operate at a certain speed. Okay, we're presented with some information, and some of us are faster than others at correlating that information. Imagine if you had human beings capable of correlating information at the speed of a computer.
Then you have a super race.
Well, what you have is you have a future in which science fiction writers are in big trouble because we write characters that are knowable to the audiences today. And how do you write logically about a character like that? Who's smarter than you are?
Well, again, let me drag you back a little bit. If you could get the blind to see,
right,
then you could take somebody like me, and you could put something in the optic nerve that would allow me to see in the infrared spectrum.
Or we could something that will allow you to see into the infrared, into the ultraviolet, I would presume, all along the electromagnetic spectrum. Absolutely. Absolutely. You would be, for instance, in terms of information transfer, take something that's directly connected to your mind, have that piece of information leave your brain, have it disassembled, have it travel at light speed to another part of, say, of the galaxy even, have it reassembled, correlate information, come back to your mind.
How far might we be, Elton, from, and this is the analogy I used last week, I can take information on my hard drive and transfer it in a very short amount of time to another hard drive. That's
Absolutely.
a massive amount of information. What would stop us eventually from taking the contents of the human mind and, in essence, copying them?
Downloading it.
Or uploading. We'll
Or
have to
uploading,
look at
either term. My answer is, and people talk about this in the scientific conferences, and it's always, it always makes my skin crawl in a way.
That's right. It does mine too.
And I think that the viewers last week, some of them had it in I think some very insightful notions, and one of those insightful notions is that there's something special about life and there's something special about consciousness.
Other than those that are staring blankly at their radio, we don't have viewers, mostly we have listeners.
I'm sorry about that.
All right. No, the point is, and here's the hard question. You said you wouldn't be afraid of these. Let's say they hooked me up, and they, in effect, uploaded or downloaded all of the information in my brain. The question is, hold on to the question. On the other end, in this nanotechnological device, what would they have? Would they have me? Would they have my soul? What would they have?
Okay, let's say that you're out at the beach and you take a picture of a particularly spectacular sunset.
Yeah.
You don't have the sunset. You have an image of the sunset. If they take your mind and they put it into a machine,
yes,
it may not have you. They may not have you. There may be something about the human body that we don't know about. There may be something, in other words, you may need, this is why I keep talking about augmenting our own bodies, because our minds may need our bodies in ways that we don't understand. And that's something this research is going to tell. The question is, I mean, if you can augment your body and essentially have virtual immortality, you don't have to worry about, essentially your body's gonna become a machine anyway.
All right, I would like to begin to take, would you be willing to take some fast phone calls?
Absolutely.
All right, boy, this is just a mind-boggling technology, and I'm sitting here almost wishing that it wasn't. Anyway, here we go. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Good evening.
Yeah, it reminds me of a couple things that in my past. One is be careful what you ask for. The second one reminded me of King Midas and the Golden Touch, when he hugged his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one would be in the garden when the promise was made to Eve if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge.
Yes.
That she would be like God.
Yes. All right. Very good.
Okay, but that wasn't necessarily the fruit of the tree of knowledge. That was the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
Good and evil. And in the Bible, knowledge meant knowing. Knowing somebody meant acting. There was some sort of action that went along with eating the fruit of that particular tree. In this case, disobeying a direct order.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hi.
I'm just more of a believer now not to trust the government, not to trust scientists, not to trust nothing. I'll tell your viewers to start saving up on water.
I'll tell you, first of all, I don't have viewers, I have listeners. I hate television, so quit saying that.
Okay, listeners.
Yes, thank you.
Start saving up on water and food and rely on yourselves. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would
second that emotion.
I would be concerned about the government. I would be concerned about scientists, and I would be concerned in both cases because they're all too human. But as for water, problem with this technology is if you've got small machines that are on the molecular level, you can't hide from them. I mean, they can go through walls. They can get you anywhere, any place. The only solution to this is to develop active shields. The only solution to being overwhelmed by this technology is to be actively involved in it.
I'm already overwhelmed, and I can't figure out whether it means that we're living in the last great days or the last of the bad days. I don't know which it is.
This, I'll tell you something. I in some ways, maybe both. in some ways, maybe that's not a self-contradictory concept.
Gee, maybe we'll be looking back at these as the good old days, back when we had social problems and every now and then somebody got killed by a gang or something or another.
Well, I don't know if that would be considered good, but...
Well, compared to what could be in terms of the massive destructive power of nanotechnology used incorrectly. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Jerry in Alturas, California, listening program.
Hi, Jerry.
One of the things I was wondering, listening to this nanotechnology, is very interesting to me. I get to thinking about all of the new viruses that are showing up, like Ebola and those strains of viruses. And I was kind of wondering, since they haven't been able to find the host or the source of these viruses, if it might be one of these nanotechnology experiments gone awry.
What a damn good question. You know, the caller is right. Ebola, they have speculated it comes from crystals and caves, and they've talked about a million different things, but they don't know. They have no idea where it keeps coming from.
Or AIDS.
Nor AIDS. Right. Is it possible?
I would say probably with biotechnology you could do the same thing. You would need to go, say, as far as nanotech. Okay, in other words, yeah, that could be something that could be done with today's technology.
May have already.
I mean, engineering viruses, sure. We can do recombinant DNA with E. coli, sure.
So we're already there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Elton Elliott. Where are you calling from first?
I am calling from Little Kansas.
All right, go ahead.
And I was beginning to think you could only get on by invitation only. Oh my goodness, your guest is marvelous. I wanted to know, this technology that's come through, is it all human oriented, or has any of it come from alien technology?
All right, that is, hold to your answer for a second. Here's a fact. Art, I've always wondered how the aliens could make materials that could not be violated by any human means. Now I believe I know how they do it, nanotechnology. Could we now be seeing the results of the Roswell recovery of alien saucer material? Can't believe that we have happened upon this technology without some outside help.
Okay, I really think this is one that I can answer authoritatively. Most of the people that came up with the original notions of nanotechnology, most of it came from codifying all of these various notions came from the brain of one person, Eric Drexler. Okay, and Eric Drexler, although I never met him in high school, he and I went to the same, went to high schools near each other in the Mid-Willamette Valley in Oregon. I know Eric Drexler. I've sat down, I've eaten with him. He's human. Okay, the people that came up with this know this is not something that is reverse engineered alien technology or anything like that. No, this is human.
How can you know that?
Well,
how
would presume.
Let me even try this, Elton. How can you account for the rapidly increasing technological revolution, the pace of it? How can you account for that when all of previous human history plotted we had taken? There was intervention.
It might be reasonable to speculate that there's intervention. As a matter of fact, what was it? Daniel says knowledge shall be increased, men shall run to and fro. I think that's biblical. So that notion has been around for a long time, yeah. But as for the notion that this specific technology is it, the first major conference that was held on the West Coast, NanoCon 1, which was February of 1989, I was present with a whole bunch of other people. This is within about a year prior to that is when I first became aware of this technology and the possibilities, and I will tell you, it had an incredible impact on me. And it just absolutely, I knew this was the future. There was an instinctive understanding there. Now, could that sort of instinctive understanding be implanted somehow, just out there in the ether somehow by aliens? Who knows, and who could tell?
All right, we'll be right back to Elton Elliott. It reminds me, I'm reminded of the obelisk. And I too, there's no way to know. This is utter speculation where this technology came from. Easily could be the mind of man. It's just that, gee, we sure have done this quickly. And again, I must wonder, on the edge of this kind of technology, whether these are the last great days whether the future is going to be there at all. And it's going to depend on how man handles this technology. And I have this sour feeling we're not quite ready. Now, UFO News World Report. A little name change from UFO Facts. UFO News World Report searches the world to give you the information you've been looking for. No chat, fancy ads to wade through any of that. UFO News is just packed with hard data on UFO sightings, encounters, abductions, alleged cover-ups, and more, put together in a very concise, professional newsletter by seasoned journalists. UFO News plugs you into the latest and hottest developments in the fascinating subject of UFO research. For just $24.95 a year, you've got monthly access to critical our evil ways with disease and destructive weather. If you think the Earth is alive, then the next question is, what is thinking? What is it thinking? The Earth, that is. That's the point where those with an agenda wrap it up in a nice, easy-to-swallow package that the mere mortal who is terribly ill-equipped to ever understand it all thinks to himself, yeah, that'd explain it. Yeah, the Earth is alive. Fortunately, other than the Native American, most of the proponents of the living Earth idea always seem to be environmental crusaders on a mission to stop the use of Earth's resources for anything but sustaining a controlled population with technology slightly above that of cavemen. The Native American is a pure hypocrite and a perfect example of what happens when you put your trust in myth. He goes on to talk about some particular Indian tribe that exploited and polluted the environment until they became extinct. So he says, the next time you have a guest who says the Earth is alive, be that nut and bolts kind of guy you are and ask for something more substantial, like proof. Not some sorry excuse like cultures around the world throughout history believe the Earth is alive. They also thought it was flat, or that the sun was carried across the sky by chariots. If you're afraid to ruffle the feathers of an invited guest, let me ask the tough questions. You can't be held responsible for callers' inquisition. Besides, when a question demands an answer like you say on Greenland, don't these answers demand to be proven before we are to believe them? And that was from Steve of Santa Barbara. So, I thought that you guys ought to hear that before Robert Morningstar does. And, indeed, I will let him answer this. In the meantime, some of you might want to get a shot here. So there you got it. Here are the phone numbers. If you're a first-time caller to the program, venturing forth, it's 1, dial 1 first, then our area code 702 727 1222. The wild card direct dial lines are area code 702 727 1295. The toll-free west of the Rockies line, 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the annual Predictions Show. I'm Art Bell. Tell you all about it in just a moment. Let me cover just a couple of things for you before we get really started here. We're going to do predictions for 2007, both tonight and tomorrow night. The only predictions that will be recorded are ones that are made right here on the air. That's right, so all can hear them. There's no hocus pocus, there's no cheating, there's no bending. There were tapes made, it's been recorded. I've got scripts of last year's, and by the way, you didn't do so well last year. Previous years, you've done quite well. Last year, well, you were affected by the tsunami that had occurred. Everybody had tsunamis on their mind. So in a moment, I'll sort of lay down the groundwork for how I would like you to do these predictions. But first, a couple of things for those of you who have not heard. I am back in the United States of America, actually back at home. And Erin is with me. She's immigrated to the USA, the great USA. And she is in the first couple of days of her adjustment. She was greeted to about 60-mile-an-hour winds and about 25 degrees. And that's a bit much but she's a trooper. I had purchased her a little jacket, a very warm jacket in Manila at a surplus store. Needless to say, not a lot of people in Manila buy jackets. And so she looks like a little Eskimo as she's walking around town. Not easy to miss. Just like a little Eskimo. We saw a movie and a little Eskimo girl was describing these little things and these little animals, and that makes Erin laugh every time I do it. So she is here in the good old US of A, and I'm here too. Last night I was not here because I was so jet lagged, and I've got a cold. She's got a cold. We've both got colds. So that about covers that. The webcam. One more item on that score. When I was in the Philippines, on the other side of the world, I would come on the air and ask about any Americans, who happen to be in the Manila area, married to Filipinas. So now I'm going to do the opposite, and I'm going to say, if anybody knows of any Filipinas here in Pahrump, Nevada, by all means, get hold of me at KNYE and let me know. I'm sure there are some Filipinas here in Pahrump, in this area, and so simply call KNYE Radio, and I will hook you up with Erin, and she'll make some friends. Now, here's a really remarkable coincidence. My neighbor, right across the street from me, has just married, or is about to marry a Filipina girl, and he's going to immigrate her to the U.S. So whenever that happens, we'll have a neighbor who's a young Filipina gal, and that'll be great. But until then, if anybody knows of any Filipinas here in Pahrump, why, call KNYE and leave a message, and be assured I will get back to you. Now, the wonders of communication. Let me tell you, when I got home, the first thing I did was I set up a wireless, wireless internet setup for the internet that I have here. And this afternoon, just incredibly, Erin was sitting at the dining room table with a portable computer and a headset mic, casually chatting with her brother on the island of Mindanao in Philippines. Now, how incredible is that? Somehow they've rerouted a little bit of the internet to the Philippines after the gigantic earthquake in Taiwan. And to sit there and watch her video conference and talk to her brother was one of the more amazing things that I've seen in my whole life. It's just an amazing world we live in now, isn't it? All right, down to business. This program, tonight and tomorrow, will be a combination of reviewing predictions made in 2006. I've already done a little bit of that, and it doesn't look good. And making predictions for 2007. Now, this is all phone call stuff. The only predictions that I'm going to record are ones given here on the air. I will assign a number to your prediction. And if you hit it, baby, I'm telling you, we'll come back to you for more. I am convinced that many in my audience are psychic. I know a lot of you are psychic. This is the time of year to do this. The rules, there are a few. Only one prediction per customer. Only one. So make it a good one. Reach down into your psychic center and come up with something good that's going to happen. And it doesn't have to be good, it can be bad. Most of them are. In 2007. Really think it out. Don't just don't say let's get on the air and talk a little bit and say something on the air. Really dig down deep into your psychic center and come up with something that's going to happen in 2007 because I want a really good year. Number 2, no predictions of United States presidential assassinations. Now, the reason for that is simple. When somebody makes a prediction of an assassination of a U.S. political official, what happens is the Secret Service will knock on my door. Some little old lady in Missouri will call the U.S. Secret Service and say, hey, I just heard somebody on the radio say they're going to kill the president, which, of course, is not what happened, but that's what she'll say. So, in the interest of not having the Secret Service at my door for about the 5th time, no predictions of U.S. Political leaders being assassinated. That's a rule. Now, finally, no hopes, dreams, wishes, only predictions. I want a good year. I want a really good year of predictions. So, with that in mind, I will simply quickly look at the news. Saddam, of course, has been hanged near Tikrit. As a matter of fact, small town near Tikrit. He didn't show any emotion, and that was that. He's gone. The nation honored Gerald Ford in funeral ceremony Saturday that recalled the touchstones of his life, which of course include the pardon of Richard Nixon, the reason he probably was not re-elected, or elected, I guess I ought to say. 80 Iraqis killed, very deadly month for the U.S. Hundreds of drivers having to be rescued from a winter storm. It's a bad one, stretching all the way from Canada to Mexico. A message from Cuba saying that Castro, ruining, by the way, a prediction made last year, may actually get better from his malady. The Godfather of Soul, of course, will not get better and is being mourned. And Governor Schwarzenegger released after surgery, and that's about it. That's all the news there is. Now, down to business. First, I'm going to show you how poorly we did last year. However, it's a high point to begin with. Bud from Michigan made prediction number 1 in 2006, for 2006. He said it's going to be and by the way, my thanks to Andy. Andy actually went back at the network. He wanted to work in radio, and they gave him a job and sat him down with all of the predictions for 2006, and he sat down and reported each and every one of them. So, Andy, thank you so very much. Prediction 1. Bud from Michigan predicted an extremely rough year for U.S. automakers. More layoffs, more plant closings. And that's a ding. Ding, 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 Bud, you're right. Number 2, Rick from California. Identity of the Antichrist will be revealed. It's Bono of U2. Bonk. 3, David from Arizona, a big hurricane in August. I believe that would be a bonk. Had he said typhoons, it'd be a big ding. A caller from Minnesota, southern portion of California to break off. We get that every year, and every year California seems to remain intact. Number 5, Jody from Kansas, a huge explosion at Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado. Bonk. I think. Now listen, if I'm wrong on the way I call any of these, feel free to send me a fast blast and I will correct it, all right? You have to work with me here. Bill from Oklahoma had number 7. Oh no, number 6 was Jeff from Ohio. A lost city in Central America will be uncovered after a hurricane. Now I'm tentatively bonking that, but there's something that says it might be a ding. Number 7, Bill from Oklahoma. North Korea's regime collapses. Oh, we wish. North Korea will then be absorbed by China. Bonk. Number 8, John from Washington. Mount Rainier explodes. Bonk. Number 9, a caller from Quebec. 8 unmistakable big natural disasters, and I'm giving that a ding. We have had many. Number 10, unspecified impact in northern Mexico. Now, I'm not sure about that. I'm going to give it a bonk until I learn otherwise. Number 11, Gregory from Arkansas. The Son of God revealed. You get that every year. Bonk. And number 12, Preston from South Carolina said, a Category 3 hurricane will hit the Carolinas in September and or October. And I think that's a bonk. Finally, 13, Harry from Colorado, a gigantic magnetic disturbance to affect parts of the Midwest. Skies turn brown, northern lights appear. Well, we certainly did have that. Ding, ding, ding. Number 13, but that's, it's to be followed by quite a few dings. Now, I haven't reviewed them all, but I want a better year. And if we get somebody who really nails something hard, we're going to bring them on the program and let them, well, you know, massage their predictions a little bit for us. There are, this program, Coast to Coast AM, attracts people who are psychic. It attracts people who have a kind of inner knowing. And so I'm asking you to really work with that and give us a good prediction for the year 2007. All of that coming up next. This is actually a way that many of you who are truly blessed with second sight can prove yourself publicly. It is an annual event. I think I've been doing this now for about 13 years, 12, 13 years, something like that, every single year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead toward 2007, it begins right now. On the first-time caller line, Steve in Vancouver, BC, you're on the air.
Hi, Eric. It's an honor to speak to you. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
And also, you're going to be prediction number 1, too.
Prediction number 1? Well, I had a prediction a few years ago, Art, and I never told anybody about it, and it was that NASA was going to lose a shuttle on re-entry.
Well, see, never telling anybody about it, buddy, is no good. You can't do that. You got to tell people for it to mean
That's
something.
why I'm calling. My prediction for this year, Art, is that NASA's going to lose somebody in outer space this year.
Really? Is it going to be, you say somebody now, is it going to be a shuttle, do you know, or is it just going to be like an individual, say, on a spacewalk, or?
My prediction is it's just going to be an individual on a spacewalk working on something. I don't know if it's going to be NASA in particular or one of the organizations that's involved with NASA, but my prediction is that there's going to be somebody that is going to have some sort of accident up there. It's either let go, drift away from the space station, run it up, they recover them. I don't know, but that's my prediction.
All right, it is now officially recorded as prediction number 1. NASA loses somebody. All right? Thank you very much for the call, and take care. That's an interesting way to begin. And I guess that certainly is possible. I know the astronauts wear kind of little backpacks, and if they were to drift away from the shuttle, unless it was too far and too fast, they could get back. But there would be a million ways to die in space, whereas they say, nobody can hear you scream. Wildcard line, Billy in California, you are on the air.
Hello, Art. You know, I got tears coming in my eyes when you told the story about the little kid. I had known that an earthquake was going to hit the Philippines and was going to black everything out before it happened.
Why didn't you call?
I did. I called. I couldn't get through. Begged them. And then, but I'm so glad I could get through to you now because there's going to be some more earthquakes between March and June.
Where?
That are going to tear the Philippines really bad.
Oh, this is just what I need to hear.
Well, I'm just telling you, I've been trying to get through to you because when you told about the little cat, I cried and I said, oh, dear God, we got to get him out of there. And it was like something said, call and tell him. I said, I can't just call and predict a big earthquake. That he ain't gonna listen to me. I said, and then I said,
Well, I appreciate your concern for my little Philippine cat, but
oh,
what
I
about...
cried. I love cats.
Yeah, but how about myself and my wife, and then all those Filipinos who live
But
there?
you must get your kittens out of there, and anybody else that is close to you, because it maybe not, it won't kill them. I didn't think it would kill you, but you would be cut off from everything, and here you're having this new little baby. I tell you, I paced the floor that night and told about the kid. He's not right. I said, how am I going to get through to him? He's got to get out of the Philippines.
Boy, I'll tell you what, the big earthquake, the big earthquake, condominium, the big earthquake in Taiwan literally destroyed the communications to the Philippines, and I'll tell you something, my ISDN line would still be down right now, so had I not left, we'd have been out of biz. You still there?
And still, there's going to be such a little bit left of the Philippines. I mean, that won't be poor. And you said you'd get that house, and I was saying, oh, I hope it's somewhere where it be safe. And then when you got the cat, started crying, and I said, he's got to get out of there.
Okay, I got it. All right, I appreciate it. Well, it's a cat you apparently had concern for. That's Dolly. Now, Dolly and my other two cats, Abidos and Yeti, are going to tentatively be headed for the U.S. here on January 8th. And they are with Shirley. Shirley Powell, I believe she's known as, on the Fantastic Forum. Thank you, Shirley, for, let them hear my voice if you have the opportunity to do that. I talked to them seriously. I know it sounds silly to a lot of you, but before we left, I sat down on a number of occasions with each one of them and explained they are not being abandoned. They'll be with a wonderful lady who loves cats, and they're going to be coming back to the U.S. in the case of the two that originally left here. And Dolly, little Dolly, my goodness, she's going to get to make a trip to the other side of the world. So she even kind of looks Filipina. If you look at Dolly. And I had her, its photograph is not up now, but she actually looks sort of Philippine, to be honest with you. She's really cute. Really, really, really cute. All right, let's go to west of the Rockies and say, is it Abby?
It's Abby.
Abby, welcome, Abby. You get to make prediction number 3 for 2007.
Okay, first I'd like to welcome you back home, and for Aaron, welcome to the United States and your new home.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that you will be greatly blessed this year with a beautiful child, and that your family will all come together. Basically, my prediction is that Saddam Hussein's execution was fake. He is not dead, but he will be taken to his village, and they will pursue him in that manner. He is not dead.
Okay, I'll put that down, and I've heard some rumors and people, on the internet talking about that already, thinking that the whole thing was faked and he was spirited off somewhere.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that kind of thing immediately runs around the internet, of course. But what would be the point?
Well, you have to understand that there is that prophecy of the Mahdi rising. And just the fact that Saddam had always professed himself to be that individual and tried to build up himself as something other than he was. I believe that the whole thing in its clandestine nature, with no international entities, bodies there to witness it, I believe that they faked it.
All right. You have made official prediction number 3, and of course, the thing about making predictions on the air is there's no hocus pocus involved. Everybody gets to hear it. Everybody gets to record it. Baby, if you hit it, you really hit it. I'm Art Bell. Here I am. Here I am indeed. By the way, we're still doing the show virtually the same way we did in Manila. And there are call screeners. And the reason for that when I was in Manila was because, well, of course, I couldn't get telephone lines to answer myself in Manila, and even if I could, you all would have been making very, very expensive long-distance calls, so obviously that was a no-no. We're doing it now here because we did not have time to get phone lines, enough phone lines, hooked up in the old way we did it, so that will probably eventually occur here, just to let you know. It is predictions for 2007, and again, I'm asking, please, reach into thy psychic center. Think about it hard before you call, and come up with something that you think really is going to occur in 2007. Now, we always get the Antichrist will be back. We always get, we get a lot of things that are sort of just normal, that are sort of, I don't know, I think in many cases they're more wishes than they are actually thought out predictions, or predictions that come from your psychic center. So back to the prediction lines in a moment. Back to business. East of the Rockies, you are on the air to make an official prediction for 2007.
It's a pleasure, Art, to speak to you again. This is Mark from Kansas City.
Hey.
If I could jar your memory, the last time we spoke was just after September 11th, and I made a reference to a possible prophecy, reference to the event itself in Isaiah. If you can remember that, when the towers fell. And that was the last time we spoke.
Just vaguely, I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's okay. But anyway, my prediction for 2007 is I've known it, and I just knew it when the war started, that, being knowledgeable of the violence between the Sunnis, and Kurds and the Shia, that it would be split up into 3 sections. And that's my prediction. This year, they're going to get peace there, they're going to work it out, and they're going to end up splitting it up into 3 sections and giving each group their own piece.
Okay, so Iraq splits into 3.
Yeah.
That's it's entirely possible.
And I've heard it's already been spoken of recently. Somebody's already started talking about it, actually. It's been brought up now. But I felt this way for, since the war started.
Well, that may be the only ultimate resolution for them. So that's within the realm of possibility, I would say.
It's intuitive more than psychic. I consider myself more intuitive than psychic. I think it's more of a real sensitive, physical thing more than
a strong intuition, sir, is synonymous with psychic.
So,
my opinion.
And it's a pleasure speaking with you tonight.
Okay.
And,
okay, your prediction, so that you might remember, is number 4. All right?
And I will be listening next year. I'll be looking forward to it.
Okay, take care. Prediction number 4, that Iraq splits into 3, and that may be the only way they're going to cure this sectarian violence that keeps going on. All right, going to John in Long Island, New York, on a wild card line. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm glad to hear you and your wife are back in the United States and safe and sound. My prediction is I believe that UFO sightings won't only just double, but actually triple. And besides that, I believe there's probably going to be undisputable evidence in 2007 that UFOs actually really do exist.
That's quite a prediction. Why do you think that's going to happen? What do you think is going to propel such a change?
Well, because the technology is getting better and better every year. It's just a lot more people looking up in the sky. They're more sensitive to certain things, and I really believe that's going to happen. I really do.
Well, okay. There are more people, I suppose, looking into the sky for one reason or another. At least I hope there are. Thank you very much, and good luck with your prediction. I'll say this. The skies in Manila, in the Philippines, were pretty cloudy with that much humidity and generally a lot of clouds around. You really didn't see stars. You'd have to get way out of the city to do that. And with respect to being here permanently, I think that, I own a condominium in Manila, and that's where Aaron's family is, and the odds are pretty good that, for example, after the baby is born, that we will make a trip back to the Philippines for some period of time and share the joy with Aaron's family. I mean, how could we not do that? Even though we have this magic of being able to have instant, wonderful communications with the Philippines. It's amazing to me. It just blows me away. Let's go to the wildcard line. David, it's your turn from Burbank, I guess.
You sure got it. Yeah. Oh, sounds like you're going to have an American child and be born in America, huh?
Well, there are certain advantages to that. Now, my child, whether it would be born here or in the Philippines, would be American by virtue of the fact that I'm the father. However, if it's born in the Philippines, you've then got to go to the embassy. After you get a birth certificate, then you've got to apply for a passport. It's a long, complicated, difficult thing to do. Whereas if the baby is born here in the U.S., you get a birth certificate right away. You carry it, you send a copy of it in, and 10 days later, you've got a passport.
That's great. Plus, your wife is a citizen, too, immediately, pretty much like millions of Mexicans.
No. Where'd you get that idea?
I don't know. I just heard on the radio, on TV, when millions of Mexicans come over here and they have kids in this country, they automatically become citizens somehow.
Oh, that is true. That certainly is true. But they immigrate not legally. Now, that's something else altogether. My wife is a legal immigrant. There's a big difference. Now, to become a citizen, that's about a 5-year project.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Actually, the way it's going right now, we're really making a big mistake because we have a country by the millions coming into our country, and they don't even know what this country's about. This is a joke with me and my friend. We went out with a picture, color photograph of President George W. Bush, and we found some Mexicans that actually spoke English, and we showed a picture, and out of 50, we couldn't find one Mexican who knew who that person was. It was a picture of the President of the United States. And next time we're going to videotape it, and we're going to send it into a TV show. It's hilarious. But
You could not find one person who recognized George Bush?
You couldn't find one out. We counted 52 Mexicans in California. We couldn't find one that knew, but their children knew who it was. We found it because they go to school. And their parents didn't even know who George W. Bush was by showing the photograph.
Oh, my goodness. All right, my friend, thank you very much. Officially recorded as prediction number 5.
My prediction here. I think right now what's going to happen, since it's a pretty much no-brainer, I think that what's going to happen is through 2007, maybe sooner than later, that somebody in the Democratic Party and the senator will lose their seat and it'll be taken over by Republican power. So the Senate will probably be taken back by the Republicans. And mysteriously, when that happens, the price of oil will shoot up real quick.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't you predict sightings tripling?
No. You had another call.
That was a previous call. Okay, I'm sorry. So you're... Where am I? You see, this is what jet lag does to you. So give it to me again in short form. It's number 6, not number 5.
Yeah. I predict our show will get its memory back.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Give me your prediction in short form.
In short form, Republicans will gain Senate power, and immediately thereafter, the price of oil will escalate upwards.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Gain Senate control, and the price of oil goes up again, huh?
Yes. And people go, gee, that's a coincidence, huh?
I kind of disagree with you. I don't think that whoever's in office or control of the Senate or the House or whatever has very much to do with the price of oil, but there is a big but there. I have to admit, and anybody listening I think has to agree, every time we get close to a presidential election or any major election, even off year, the price of oil mysteriously drops.
You got that. And you know what? I've heard this through the rumor mills that if this January, if the Democrats do have power within the Senate, there is going to be massive investigations on the artificial oil shortage.
Okay, all right. Thank you very, very much. I mean, how does that work? Look back over the years at the elections. Presidential, off year, doesn't matter. As you come up to an election, whoever is in power seems to have a way to get the price of oil to drop. Either that, or it's the most massive coincidence that we've ever recorded. I don't know. And how could I know that was not number 6? And I thought I was still talking. I really am jet lagged. That's why I was not here last night. Believe me, if you ever do it, fly from one side of the earth to the other, you're going to know it. And inevitably, you can't fly every variety of virus known to man without coming up. A star?
A star. And when I saw Christmas Eve, I saw a star go right from, well, the left side of me. The sky was eclectic. It was just beautiful. It was like a midnight blue. And I thought, oh, I'm so lucky to see this beauty, and this color is so unusual. And right out of the left-hand side of my eye, right across through the clouds, this huge star shot right across.
Does this have anything to do with your prediction?
Yes, I believe that in next year, either late spring or in summer, that there's going to be such a happening in the sky that's going to baffle the astronomers and the scientists. And I think they're going to see either a star or something, but it's going to give a lot of people a lot of hope.
Okay, we'll call it a big deal in our skies.
That's what I do. It, it's the third. And me, I said, I think I'm going to be 13. And here I was 12. I was close.
Close.
Yes.
Okay.
Happy New Year, Art. You and your family.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, and take care. And without going into the details of it, I got an email today from Ramona's OBGYN doctor. He had been her doctor for many, many years, and just a wonderful, wonderful email. And he offered to care for Erin and deliver her baby. And what an incredible, wonderful email. I wish I could read it to you, but it's a private thing, and so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you that I got a communication from Ramona's OBGYN doctor in Las Vegas, and he's just one of the best. And he just a wonderful guy, so he offered to do the prenatal care for Erin and deliver the baby, and so it shall be. All right, onward to number 13. I think we're going to go to Tim in Houston, Texas. Welcome.
Hey, that was good news about the doctor. That was pretty nice that you were sharing that with us. And I wanted to say, Art, that I know what you were saying about, having feelings and unctions and hope. No, you don't want that. You want people with real psychic abilities, people who, when they see things, are really there.
Well, that's not, it's not to say that people can't just have a feeling about something. That can be a psychic revelation.
Well, that's leading up to, you can say the war, because the war is going on. There's something that's leading up to, Art.
Sure.
Because I'm a real psychic. And so when you lead up, you look at probabilities, and you say, it leads up to think, no, we don't want that. We want true vision. Ones that, I've done hundreds of them. I mean, I met a guy, he shook his hand, and I said, you have a 21-year-old son? And he said, yes. I said, he's going to die today. I don't just see good ones, I see bad ones.
God.
I saw 9/11 before it happened. Finally, I got asked to be a state trooper here in Houston, and off the phone, I
All right, well, look, if you're that good, then lay it on us. What's going to happen?
Okay, these things, they come to you at random. You can kind of pick things and then lead up to it, and then you start getting visions of that's how they start happening. Then you have to pick in these vision dream states, because there's dream things that have nothing to do with the actual reality and the shift in consciousness. But anyway.
All right, so in other words, we've got an almost guaranteed ding coming up here.
Okay, I got an orca, some trainer. Now, I've only been successful, 10% of the time of the time and place. I always see the event, but at the time and place. I knew at the end of summer 2001 it was going to happen. And my phone was ringing off the wall, and the captain of the Texas Rangers came in and asked me. But anyway, my point is, there's going to be an orca, a killer whale, that's going to be killed. The trainer's going to try to get him to do a stunt. And he's already sick, by the way. The orca's already sick. And he announces to the audience, he's going to do a stunt that's never been done before. He's going to dive out of the water at a great height. He's going to do a back, kind of go back. It's kind of like you dive up and then you dive back down into the water. But he never made it. He broke his back. And he was
All right,
terrible.
killer whale, orca, killed by
a trainer.
By trainer, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know how to stress this. You hear this and then it doesn't happen at the end of the year, and then a year later somebody's wrong. No, this is going to happen this year. Every time I see these, it happens.
All right, yours, sir, is prediction number 13, and I guess I wish you luck, but that means bad luck for the Orca. Now, again, what I'd really like to stress is please do make these predictions. You're doing very well so far. Not wishes and hopes. A lot of people will call in just to get on the radio and sort of say something that it ends up really being a political statement like, I hope somebody will be impeached, or that sort of thing. It's not really a prediction. It's more of a hope or a dream or something like that. And I want to stay away from that because I want a good record. I want the best year we've ever had. And we may be on our way to that. We'll see. Let's see. Let's go internationally to Canada. Alpha 119. What kind of name is that?
Actually, it's my handle for Fantastic Forum.
The Fantastic Forum.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Everyone's going to say, hey, say hi to Art. So, okay.
All right.
It's great to have you back in the desert.
Thank you.
Surprised to hear that. Definitely a surprise. But my prediction, and I don't predict this one lightly, I predict that your website, artbell.com domain, will become active in the next year. The reason I predict this is because I predicted that one night, several years ago, that you would write another book along the lines of The Picnic. And I got it right.
Interesting prediction. All right, my friend, thank you very, very much. That one could come true. Now, I've of course hung on to, despite some financial offers, the artbell.com, and the reason for that, of course, is because it's my name. And I'm a little, I've become a little suspicious of people offering me money for that domain. It's like, what are you going to do with it? It's my name. Now, obviously, some people want domains that get a lot of traffic just because they get a lot of traffic. But I've learned very carefully that you have to be very cautious what you allow to be done with your name, because people will do bad things. And I'm not saying that's what would have occurred, but experience has taught me to become very careful. Now, that one could come true. I've sort of had, some thoughts about reactivating that domain. I'm very careful to keep it registered to my name. So we shall see. We shall see. Interesting prediction, because I've actually been giving it some thought. East of the Rockies, it's Donnie in Missouri.
Yes, hi, Art.
Hi.
Do I have a few seconds for a comment about Pahrump before
Sure.
my prediction?
Sure.
Me and my mother flew out to Vegas in March for the first time, and we really had an itch to go see Pahrump because you've always talked about it. Well, we were more impressed with Pahrump than we were Vegas. We live in a beautiful city. Have you ever at the casino Saddles West?
Saddle West, yes, of course.
Boy, they have
of course.
amazing steaks.
Oh, they do. Listen, the food in this town is just unbelievably good. I've got to get to a break very quickly. I'm being bad about that, so lay it on me. Number 15.
All right, my prediction is Syria, Iran, and Russia will attack Israel in the summer.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And Russia?
And Russia. Yep. I just feel it in my gut.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Art.
Right. Thank you very, very much, and you have a very good night. All right, that's it. This is a break. We'll be right back. Well, you see what I did. I delayed that break so long that there's literally not, it wouldn't be fair to take another call right now. Well, maybe it would. Maybe we can get it in. Carol in Claremont, California, welcome.
Yes, I knew I was going to get that short call, little minute thing there. First of all, we are so glad to have you back. I know I speak for thousands at least.
Thank you.
And I just feel like this tremendous weight off my shoulders that you're here. Now, that's inexplicable. But,
I can't put my finger on it, but I've had so many people say that to me, that it was wrong for you to be over there, and now it's right that you're back, and the world is back in the right place. So many emails like that. Why?
Really?
Yeah, why?
You're part of us, you're part of our culture, you're an icon, you're a legend in your own time, etc.
Oh, please.
Oh, you know, and listen, I say that not lightly. I'm a former performing arts professional, and my father was in television and radio, and my mother in blah, blah, blah. So I come from a long line of appreciators.
Well, thank you. That gives me the jeebies, this legend thing.
Oh, well, no, hey, because you're a living legend. Yeah.
Well, the living, just keep the living part in.
You bet your booties. All right. And speaking of living, I want to say that as you were talking about Ramona's OBGYN, I got a sincere, distinct boom feeling from nowhere that Ramona was behind that.
Listen, anything in this world is possible.
Yes.
Anything's possible. Hey, all right, your prediction now.
My prediction. And another thing, this just came to me from the blue because I'm not necessarily a moon nut or a space, I'm not an aficionado particularly, but I think there's going to be some evidence that's going to be leaked, and they're going to try to squelch it, but too many people will say, what? I think there is a base on the moon. Now, when I talked to your call screener, I said the dark side of the moon, not the Pink Floyd, but I think maybe what I really meant was the far side of the moon. Now, I don't know, this is a base, I don't know if it's international or if it's ours or if it's on ancient grounds.
That's all right, doesn't matter. We're going to go with base on moon
Okay.
revealed.
All right.
All right?
And
All right,
Happy
thank
New
you.
Year, dear.
Happy New Year to you as well. Take care. Base on moon revealed. You know, that's not so far-fetched. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. I'm telling you folks, I have been inundated. It's not just that one caller. Tom in New York City said, I agree with all the callers. You were always meant to come back to the U.S. I can't explain it. But when you said you were home, I knew it was right. This goes beyond the desire to have you here. You belong here. Welcome home and God bless. Holly in Graham, Washington, I agree. Now that you're back, everything seems to be in order. All is right in the world again. And on. Jenna in Toronto, greetings. Aren't like your caller said, I'm really glad you returned to the USA. Don't know why. Actually, that was going to be my prediction, that you'll return to Nevada in the first quarter of 2006. And on and on and on. Just zillions of them. So I'm not sure exactly what that's all about, but it's definitely happening. All right, we're going to take a break, come back. More predictions for 2007 coming right up. You know, it's interesting. I'm going to have to call Bob Crane and get a CC radio on the way here. Now, I left my CC radios in the condo in Manila. I could only ship so much this time, and they're serious radios, and they've got a little heft to them. So I just realized Erin's cooking, and she's in the kitchen. She said, "Hon, do you have a radio?" I looked around, I said, "My God, I don't." So I'll be calling Bob Crane and getting a CC radio on the way. There's nothing that compares to a CC radio, nothing at all. All right, let's see. Let's go to Buddy, who's been hanging there a long time, I think, in Erie, Pennsylvania. You are on the air.
Hi, Art. I'm a long-time listener and first-time caller and a ham.
All right.
So, nice to chat with you here. Okay, so I think we're going to see an increase in animal attacks on humans this year coming up.
Wow, why?
I don't know. I just do. I mean, we've had a lot of them this year, right? I mean, not just the crocodile hunter guy, but then the other stingray and the what was that? The alligator.
Okay, but to be fair, to the crocodile guy, he wasn't really attacked by that thing. He sort of got in the way of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, but I mean, like we've seen a whole bunch of these kind of things, right, over this past year. I mean, this year and last year, and I mean, just it seems like we've seen more of these kind of animal things that we haven't really seen before, and I think.
Okay, but I'm not going to have to be ripping Abby Dose off my face, am I?
Oh, I sure hope not. I sure hope not, because we've got 2 cats and 2 dogs ourselves,
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Well, and I guess if that other lady's right, I guess I better get my emergency ham radio station ready for the communications outage, eh?
You sure better. And that could happen too. You know, she could be right about that. All right, an increase of animal attacks on humans.
Mm-hmm.
It is recorded as prediction number 17, my friend. Thank you.
Alrighty, thanks.
All right, take care. I've got a feeling we're going to have a good year this year. I kind of like the predictions so far. In other years, we've had too many that were sort of political hopes and dreams that instead of actual predictions. But this year, you're doing very well so far. Indeed, doing very well. Going to the first-time caller line, Danny in Kirkland, Washington.
Hello, Art. How are you? Well, well, first I would like to tell you that, or say thank you. A couple weeks ago, we did have a communications and everything else blackout here in the greater Northwest, and the only thing I had was you on the radio at night, and I really appreciate that. So it was very nice, and then always wonderful to have you on there. So
thank you.
Anyway, my prediction is that probably in the latter half of this year that our economy, which is being propped up now by other countries and stuff, we'll start to feel the effects of the dollar actually falling and stuff like that, and we'll have probably a pretty hard recession there, unfortunately. So
economy falters, dollar weakens further, huh?
Yeah, well, I think that the dollar is going to continue to weaken and weaken and weaken. We're just not going to really feel the effects of it until the fall. That's when other countries, Japan and China and stuff like that, will really start to not invest in the dollar anymore and prop it up, and that's when we're going to feel it. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, I sure did feel the weakening of the dollar when I was in the Philippines. When I first arrived there, I was getting about 53 pesos to the dollar. When I left the Philippines, it was about 48 or 49 to the dollar.
Wow.
And when you're converting a pretty large amount of money, that hits you pretty hard.
I imagine. I've traveled overseas some, but not a whole lot. The only place I've been is to England and stuff like that, and never had a really great dollar to pound ratio. So,
well, it's of course affected as well. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, that's really quite a deal. Whether it was in part the strengthening of the peso, I think it was more the weakening of the dollar. And when you're converting money, that's pretty serious. However, what I did, I guess I just, there's just no way that I cannot tell you guys what I'm doing in my life. I left all my peso accounts in the Philippines intact. Now, the time deposits, and they've got good solid banks there, the time deposits in the Philippines are quite good. You get, they call them time deposits. They're just like CDs, actually. And they just roll over, and you get about 10% interest. So I converted some money when I first arrived in the Philippines, kept most of my money as American dollars, and then put some in Philippine pesos and put those in time deposits, and they're going to earn about 10%, which are, not bad. All things equal, not bad at all. Let's go to Sean on a wildcard line in New York. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Art, how are you? My prediction for 2007 is in the month of August, in the Pacific Ocean, about 600 miles south of the island, the Hawaiian Islands, undersea volcanic activity will give birth to a new island about the size of the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh my God. That's big.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it.
A new island the size of Pennsylvania. Good Lord. That would be some very, very valuable real estate.
I should think, yes.
However, I would also think that it would cause a gigantic disruption. What's going to happen to Hawaii? Wouldn't there be something of a big...
There might be some serious surfing going on, yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. How did you, if I might ask, that's an interesting prediction. How did it come to you?
Well, actually, it was sort of well, you remember hearing the other day about the 47 square mile piece of ice breaking off the north up in Canada there?
Yes.
Well, it occurred to me that one thing might affect another, and that if there's, big events such as that occurring in different areas around the world, it might affect, volcanic activity, let's say, or some other kind of activity. That was my theory, I guess.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for the call. My God, an island the size of Pennsylvania. Can you imagine the value of that real estate out in the Pacific, somewhere near Hawaii? Yikes. All right, up to Wasilla, Alaska, on the west of the Rockies line. Dave, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. I'd like to echo some of the previous sentiments I've heard about your emails and say welcome back, my friend.
Thank you. What is it, if I might ask, why do you feel that way?
I think it's, maybe some of it is, I listened to you on KENI.
Right.
Your previous stomping grounds.
Oh, yes.
I know you're a Packer fan.
Oh, yes.
That was going to be one of my predictions, but I changed it. You know what? It just, when I heard it, that announcer say, from the kingdom of Nye again, I hadn't heard any of the show before that, but when I heard him say that, I realized you were back in the United States. And you know what? I am so happy for you that you have found happiness after such tragedy.
Yeah.
But it just wasn't the same listening.
That's
to
what
you
everybody's
in the
saying. It wasn't the same. But you know what? Doing the show over there, it really was the same. Isn't it Rush who says it doesn't matter where I am as long as I'm here? Isn't it Rush who says that? Apparently it's not true.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
But I have a more morose prediction. You were just saying you were pleased about a lot of the other ones. And your screener said that somebody else had mentioned something about this. So mine is a little darker.
Okay.
I think it's going to be the Jericho missiles. I think with a full sanction in the United States, I think Israel is going to nuke Iran off the face of the earth.
Really?
And that's not just a political hope.
It could happen. I can imagine how it could occur. For example, Iran does get a sort of a half-working nuke. There is no such thing as it works or it doesn't. And they get a nuke, and they threaten Israel, and Israel, as you know, has a lot of nukes buried in the desert. Everybody knows it, really. And it could happen. I could see it happening. All right, prediction number 20 is now officially recorded.
Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you, and take care. Yeah, isn't it Rush who always says it doesn't matter where I am as long as I'm here, meaning on the radio. So maybe that's not true, because I'll bet you I've got 2,000 emails from people who are saying, now the world is right again. So it's difficult for me to understand, but maybe it disproves that. I just don't know. Or maybe it's just my case, being here in the high desert. Let's go to Carlos in North Hollywood, California. Or is it North Hollywood, Florida? It could be either one.
Well, actually, Novo Arts District in California.
Okay.
Welcome back, Art. And just good timing, too, because we might not be doing this show otherwise.
Oh?
I mean, you're being your fiber optic shot knocked out. But
yeah, you're right. I'm hearing that it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks. Now, they've rerouted, so there's some internet communication, spotty as it is to the Philippines right now. But the fiber connections are going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks.
Wow, longer than I thought. Very good. My prediction would be that sometime this upcoming year, 2007, a terrorist incident will occur at a major sporting event, my guess being the Super Bowl, that will either delay or possibly even cause the cancellation of the event during the course of its going on.
God, I hope you're wrong.
Me too.
So, some sort of terrorism at a major sporting event. We'll leave it at that. You don't want to specify the Super Bowl, right?
Well, it's probably not the World Series from what I'm seeing. So, I don't know. Yeah, probably not. That's probably a good idea, Art.
All right, we'll leave it a major sporting event, and I just hope you're wrong. But I've got this horrid feeling you're right.
I hope I'm wrong too.
You take care, my friend.
You too. Welcome back.
Right, that is prediction number 21 for the year 2007. It's inevitably going to occur. I think that our lettered agencies have been doing a really good job, and I really want to commend them. Most of what's prevented in terms of terrorism, you never hear about. Occasionally they do say, look, we've caught X number of people who will be put on trial. They really have to say something. But a lot of terrorist events have been prevented, and you just don't know it. So I want to commend them. There has literally been not much since 9/11. And that's not an accident. That's not luck. Somebody's doing their job out there. And I know it's easy to criticize the people who work in our secret agencies, but I guess I've got praise for them because it has not happened yet. Knock on pressed wood. Let's go to Sally in California. Sally, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Art. Welcome home.
Thank you.
I have a prediction that in the third quarter of next year, George Bush will commit suicide. It'll be due to a scandal that he gets completely depressed about and afraid of being prosecuted for, and that he will commit suicide, but they'll cover it up and make it look like a death by natural causes.
And I'm sure if he should pass away, for some reason, you would call and claim a hit, right?
I'd just be celebrating, that's all.
Oh, God. See, I'd be celebrating. That's terrible. So you tried to find a way around the political assassination thing. And
Oh, no. I truly believe this. I truly believe this. I think he will become, it's so unnatural for him to become so depressed because he has an ego that doesn't allow him to become depressed.
But the fact that you would be overjoyed at something like that, come on.
I think the stock market would go up.
All right, I'll allow it. Prediction number 22 is officially recorded. Reluctantly, but officially recorded.
Thank you, Art.
I'll see you later. That's the kind of thing I'm trying to avoid. President Bush gets depressed with suicide. It would be all right, except for her joy. Now, why does anybody even run for the presidency anymore? Everybody hates the president. The way it works is, I was not. I didn't vote for George Bush, as you know, and so I was not a George Bush guy. But all in all, he's done all right. He's faced some pretty tough challenges, and he's not been that bad a president, from my point of view. So you couldn't say a negative word about George Bush when he was first elected. My God, was he popular, right? Out of war, worked out great, seemingly, in the beginning. Very popular. And now, toward the end of his presidency, he is one of the most hated figures in the whole world. Why does anybody run for the presidency anymore? Every little thing they ever did is going to be, they're going to dig into it. They're just going to... Why does anybody run? Why? Let's go to, well, let's see. How about Torin, I guess, in Olympia, Washington? You are on the air without a lot of time.
Alrighty, I'll make it short. Art, welcome back.
Thank you.
Prediction number 20 kind of took mine, but my prediction was just a limited nuclear exchange.
Oh, really?
Yeah, between two nations. I'm not going to specify which one because I don't want to be that specific, but I just have this ungodly, horrible feeling that
so do I.
That there's going to be a limited nuclear exchange in 2007.
God, I hope you're wrong.
So do I.
But you could be so right. All right, it is officially recorded as prediction number 23, and I hope to heck you're wrong, but I have this awful feeling that terrorism is eventually, somebody's going to succeed in getting through, and I don't know, I hope not. Agencies keep doing a good job. I'm Art Bell. Here I am indeed. Hi, everybody. We are doing official predictions from all of you for the year coming up 2007. And it's coming quickly. Now, once again, please dig into your psychic center and do the very best you can. Don't give me wishes, hopes, and I think I just got one of those, even though she said no. That's not what I want. I want a real, honest prediction that comes from somewhere inside of you, all right? The joy in her voice was just a little much for me. Now, one per customer only, one prediction only. No assassination prediction. She got around that one, too, somehow. And let's see, what else? Let's review a few more while we have an opportunity just before the break. Yes, guys, I'll do the break. So, all right, here we go. A caller from Montreal, number 26, said Iran moves its nuclear refinement activities to Russia. That is a bonk, as far as I know. Remember, help me out if I'm wrong. 27, Brian from Texas, Canada will put nanotechnology in its food exports to the U.S. That could almost be true, but he goes on to say it will cause our demise. Well, it hasn't done that yet, so bonk. And number 28, in January 2006, an unprecedented blizzard will occur in the northeast U.S. Now, I'm giving that a tentative ding. I think there was a giant blizzard that I recall. So I think that is correct. 29, Ken from Idaho, George Bush will resign amid impeachment proceedings. Well, they tried some proceedings and it didn't work. That's a bonk, Ken, sorry. Number 30, scientists will unlock the immortality gene. Sadly, that's a bonk, but they're working on it. 31, Jack from Colorado, Pope Benedict to assert the Catholic Church as a strong political force. I don't think any stronger than it has been. That's a tentative bonk. Matt from Iowa. President Bush begins hinting at an exit strategy for Iraq. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Keith from Ontario said, number 33, that a female celebrity will encounter her stalker and she subsequently will be murdered. Now, I think that's a bonk, but again, feel free to correct me. 34, Roger from California. No high-profile psychic will win Randy's $1 million challenge. Ha, ha, ha. That's a ding. It's a definite ding, 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 ding. 35, Ted from Australia. Northern Australia to be hit by fierce storms. I'm not sure about that one. I'm going to give it a tentative bonk. 36, Adam from Massachusetts said cell phones are discovered to cause brain damage and cancer. Government issues something akin to a Surgeon General's warning about cell phones. Bonk. Now, there are certainly those who feel that is an issue, but we didn't get any warning. 37, Terry from California, a 7+ earthquake in San Francisco causes a chain reaction of earthquakes throughout California. New fault lines discovered, thankfully. Bonk. Number 38, Rick from Tennessee. A giant flock of bats will invade the southern U.S. via Mexico. God, I heard something about that. I'm going to give that a tentative ding. There was something about that. Number 39, Bob from Colorado. Psychic communities online will either come together or tear each other apart. Psychic warfare possible. I don't know what to do with that one. I'm going to bonk it. I could be wrong. Jason from Canada with number 40, a ghost ship or otherwise unknown vessel will be discovered in the ocean. Again, a tentative bonk. You all correct me if I'm wrong on any of these. I'll try and check the past blasts as we go along. In a moment, we return with more of your predictions for 2007. During the break, my board op said, hey, do you think your wife will miss eating balut? You know what that is, right? The partially formed duck or chicken in the egg, considered more delicious if it has crunch, feathers, little bones. Yuck. And I said, yes, and I don't care. So, having said this, probably now somebody will send her balut. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. We're about to dive into more, not about to, we'll just do it right now. First time caller line, Drew in San Antonio, you're on the air.
Yeah, hey Art, how are you?
Okay.
Well, this is Drew, and I believe that swampland in Florida is going to skyrocket in price because oil is going to rise, and I'm an insider in oil, being an evil Republican in Texas. I sell oil and gas, and oil is going to go to $160 a barrel. And the wind energy harnessed from hurricanes rushing through Florida is going to cause the price of swampland in Florida to skyrocket.
Are you sure that you don't own swampland in Florida and you're trying to drive the price up?
I haven't purchased it yet. I'm buying it in San Antonio because it's pretty cheap. But swampland in Florida, unfortunately owned by parks mostly. But if someone knows how to do it, I'd certainly like to profit from it. Also, submarines will go out to the seas and harness energy that way too.
No. That's another prediction. I can only take one, Drew. Thank you very much for the call and take care. That's a rule. One prediction per caller. Well, price of oil probably will go back up. I don't know that swampland will go up. Wasn't there an old joke about swampland in Florida? Some sort. First time caller line, Jason in the high desert. Hi.
Hi, Art. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you and the train behind you.
Sorry about that. We're fanatics down here about that train. I hardly hear it. Hey, welcome back to High Desert. We're glad to have you home.
Thank you.
My prediction for this coming year is that HARP is going to announce a potential defense for incoming objects as asteroids and comets and the like.
You hardly hear that train?
Is that better?
Yes, that's better. But that train was coming through full. How could you miss it?
Well, it runs right through my living room, so it's there so often I hardly even hear the damn thing anymore.
I see. All right. So HARP turns out to be a defense against missiles.
Well, that's something they're going to announce. It's a potential that they're going to announce a potential defense.
Well, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that DARPA has hold of this because they have recognized it has strategic value. So you could be exactly right.
So against, say, a 2-mile comet or asteroid, something big, not just regular missile defense or knocking down aircraft or anything of that nature.
I hear you. Okay, buddy. Recorded as prediction number 25.
Number 25, lucky 25.
Yeah, there you go. All right, good luck. And again, please take the time, folks, to not just rattle something off, but really think it through. And think whether, well, I guess I can't say think whether your prediction is logical, because a lot of illogical things seem to occur in the world. But do try to have it be something that has come to you from your psychic center, if possible. West of the Rockies to Cole in Moses Lake, Washington. Hey.
Hi, Art. Welcome home. Best wishes for a wonderful 2007 to you and Aaron. And
thank you.
Recognizing the loss of Ramona, I think it's wonderful that you have those connections both directions.
Thank you.
And that one caller earlier said something, I have more than one, about welcome home and what it is about that you, I don't know, why do people say that? Well, you're responsible for creating the national treasure. I think it's, and the people that you have as your other hosts with George and Ian and the guests like Richard Hoagland and others, too numerous to mention. You've created just a fantastic, not only in entertainment, but educational and spiritual, just a...
Well, I agree with all that. My only point was, Rush frequently says, it matters not where I am, but that I'm here, meaning on the radio.
Right.
But in this case, in my case, it does matter, and people are upset that if I'm not in the high desert, they're upset.
Well, it's part of the mystique, I guess, that's been
I guess.
And, you know, the Kingdom of Nye, and I've listened to you for years. Sometime I hope you do a program, maybe you already have, about the history and the creation of the program. That would be interesting to me anyway.
I may do that. I've been doing it so long now that maybe that would be an appropriate thing to do at some point. Okay, your prediction is going to be number 26. What is it, my friend?
Well, I believe that, at least to my knowledge, we haven't had anybody that's really picked up the slack since the loss of Jacques Cousteau. There's been attempts, and I forget the crocodile guy's name, I'm sorry, but he's had a good run at it. But Jacques Cousteau was pretty unique, too, I thought. And I think that whoever steps forward now with this revelation about the whales that beach themselves, you hear about they're lost and they're confused, but actually I think it's just our impatience as, in mankind, that we're just not giving them enough of a chance to get back on land where they belong, because they are a mammal, and we keep dragging them back, and we don't let them grow any legs.
So you think whales really want to come on land, and we're making a mistake by helping them back into the water?
Well, I know it's a little lighthearted, probably, as compared to some of the more morose predictions that have been made. But
no, actually, I'm going to put your prediction down as predicting a new Jacques Cousteau.
Right.
Okay?
Great. Keep up the great work. God bless you.
Thank you very much, and God bless you as well. Okay, let's see where to go. I should look at these times and try and react to the people who have been waiting. Wildcard line 4, Rob in Pennsylvania, you're on the air.
Hey, welcome home and Happy New Year's.
Thank you.
I'm going to make my prediction, then I'm going to make a challenge or a request, whichever way you want to look at it, okay? Which kind of ties in with my prediction a little bit.
Okay.
I think this year that the 9/11 Truth Movement is going to pretty much kind of blow up into the mainstream, but...
That's already happened.
Yeah, I mean, Fox News is 41%, but I'm talking like sort of the way that we think about the JFK conspiracy, where everybody kind of knows there's more to it, even if they disagree on the hows and what, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the way it's going to happen is either through the release of a video. You know, CNN kind of has to sue to get the Pentagon videos, and they never show a plane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I personally believe Flight 77 hit, but a lot of people don't believe that. I think it's either going to be that or a high-level government whistleblower. And my feeling on that, it might be Rumsfeld. Because if you look at, since he kind of got booted out, and they said it was kind of in a disrespectful way, have you seen some of the comments he's made?
Some, yes.
Little things here and there where you can kind of see where, I could see him making a comment, say, even that where it gets released in like a European newspaper, and then it kind of gains steam over here, that sort of thing, that kind of gets it out.
Well, I guess you know how I feel about that.
Well, that kind of leads into my my second point.
Sure.
No, I've heard when you had Ben Shirkoff on the show, and I think that I mean, for people that have read the article on the Popular Mechanics book, I mean, a lot of that is coming to question, certainly. My challenge to you is to have Alex Jones on the show, have an open debate, which you've always been able to do, whether you agree or not.
But Alex Jones has been on many times.
Yeah, with George, who's more sympathetic to his views. I mean, I'd like to see even say Jim Mars, who wrote a great book, The Terror Conspiracy. I mean, have somebody on that knows what they're talking about in that subject, that, I mean, you could kind of see eye to eye on, even if you disagree, and have an open-air debate, and then see what happens. Because, I mean, there's so much out there. I mean, a lot of it is garbage, obviously. Like the Larry Silverstein comment was taken way out of context, I believe. But, I mean, there's so much information and questions out there, I think it should at least be talked about.
Yeah.
With you. You know what I'm saying? It's a different show than you do than George does.
Yeah, we do different programs. All right, Rob. Look, I'll say this: if I don't for one second think that the United States orchestrated its own demise with regard to 9/11, and if I really believed that it did, I couldn't live in this country. If I thought the United States killed its own citizens in a terror attack on itself, and I don't for one second believe this, I don't know that I could be an American anymore. And frankly, I wonder how a lot of the people who do firmly believe that can feel that way. It's so out in total left field for me. I mean, I saw the planes. Yes, I know the controversy about not so much near the Pentagon, but it was near total disintegration. And there were plenty of plane parts found. We know it was a plane. If it didn't hit that, where the hell did that plane go? Now, I don't want to get into a big debate tonight about the 9/11 so-called truth movement. I think the truth of 9/11 is self-evident. However, I'm not against looking into it further in one way or another. I don't know the appropriate way to do that. It actually, to be honest with you, it makes me angry. Not as angry as I would be if they would turn out in some way, any way at all, even if it was nothing more than the United States government in any way at all being complicit in an action, that it would tear my heart out. Literally, it would tear my heart out. So I guess for now, that's all I'll say about that. Let's go east of the Rockies to Pete in Cleveland. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. Good to talk to you.
And to you, sir.
All right. My prediction is that George Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees, will step down due to illness and turn it over to his son-in-law, Hal.
Really?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at him, he's wearing down. He was sick last spring, and this is all going to get to him, and he's going to step down.
Okay, that is now officially recorded as number 28. That would sort of be the end of an era, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's sure going to be terrible. I mean, as much as everybody complains about him, it'd be a shame to see him go. He's good for baseball.
It's funny. People complain about people while they're doing what they're doing, and then when they're gone, all the opinions change.
They certainly do, and it happens all the time. If you will just watch anything going around you, it happens.
All right, 28. Prediction 28. Hope it doesn't happen.
That's right. Thank you, Art.
Take care. And I do appreciate for the most part, the quality of the predictions that we're getting tonight. They're pretty good. Wild card line, Susan in Florida, your turn.
Oh, hi there, Art.
Hi.
I am also glad that you're back home. We really missed you, and even though, like you say, you really didn't go away on the radio, but we still missed you. It was like part of us was over there with you.
Boy, did I find that out. Yikes.
We're all connected. It's that, that quantum physics thing, I think. Anyway, my prediction is, it's kind of strange, but I think that generally 2007 is going to be the year of the heavens. 2007, the year of the heavens. And one prediction concerning that, I see fireballs coming down on the earth. And I don't know what they are. I don't know what kind of fireballs they are, but I don't know if they're weapons. I don't know if they're debris. I don't know if something's exploded, but...
Well, whatever they are, it doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
All right. It's very much actually like another caller's prediction that we would see things zooming from the skies.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's prediction number 29. Thank you. And 2007, the year of the heavens. Things, fireballs. She doesn't know if they're weapons or they're rocks. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Yes, indeed, here I am. I've got to tell you a funny Erin story. This one really is funny. I took her to a restaurant in Manila that served her for the first time in her entire life. Filipinos don't eat baked potatoes. And so I took her to an Americanized steakhouse in the Philippines. No, correction, it was in Hong Kong. That's where it was. And she ordered a baked potato with a steak. She didn't know what it was, but she ordered a baked potato. Oh my God, she went wild. It was the best thing that she ever tasted in her whole life. And she asked me, she said, if I go to the U.S., can I get baked potatoes? And I said, sure, no problem. We've got baked potatoes all over the place. Well, every single night since we've been back, I've taken her to one of our local restaurants, and if what she orders does not come with a baked potato, then she orders it a la carte. Now she has a plan tomorrow to make a baked potato in the microwave. Somebody, a gal at the store today, told her how she could do it in the microwave. So tomorrow is baked potato day. I mean, she has gone totally berserk for baked potatoes with sour cream and butter. She'll just start eating that and go, oh, boy, this is good. Boy, this is good. Boy, this is good. So, at her age, she has just discovered the world of baked potatoes. It's actually a riot. We're doing predictions for 2007. This is the annual stab at letting you, the listeners, not the professional psychics, they're all over the place, we'll have them, but this is you. All of you. I want a good year, and I've got a feeling we're on the way to it. Your predictions continue in a moment. Another kind of interesting, quick errand story, and that is, I took her into a casino here, and the casinos in the Philippines, well, let's put it this way. They don't have what we have here in Nevada called the Nevada Gaming Commission, and the casinos there, let's see, how can I put this without getting in trouble? You don't get quite the same odds there that you get here in Nevada, and things are watched very carefully. And so I walked in, I put $1 in a machine and walked out with $1.45, and she just couldn't believe it, that we actually pulled a handle and won something. Wild Card Line, Don, in Reno, Nevada, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. It's a real pleasure to talk with you during our interesting times.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, what I did, Art, is the caller earlier who said you were a national treasure. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Denmark had designated Victor Borge as a national treasure. I think we could do it for you.
I don't want to be designated a national treasure.
Okay, well, we'll just call you a good guy then.
Thank you.
You deserve it. I wrote mine down, so I'll read it to you if that's all right.
Fire away.
Okay, George Bush will veto a congressional act that designates election fraud as domestic treason. That's my prediction.
Wow. All right, I've got to boil this down. Bush vetoes...
Making election fraud domestic treason.
Is there such a bill underway?
No, but I think nationwide, because of the problems with electronic voting machines, it's kind of like an electronic jungle out there.
Uh-huh.
And I think, there's an opportunity now with the change in congressional power, and just an opportunity, but I think if it does go through, he'll veto it. I really believe that.
I'll say this. Thank you very much for the prediction. I'm kind of worried about, it's a general worry. I have no reason to be worried about all this electronic voting. but I'm concerned about it. Knowing what can be done with computers, knowing what hackers can do, I am a little bit worried about it. And I know a lot of people are a lot worried about it. And maybe there is some reason to be concerned about it. Anything that a computer can do, a good hacker can kind of undo. So, yeah, I've got a little concern about that. Let's go to Bill in Two Harbors, Minnesota.
Hi, Art.
Hi, Bill.
Glad to have you back, and it is an honor to talk to you, too. I'm calling from the mysterious North Shore up here in Minnesota, Two Harbors, and what I'm thinking about tonight is funny because the last, not the last caller, but the lady that called it 07 from heaven.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that a significant UFO event is going to happen next year that's going to be probably at an outdoor sporting event or something that's going to involve a large group of people. Possibly, there's going to be media there and possibly some sort of a government or political function of some sort that will be held outdoors where it's going to be something that's going to be real hard to avoid or real hard to say.
You know, having said that, that would be such an interesting thing if, pick on the Super Bowl, why not? If a UFO buzzed the Super Bowl and all the networks got, close-up shots of it and there was no question about it, how do you think this country, and in fact the world, would react?
Well, I think it'd be pretty tough to slide that one under the rug, and say,
To swamp gas it, yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's just so many times you can do that. And I just think that with the way things are going right now, I mean, I'm in the process of working on a book, and it involves UFO phenomena as well.
Now wait a minute. Is this a real prediction from your psychic center, sir, or is it a book promotion?
Well, no, it's not intended to be a book promotion, but it would be a great opportunity. I really think that something like this is really in the offing. I mean, there's so many things going on.
It wouldn't happen to be the subject of your book, would it?
Well, it's not specifically. The name of the book is The Mysterious North Shore.
Okay.
But anyway, it's not the only thing. I'm covering all kinds of phenomena, but this one is so big, and the more that we go into it, there's so much information here, and so many sightings up here, and so many reports. And we talked to a deputy sheriff tonight that is willing to go on the record, give his name, of seeing something as big as a jet airliner, right over his head back in the 70s, and his life,
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, with the exception of South America, where there's been all kinds of things going on. Your area has been a hot spot for quite a while now, no question about it.
Yeah. I'm glad that somebody else is noticing that, because it goes back a ways too, up here.
It sure does.
Yeah, I really feel like something like this is really kind of inevitable in a way. I mean, I'm not a dyed-in-the-wool, we're being visited by aliens daily, and I don't know about a lot of things to do with that. But the more I look into it, the more I realize this is a real thing. There's something out there.
Okay, well, it's been recorded as prediction number 31. Thank you very much. God, wouldn't that be something if a big triangle or a big saucer were to overfly a big event and the network cameras irresistibly would focus on it, thinking it was part of the celebration, no doubt. And my God, what would happen? What would happen? What would the populace do when it was undeniable, when the government had no choice, and we had good, clear shots of it? I mean, a lot of times, the big playoff games that we're about to have, and the Super Bowl, they focused, for example, on the moon. You get the most beautiful shot of the moon. Well, if something came overhead, the networks would think it was part of the celebration, and they would get a great shot of it. No question about it. All right, let's go to another wild card line. Rosemary in Newport Beach. Hi.
Hi, Art. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And bless you and your precious wife. You keep us so entertained with stories about Aaron and your new cat, Dolly.
Well, I just talk about my life. I've always done that. I guess I can't help it.
Well, here's the thing. This isn't a psychic prediction, but I'm a believer. I'm a Christian, and this is probably not one of the most favorite things I've ever said. And I'm a first-time caller. And my daughter discovered you about 11 years ago on the radio.
No, wait a minute. Why? Wait. I want to stop you. You said you're a Christian, so it's not a psychic prediction. Why can you not be a Christian and have a psychic prediction?
Well, you know what I would use? That's probably the wrong term. What I would use rather would be a revelation, something that the Lord showed me. Okay, so it's a matter of semantics. Okay, so it's a revelation, I believe, from the Lord, and it's a hard one, and with all my heart, I pray it doesn't come to happen. But I thought, I've never called. I've only listened, and frankly, I want to tell you this, too. I think that it's absolutely important that you and Aaron are here geographically for whatever reasons the Lord has for that as well. I think there's just so much about you two being here and your precious baby on the way. And I don't know if it's a girl or a boy. My tendency is it's a girl, so I hope I'm not spoiling anything. But
well, we have picked out a name for a girl. If it's a girl, her name is going to be Asia.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Anyway, that said, let's have your prediction.
Okay, Art. And to all your listeners, this is not something I would never in a million years want to see happen, but I think that there is going to be a total economic collapse in the United States of America, and I think that it's because of the devaluation of the dollar, as well as China switching over to the euro, the Middle East switching over to the euro, and the events of the world in general, the things that are going on in the Middle East and with Iran. And I disagree with one of your earlier callers. I don't think Russia would be part of the thing against Israel. I think that Russia would probably front Syria and Iran to attack Israel.
Okay. Well, an economic collapse is...
Yeah, total economic collapse and money being worth nothing. Our money being worth nothing. And 401ks, it wipes out it's like the 1929 the stock exchange. And my dad grew up shortly after, during that period, and it sort of knocks sense back into people, and it would be a huge tragedy, but at the same time, it might be a good place to reconnect with our roots, and I was thinking about Erin with her baked potatoes, and I thought they're so easy to grow, and you can get them at Wendy's for $1, and they're delicious.
They don't have baked potatoes in the
Oh, no, you gotta go to Wendy's, they make great baked potatoes, and also you can barbecue them. They're awesome barbecued in tin foil.
Yes.
She will flip out, and you know what? Part of that is hormonal because she's craving complex carbohydrates. Your body craves the right things. And I thought, so I'm sitting here not only praying for Erin and giving you this dire, horrible thing, but I thought, I love her. I love her. I can see this little Eskimo running around in a Gore-Tex coat.
I'll tell you, I'll take a picture of her in that coat. It's a riot. I've got to go, dear. I'm out of time, but I'll take a picture of her. It is a riot. She looks like a little Eskimo girl, and, she constantly is commenting, oh, it's cold, it's cold, it's cold. And when we got here, as I mentioned, we had 55, 60-mile-an-hour winds with temperatures in the 20s, and the wind chill factor must have been 0 or below. What a greeting to the United States. Now, of course, that's all stopped. It's calm now. And quite nice in the middle of our short days at this time of the year. The desert warms up quite nicely. So she's finally received kind of a different view of things. But that first day, can you imagine coming from a country where you always have temperatures in the high 80s, you always have humidity hovering around 100%. Can you imagine walking into that and what you would think? West of the Rockies, Ron in Las Vegas, just over the hill, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I mentioned to your screener, many, many years ago, I was told about 07 and the name Valen going with it in a vision while I was waking up. I was living on Paradise Road at the time in Vegas. And I believe next year, 07, is going to be the year that Nostradamus predicted would happen when Asia, my guess is it's going to be North Korea, attacks Russia and the United States at the same time with nuclear weapons. I believe that Vladivostok, the Russian naval marine base or naval submarine base, is going to be attacked at the same time that our Alaskan oil field and Nome, Alaska is hit. And I think
they'd have to be completely, totally, sir, they'd have to be out of their minds.
No, they're still at war with the United Nations, and everybody has forgotten that.
Yeah, but...
No, they're at war.
Well, there is a but, sir.
Okay, I'll listen.
But if they did that, we would turn them to ash with the help of the Russians.
Well, I believe it's going to happen. That's all. You asked for predictions, and
I'm recording
this for many, many years, and I just believe that 07 is the year that that's going to happen, and very well, Sadr disappears from Iraq, reappears in Iran. Well, he disappears from Iraq. He'll be in Iran, and then he reappears in France with his whole militia. All this, I believe,
I'm going to make a deal. Ron?
Yeah?
I'm going to make a deal with you. Sure. You hit this prediction, and I will have you on for a whole show.
So I hope I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong, too. But as I said, you hit it, and we will do an entire program together. North Korea may be crazy. To attack the U.S. would be crazy. To attack the U.S. and Russia at the same time, the two countries that hold more nuclear weapons than any other countries in the world, would be total, instant, absolute suicide. We would turn that country into glass with the help of the Russians. And finally, we'd get to use those nuclear weapons that we've been stockpiling, as have the Russians. And so I suppose we wouldn't have to tear so many down. I mean, we would just simply turn them to dust. So I have this strong feeling that that just can't happen. You never know. Wild card line for Jim in Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania?
That's me.
Sinking Spring, actually. Why that name?
Now, there's actually a creek that runs through the town, and the spring sinks periodically. And the creek runs dry, and then it comes back up again, and the creek starts to run. It's an old Indian name.
I'll be darned. All right.
Yeah, right on the edge of the Amish country.
Yes, sir.
Well, anyway, first of all, I want to join the chorus of your previous callers who have welcomed you home.
Thank you.
And it's good to hear you back in the high desert.
Well, it
in
is
any
good to be
event,
back.
Art, I have another one of those. I hope it doesn't come through predictions, but I have to call them as I see them.
Sure.
I believe that this coming year there's going to be a volcanic catastrophe in the Caribbean. And I'm seeing the island of Montserrat, and I believe this is going to be something of the magnitude of Krakatoa.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'm really hoping it doesn't happen. The geological ramifications of something like that would be just, well, you know.
I do.
And
I sure do.
I really hope it doesn't happen. But there's so much going on geologically in the Caribbean that I just see this happening.
All right. Well, I'm knock on my pressed wood here. I hope it doesn't happen, but your prediction is now officially recorded.
Okay, and give me a knock on your pressed wood too, please.
I'll do that. You take care. As usual, predictions tend to be on the dark side. Having come just from a country where there was a whole lot of shaking going on, there were... How many typhoons did we have? It was sort of the Typhoon of the Week Club. And, of course, we had volcanoes going on. I mean, it was amazing living amongst all that. It really was. The shake and bake syndrome. Southeast Asia is full of that. So the high desert does, by comparison, seem rather calm, save that first day of 60-mile-an-hour winds. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell with predictions for 2007. Indeed. Here I am. Hi, everybody. A lot of people are asking me why I came back from the Philippines. And that's sort of a multiple-part answer, and I'll just do it very quickly. I guess the primary thing was the recirculation, and in fact the republication of that godforsaken Filipino hate letter that somebody attributed to me years ago. Some jerk went to the UCSD library and sent it out in my name down there. And that circulated around the world, was even published in a newspaper while I was there, and there was some danger from that. So that was one, and the other is that, of course, as you know, we have a child on the way, and so we might well be the target of who knows what as a result of that letter. That's our primary motivation. Secondarily, our child will be born here in the U.S., would have been a citizen either way, just would have been a lot more paperwork the other way. So there you have it. That was pretty much it. Aaron was not really dying to come to the U.S., and however, there were things motivating us, and those chiefly were the things. And, of course, might I say that I missed ham radio. I missed my antennas, and as you know, I had a... Anyway, so, I'm, sort of a multitude of things with that damn letter at the head of the list. All right, we're going to do more predictions only tonight and tomorrow night. Only those predictions made on the air, so I'm going to get to as many as I can. More coming in a moment. And I want to emphasize that all of that said, I love the Philippines. I love the Filipino people. And, obviously, after we have the baby and things calm down a bit, we'll take the baby back and show the family and all of that. So, we've got the ability now to be in two places. But it looks as though, we'll be here for a year or so at least, and then go back and visit. But we're probably here. It's kind of looking that way. And I'll let you know more as, time goes on. I mean, life is a fluid thing. Let's go to Chris in St. Louis. Chris, you're on the air.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And to your wife.
Thank you.
My prediction, the United States will get the Panama Canal back from China. Not, it'll be on time terms, nothing bad.
Well, if I understand it correctly, I think Panama actually owns the canal, but China sort of runs it under contract or something?
Correct.
Right.
But the United States will gain majority of control over it again.
Do you believe that we will take it back?
No, nothing severe. They'll just give it back to us. Nothing.
Maybe Panama will not like the way China's been running it.
Something like that, but I can't, focus in on that too much of it.
Got it. No, that's a good prediction. That's right along the lines of the kind of prediction I want. Right on. It's number 35.
Yeah, good. Okay. Happy New Year to you and your wife.
And a very happy New Year to you. I wish, now of course I'm going to be here on the air on New Year's Eve. I kind of wish I would have the opportunity to take Aaron into Las Vegas and see the madness, the wildness that goes on in Las Vegas on New Year's Eve. But instead, we will be here with all of you. It should be quite a night indeed. All right, east of the Rockies is Dottie in Missouri.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'll get right to my prediction.
Okay.
You're going to have a boy.
Really?
Yes, and it's going to be birthed by cesarean section.
And I can see why you're guessing that.
I'm not guessing. And I see a previous caller thought you were going to have a girl, and then you said you picked out the name of Asia.
Right.
Is that for a girl or for a boy?
That's for a girl.
For a girl. Well, I told the screener before I ever heard any of what I've already said that the child's initials would be A.B.
That is correct.
And,
well, I'll tell you, Aaron is 4 feet 8 inches tall. So,
he is tiny.
Yes, and I'm 6 feet tall. So, a prediction of a C-section.
Keep her away from those baked potatoes with butter.
There's no way to do that, I can assure you. It's like she has discovered a food that she has fallen in love with, and I cannot take her to a restaurant without the first item being, can I get a baked potato here?
The first time I was in the Philippines, I made potato salad for everyone, and it was a real hit. So you might try her on potato salad too.
I might try her, but this baked potato with with sour cream and butter has just got her.
Yeah, but as she gets further along in her pregnancy, you better stay away from the potato.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, thank you very much. And a prediction of a boy, well, it'll be love no matter what it is. And let's move on to Harlan. I'm trying to get as many as I can. Harlan in Del Rio, Texas, you're on the air, bud.
Hey, Art, listening to you on my CC radio.
Yes, sir. Aren't they great?
Yeah, I love it, except I get in mode. I'm highly psychokinetic, and the liquid crystal display goes out on it.
Oh.
I used to electrocute myself a lot when I was a kid, and then later on in life, I started working around these high energy ignitions on outboards. They pack out like 80,000 volts capacitor discharge, and been shocked plenty of times by that. And like stun gun voltage, they used to slobbering a little bit.
So I've done myself some number of times in my life, sir.
Yeah, and I used to put my hands, my face on the TV, the old style TVs when you turned them off, do handcraft. But I get in mode and clocks quit working. I can't wear a watch, or the radio will come on, or just anything electrical around me just starts acting weird. But my room's real dark. When I climb out of my bed, I leave like this low glow blue aura or sparkly follow.
Well, I wouldn't let you anywhere near my equipment. That's for sure. All right.
My old boss lady, she forbid me to get next to her.
I fully understand that. All right. Prediction number 37, sir. It is what?
Okay. I visualize, I'm into astroplaning, and I visualize the corner of your house. And I see 6 feet from the corner, I see a books on one side, a small table with a lamp on the right side by a window, thick wall, light colored. Anyway, between the first and the third, next time you go to use that lamp, the light bulb's going to blow out.
Okay, I need so that is your prediction, a blown light bulb?
Yeah, I'm going to burn out the light bulb by concentrating on it.
Well, that's you're going to do that to me?
Well, just to show you I can do it. I can do a couple in a row.
No, thank you.
No.
All right, prediction number 37
different
is...
prediction.
No, I'll take that one. Only one prediction per person, and I didn't even like that one. I'm gonna blow out my light bulbs. Boy, people. Let's make it all the way to Tennessee, and Jack. You're on the air, Jack.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
How's everything?
Pretty well, thank you. I'm still adjusting from a trip around the world here.
Well, it doesn't really matter to me where you are. I'm just glad you're enjoying life.
There you go.
My prediction, some folks have mentioned the weakening dollar earlier, but let's get smaller than that. Talk about pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters. In 2007, it will reach critical mass that those coins are good investments.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You mean the metal in them will be worth more than the face value of the coin?
Exactly.
That's very interesting. That's a very interesting prediction.
Well, it happened in the early 50s and 60s. Silver got more valuable than the content of the coin, you know.
Yeah.
It'll happen again.
Very, very, very interesting prediction. Recorded as number 38, and I thank you for that. That's very interesting. I wonder if that really could happen. I guess it could, huh? Let's go west of the Rockies to a neighbor. It's Richard in Las Vegas.
Hi, Art. Happy New Year to you, your wife, and your whole family. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
There's been a void in that area of Pahrump. You could see, like, the pyramid. Everything was like the Twilight Zone. And now that piece of the puzzle is back in place. Welcome home.
Thank you.
My prediction, it's funny you just had the number 38, because there's like the quarters are all zinc. They're practically worthless unless you get proof set. My prediction is that the U.S. Treasury will actually change or do away with denominations of either notes or coins to save money, to get us to buy more, and to keep a different flow in the economy than what we have now.
You know, it's interesting because how long do you think they're going to keep making the penny?
Well, I think that's almost on its way out, and that's very close. And they're going to start making presidential dollars, but I don't know in coins. But I don't know if those are going to be for the general public or just for the collector.
Very, very interesting prediction, and it sort of goes with the last one. So maybe you guys are on to something.
Yes, buy proof. Don't buy usual silver. It's not silver. You got to get proof.
Got it. Thanks, Richard. You know, in the Philippines, they have, of course, pesos, and then the smallest denomination, I believe, is 25 centavos. And 25 centavos is a quarter of a peso, bearing in mind that there are roughly 50 pesos to the dollar. A centavo, even as poor as the Philippines is, and it's a very poor country, with very happy people, a conundrum, people might not reach down and pick up 25 centavos, which is, again, a quarter of a peso. So you can kind of work that value out in your mind. Paula in Kansas, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I had a dream a couple of nights ago about reptilians that I was just fascinated with. I believe that the reptilians are going to surface to claim those that are walking the earth that are not aware that they're reptilians.
So when you say surface, do you mean they will come up from beneath the earth?
Yes.
God, what a wonderful horror movie that would make.
Because the dream that I had, I was being cradled as a child would cradle a doll, and I was being told that it won't be much longer, you will be back with us. And then the following night, I had another reptilian dream that I was on a cruise ship at a fantastic party, great seafood buffet, and once the party started dwindling down, the one guy that was the most popular said, okay, I'm ready to go home. Come on, let's go. And just shed his skin and his reptilian standing there and showed me how to do the same thing, and we went off the side of the ship.
Oh, brother. That's really something. All right, it is officially recorded as prediction number 40, and I certainly hope you're wrong. The last thing I would want to see, you ever watch those undead movies? You know, when people are suddenly coming alive, and they're making a lot of undead movies. They're actually sort of, in a weird, bizarre way, enjoyable to watch. But I don't want any of either the undead nor reptilians crawling up from under the earth. Thank you very much. Yuck. Let's go to Gary in Connecticut, east of the Rockies. You're on the air.
Art, great show as usual, and you're closing out the year with a tremendous show tonight, tomorrow, with these predictions. I love it. I love it, Art.
Well, I really liked it. You know, it's a little different to allow the average person, and we have many average, very psychic people out there, instead of having the usual lineup of psychics on the air to do predictions, let all of you do it.
Right. And first of all, I'd like to let you know that you are a big hit, not only with ham radio, but shortwave radio is a big hit with Art Bell. You have a lot of fans. If you ever go to the website, therightperspective.com, you are the biggest hit on that website from all your fans. It's like a fan website.
Thank you. No, please. Okay. Your prediction is?
Yes, I have a prediction. America in 2007 will have at least 50 million illegal aliens in it. That'll be the official count. They're holding the number down, and they're gradually escalating that number because they don't want the American people, to be overwhelmed. We live right now in a giant refugee camp. That's what the United States has become, Art. It's unfortunate. I mean, the whole world is coming here because of the technology. It's actually a high-tech refugee camp. That's the
I do agree that we've damn well got to control our borders. I don't know what it's going to take. The amount of money that we're spending in Iraq right now could completely cover our borders, probably several times over. I don't know why we can't do it. There's nothing wrong with having, for example, farm workers come to the U.S. We need that work, and we can provide for that. But otherwise, why not secure our borders so people can't walk across? Come on now.
The problem is the people, like the President of the United States, he can't say it, but he actually doesn't believe in borders. If you really listen to the way he talks, it's like, hey, anyone who can get in, you're in. And you got to realize, too, what? I mean, you know, you're a smart guy. People in America have visas. Their visas expire. That's how they get in here. And I notice our trade policies, when we make a trade agreement, we always seem to absorb about 20 to 30% of that country's population. Folks, that's also part of the trade agreement. And as these visas expire, these people aren't leaving. We can't absorb this no more. We have to have massive deportations. Without that, folks, this country, this great country, is finished.
All right, massive deportations? I don't know. I suppose if somebody is found to be illegally here, they darn well ought to be deported. What we have instead of that is massive forgiveness. In other words, if you manage to remain here long enough illegally, you are forgiven and made into a citizen. And every time they do it, and it's been a cyclic thing, they say, this will be the last time we're going to do this, and after this we're going to crack down on the border, and they never do. And then later they just do the same thing all over again. I would think if our government is as concerned about terrorism as they claim to be, that what they would do is spend some fairly serious money, and we have fairly serious money, on securing our borders, both north and south. And if we don't do that, we're going to find out that some horrible, horrible terrorist incident has occurred because somebody has walked across the border, or they put something awful in a big rig that has come driving across one of the borders and then exploded or aerosoled us to death. I mean, something like that is eventually going to happen, and it could be prevented by something as simple as securing our borders. Why is that wrong? What is wrong with that? We don't have to stop the farm workers. It's turning into a little speech, I suppose. We need them. They do a lot of very needed labor for America, and it's just fine. But they can be monitored, controlled, and when the work is done, they go home. Why can't we do that? I'm Art Bell. Yes, here I am. All right, last year was not a good year for predictions. We've had many good years, but last year, I think people were affected by the tsunami and had other things on their mind. I'm going to, before the break, read a few more from last year. Pope Benedict will not be Pope by the end of 2006, one way or the other. Tom from New Jersey, number 42. Suitcase nuke detonates inside St. Patrick's Cathedral in late July. Good Lord, bonk. 43, George Bush will be out of office between January 31 and May 15, 2006. He'll move on to a new job. Bonk. Caller from Alberta, Canada. Group will help Saddam Hussein escape from custody and or kill him. Well, he's dead, but not by a group. Bonk. 45, Chris from California. Iran and Israel go to war. Bonk. Bad. 46, caller from Texas. A cultural revolution. Baby boomers will revolt against youth culture. Now, that one I'm going to kind of ding, ding, ding. That has gone on. 47, Gene from Texas. Mississippi River Valley to experience a major flood. I think that's a bonk. 48, caller from Toronto. One world government comes to power via faked UFO attack. A lot of people have said that. Bonk. Number 49, Bob from Arizona. Suitcase nuke detonates in downtown Phoenix. Oh, God, bonk. 50, Raw from Florida. Genetic testing will prove that Prince Harry is not the son of Prince Charles. And I believe that is also a bonk. So that was just a bunch of bonks. Back to your predictions for the coming year in a moment. Not to be concerned, if you do not get in with your official prediction tonight, you certainly will have another opportunity tomorrow night. Roger in Omaha, Nebraska, you're on the air.
Art, welcome back. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay, I was going to mention something about Bill O'Reilly, but I'm not going to because I have a much stronger psychic prediction that I want to mention to you. I believe the Sean Benet Ramsey case will finally be solved, and there's going to be shocking revelations from Mr. Ramsey that's going to shock the world, and it's about Patsy Ramsey.
Okay. Officially now recorded as prediction 42.
That's all I want to say, and I want to get off the line so a lot of other people can get in.
Thank you very much. And yes, we're trying to get as many as we can. Wildcard line, John in Milwaukee.
Hey, Art, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Due to record rainfall across the Midwest, there will be an intense mosquito infestation, so serious that the president will declare it an emergency area.
Really?
Yeah.
After record rainfall, okay. And it's going to be all across the Midwest?
Yeah.
That could actually happen. And it certainly would be a disaster.
Yeah.
All right. Officially recorded as 43.
Thanks, Art.
You're very welcome, and you have a good night and a Happy New Year. And Sherry in Shasta County, California, howdy.
Hi there. How are you doing tonight?
Just fine.
Great. Okay, my prediction is that I believe that the government is going to release information this year. They're going to release 2 reports, one in April, and it's going to lead to a major report, a major release, July 7th of 07, that they have proof that there was once intelligent life on other planets.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Any idea how they will have gathered this information?
Well, I think they already have it, but they're going to make a release next year, April, and then in July. And watch his face closely because you're going to see a lot of fear in his face, and you'll see that he's holding back a lot of truth because he's only allowed to release a small bit of information.
Huh. Well, I was just wondering if, for example, the Mars rovers gave us this, or... All right, officially recorded. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
And take care. I do like the way the predictions are going this night. These are pretty wild, interesting, and some of them certainly have, some chance of coming true. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello there. Bill, Utah.
Yes, this is Bill, and heading northbound in southern Utah. Welcome back, Art.
Thank you.
I have a prediction, Art. I'm a truck driver that I travel the western United States, and I travel a 15 corridor as well as I 5 corridor. And I have a prediction that this year we will see some of the Cascadian volcanoes come to life other than Mount St. Helens.
Right. A lot of people are on the lookout for that, and are kind of jittery every time there's a little rumbling.
Yeah, I grew up in Northern California around Mount Shasta, so that one, from Mount Lassen all the way up to Mount Baker, I still will see some of them come to life.
Okay, officially recorded as number 45.
Thank you, Art.
All right, thank you, and take care. See, there's no hanky-panky here. When you get to make a prediction on Coast to Coast AM on this particular program every year, there's no hanky-panky. There's no going back. If you get it right, you really get it right in front of millions. East of the Rockies, Mike in Nashville.
Hi, Art. Art, I wish you had stayed in the Philippines. I didn't want you to come back till next week. You blew my prediction.
Oh, I see. You thought I would be, your prediction would be that I was coming back in 07.
Yes, that's exactly right, and I thought about it a long time. But there was
all right, let me tell you how close you were. All right?
All right.
Once we got the okay, we got the visa and the immigration all done. We called, no, actually we went to Philippine Airlines, and we tried to book a flight in January. The first part of January. We actually thought it would be more intelligent to do that. And we went to the office, and guess what? There were all the flights into the middle of January coming back from the Philippines were full. And the reason for that is so many Filipinos who live elsewhere, mostly here in the U.S., go to visit their families for the holiday season, including Christmas and the New Year. And then, of course, as soon as New Year's is over, they fly home. So the only thing we could get was December 26th.
Well, at any rate, welcome back.
Thank you.
And my prediction is Walmart buy China.
Walmart buys China?
Yeah. No,
that's good humor, but you know it's not going to happen.
I had two predictions that I wanted to make, and I'm going to combine these. I'm going to say as a result of the San Diego Chargers winning the Super Bowl, that 2007 will be the year of a lot of mega mergers, mega corporate mergers.
Well, now, what does that have to do with the Chargers?
That's just a way to get two predictions in.
I see. Well, I see I'm not allowing it. What I'm going to do is I'm putting down the one I like about the Chargers.
My prediction, Art, is that 2007 will be a year of many mega mergers. And the automobile industry, the retail merchandising, and the communication business, I think there will be many things that will come together because of the bad year-end results of the predicted sales for the last fiscal quarter.
All right, I got it. Well, too bad for you, because I put down Chargers win Super Bowl. Now, there is an absolute rule here that you can only make one prediction. Trying to sneak two in isn't going to work. In fact, actually, he almost hit three with a Walmart buying China, which I'm sure at a great discount rate, too. All right, let's go to west of the Rockies. Lynn in Washington, you're on the air.
Art, a quick question before my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been a long-time listener to a talk show?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yes.
For like years?
Yes.
Well, then you probably can remember that you begin to feel, if you have a person who is open like you are, an announcer, that you begin to feel very close to that person after a while. They feel like your family.
I guess that happens. I don't know how not to be open.
Well, that's why everyone is saying that they're so glad to have you home, because it's like having your family come home from far away.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. My prediction is that this coming year, the phrase war on terror is going to be very quietly retired.
Really?
Yes.
Well, all right. I've got it officially recorded. That actually could happen, and it's in a lot of ways. It's the fact that we have apparently succeeded in stopping any other major attack after 9/11 is almost a worrisome thing for the war on terror and for the government itself. In other words, our alertness about all of this is going to begin to fade if it has not already begun to do so. And I really honestly attribute this to the fact that our agencies have stopped one hell of a lot of stuff would otherwise have occurred. And that's not to say that something will not happen, because I fear it will. I just think that as more and more time goes on, well, we all have pretty short memories. I'll just leave it at that. Wildcard line, Patton in Texas, you're on the air.
My prediction is that Al-Qaeda will next strike a Carnival cruise ship in the Caribbean. They will be Venezuelan agents of Al-Qaeda.
Okay, Al-Qaeda hits a cruise ship, and you think it'll be, and you're even predicting the one, huh?
Yes, it will go after a low-level cruise ship like Carnival.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you very, very much for the prediction. It is number 48. And if I hurry, we're going to make 50 or better. And I've got that one down. Boy, oh boy. That is a distinct possibility. I think that cruise lines, not just Carnival, but all of them are pretty much on the alert for a possible problem. They would, I suppose, be considered relatively soft targets compared to something in the continental U.S. All right, let me look at times here and go to the international line, and Pamela in Ontario.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I wish you all the blessings for you, your wife, and your little one for the new year.
Thank you.
And my prediction is, I had a dream a while back about an earthquake, and in the dream I was getting off an airplane, and an earthquake struck the minute my feet touched the ground. And I could tell, I was very, very sure that in the dream I was at the Los Angeles International Airport.
Really?
And so after that dream, I prayed because I wanted to know the date. So if it was really real, I could help people and warn them. And I got the date, March 7th, 2007.
Oh, my.
And
How, if I might ask, how did you get the date?
I read scripture, and there's a couple of scriptures in the book of Amos. Amos 1:1 and Amos 8:8. For anybody that studies the Bible, they can look up those two, and it does relate to an earthquake. But besides that, I have a tendency to, when I'm looking for something in the Bible, I'll open the book up right to something I'm looking for. It happens to me all the time. It's like a gift or something. And I opened the page to 377, which in my book was the King James, and it was the book of Proverbs. And I get a certain feeling when I know I'm right about something, and I prayed and prayed, and I kept getting the same thing. So 377.
Got it. All right. It is now officially recorded as prediction number 49. And let's see if any other poor people have been waiting not that long, but let's go to Craig in Idaho. Craig, you're on the air.
Hi, good morning, I should say. Yes.
Yes.
My prediction is that the United States will actually officially announce a trade union with Canada and Mexico, making a North American trade group, and that the U.S. dollar will become the basic currency for all three nations.
Well, you know what? We're eventually probably going to be forced into doing something like that. The rest of the world seems to be getting together in their hemispheres.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have to too.
Yeah, I know there's been some rumors that it's been going on in the background, but I think they'll actually come out and announce it as official.
It honestly wouldn't surprise me. We've got to remain competitive. And in order to do that, we've got to be as big as the other guy.
Absolutely.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we'll see what happens, but I think we are inevitably headed in that direction. Let's see, let's go to the east of the Rockies line and France and North Carolina.
Hi, Art. Good to have you back in the States.
Thank you.
My prediction is, do you remember when they found Jeffrey Dahmer and found all those bodies in his apartment?
Sure.
I believe that there's going to be another major serial killer that will be found somewhere in the U.S. with a lot of dead bodies either in or on his property.
We sure get an awful lot of TV shows about serial killers. I wonder how many serial killers there are compared to how many TV shows about them there are.
I don't know, but this is a big country, and there's still a lot of places that people can just sort of, hide out of the limelight. And but I think this is going to be the year that another one's going to be found with bodies hidden on and around his property.
It's the one thing I so cannot understand the serial killer thing.
No.
And cannibalism, my God.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. I've recorded it reluctantly as number 51. I hope it doesn't come true.
Me too.
Take care.
You too.
Right. Let's see if we can fit one more in. John in Bonnie Lake, Washington. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. My prediction is due to a dream and to just like an inner ear hearing, like a spiritual inner ear hearing that this year, 2007, our troops in the Mideast are going to be put upon by a huge surprise attack, and that there's an aircraft carrier and its units that are going to be obliterated by something that's called a sunburn missile that the Iranians have.
Wow.
And it's going to be a surprise attack.
Okay.
And it'll be soon.
You are, I think, the second person to mention the sunburst missile thing.
Yeah, well, when I saw the vision, I actually saw what looked like the sun come down to the water, and everything that was on the water in the aircraft carrier and all of its different destroyers and subs and so on were all just obliterated. And that this was going to be the beginning of a limited nuclear war.
People every year predict nuclear something or another, and thank God it has not happened yet.
Yes, sir. I'm very happy it hasn't, too.
All right. I very much appreciate your prediction, and thank you, and good night.
You too, sir.
All right, I'll tell you what, everybody, we're going to hold it right there, I think, and say it has been quite a night. Actually, I'm very impressed by the quality of the predictions that we've received tonight. Now, if you didn't get your prediction in, do not fret, for tomorrow night we'll do it again. It's been a pleasure, and there is Crystal Gale singing that magical song about this magical place. I'm Art Bell. Good night.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours. It is great indeed from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands commercially, eastward to the Caribbean, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Well, how did it go for you last night with the Ghosties, huh? That was some program, wasn't it? Tonight, if we're lucky, we're going to be talking with Seth Shostak, and he's down at Arecibo in Puerto Rico. And if we're really lucky, you see there are 2 live webcams down at Arecibo. You know what Arecibo is, right? You saw the movie Contact. You saw the big ditch built into a canyon in Puerto Rico. The world's largest radio telescope built literally into a canyon. It's an amazing, amazing thing. It's almost like one of the wonders of the world. And there, Seth Shostak, who heads SETI, is listening for you-know-who from you-know-where. It's the real SETI program, and they are collecting data that is, by the way, used in the SETI at Home project that we have going as well, and we'll be interviewing Seth, and I hope we can get through. And we might even talk him into getting in front of a camera, and maybe better yet, giving us a little tour live of Arecibo. Inside, now obviously it's dark at this hour, and so we're not going to get to see the big dish out there unless he has some JPEGs he can send along. But it should be pretty interesting. And so maybe that next hour, at any rate, we now have, at this moment, the twin, that's right, 2 of them, live webcams from Puerto Rico up on the website. If you go to my website and you go down into the guest area and you see tonight's schedule with Seth Shostak from SETI, you'll see the webcam, live webcam there, and by gosh, you'll get twin webcams, and you can even manipulate them around a little bit. It's really pretty cool. So that's coming up next hour. This hour, a couple of things. For example, Betty Lou Beats, known as the Black Widow, has departed this world with no final statement. She had the shot, made an 11th hour appeal for a reprieve, but George W. decided not to do it. She smiled as she slipped into unconsciousness, so she went out with a smile after taking out several husbands, a couple of which they found buried in her yard. So Betty Lou Beats is history, at least here. I wonder how she's going to be greeted on the other side. If she should get to the tunnel, you gotta wonder who'd be waiting for her and what their attitude would be like of her husbands. I saw a very interesting interview yesterday morning on ABC's Good Morning America. Really interesting. It was with Elizabeth Taylor, and I had no idea that Elizabeth Taylor had actually had an NDE, and a big one too. All vital signs stopped. Heartbeat, respiration, everything for many minutes, and she had a real whopper of an NDE and met, as a matter of fact, one of her ex-husbands during that NDE, and I probably ought to interview Elizabeth Taylor about it. I had no idea. But when she was interviewed on ABC's Good Morning America, she told the whole story. And they seemed quite fascinated. Of course, it's Elizabeth Taylor, so they've got to listen, right? Now, calling himself a proud Reagan Republican, John McCain touted his endorsement by San Diego's GOP mayor today. That's a very, very important endorsement from the mayor of San Diego. So it may well be that Mr. McCain is making some pretty big inroads on the Bush lead in California. Boy, this could actually be an interesting political year if this keeps up. Now, don't ask me to explain this, please, because I cannot. I called Keith when I got this story from Reuters, and I talked to him about it, and he tried to explain it to me, but I don't understand. You know, I watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I really like that show, as a matter of fact. And one of the questions they had the other day on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is, when was the last leap year? And the last leap year was 4 years ago. They occur, I think, every 4 years. But listen to this Reuters story. Dateline, Washington. The United States and about a dozen countries are going to work together to track any automated system failures sparked by a leap year day next week that occurs only once in 400 years, said the U.S. government on Thursday. Once in every 400 years. Quote, it's a real issue that we feel obligated to keep track of. This is President Clinton's chief aide for the year 2000 technology challenge. It is a Y2K issue. He said he did not expect any major system failures, largely because organizations typically check for leap year compliance while troubleshooting the so-called Y2K bug. The part that I don't get here is that it occurs only once every 400 years. So, and I called Keith and he tried desperately to explain it to me, and he said, well, it's the exception to the exception. In other words, there's a leap year every 4 years, except at the millennium. But I don't get that because every 400 years, well, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. That seems like more frequently than every millennium. So it's some sort of exception to some sort of exception to a rule. Now, the following appeared on the front page of the Los Angeles Times yesterday, and I wonder if anybody noticed. The headline is as straightforward as you can get. It says, climate is warming at steep rate, study says. Weather effects could be severe, federal researchers warn. Scientists still debate if man or nature is to blame. A new analysis by government scientists indicates the Earth's climate is now warming at an unprecedented rate, suggesting that the future impact of global warming may be more severe and sudden, underline the word sudden, than predicted. Such a steep warming rate was not expected to occur until well into the 21st century, according to Tom Carl, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration climatologist who led that study. Such a trend would probably mean a continuation of the recent 3-year string of steamy summers and mild winters. Well, have you seen the forecast for New York? I believe earlier today it got well up into the 60s in New York. In fact, as you look across the nation, with the exception of something that has dipped down into the western third, baby, it's warm out there. I think we tend to forget we take it a day at a time, but this is January and February, right? And we're having temperatures that are simply unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And so I know it's nice if you're sitting out there in the middle of a winter somewhere and you don't like snow and cold. Not too many people do. It feels good. But what do you think will happen when summertime comes? And what do you think will happen to all the storms that will continue to get more severe? And what about those islands that are going underwater? These, ladies and gentlemen, are signs. You know, like the canary that keels over while you're down in the mine in its little cage. It's four little feet into the air on its rigid little back, better than a doornail. Well, maybe our canary is not yet quite dead, but it's certainly twitching and not looking very well at the moment. Anyway, those are a few things that I wanted to get out for you. And I've got a little more, and then we will do open lines until we try and get set at the top of the next hour at Arecibo. In the meantime, if you want to see the webcams at Arecibo, and they show the control room inside, we've got that link up right now. As I said, you go to my website, then you go down to where it says Showstack and SETI, and you'll see the webcam link. It's dual webcams. Talk about fancy. They've really got it together, so you might want to take a look at that before we get on the air, because then the website will jam up. And yes, not to forget, oh my God, the Democrat debate photo. Yes, I know. A million of you have sent me emails saying, Art, it's the arrangement of the stars and some of the background, and it's this and it's that. Well, sure, yes, I know. I mean, everything is something. But if you look squarely at that photograph between Mr. Bradley and Mr. Gore, there is one evil-looking son of a gun of an entity right in the middle. Now, if you don't want to think that, that's fine. But I think to a reasonable, even casual observer, that's one mean-looking entity. It's got everything but red glowing eyes. Well, depending on your age, you may or may not be familiar with the original Carlos Santana. I am so proud of Carlos Santana and what he's done. It was such a pleasant shock to see Carlos Santana, whose music I loved, come up at his age and whomp 'em big time. I mean, he just walked away with the awards. And it's kind of a neat thing to see, and I wonder if any of you feel the same way. And by the way, something you might not know about Carlos Santana. He attributes his current success and big-time comeback to divine intervention in the form of an angel named Metron, M-E-T-A-T-R-O-N, who shows up during his meditations. I thought I'd just drop that in. It sure would make an interesting interview, wouldn't it, Carlos Santana? I'd love to interview him anyway, but with that added little bonus of why he thinks he's doing so well, it really would make a good interview, as would Elizabeth. How does one go about interviewing Elizabeth Taylor anyway? I had no idea that she had an NDE, but she did, and it was a whopper. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
I wanted to say 5 things, and...
5 things?
Yes. I'll go quickly. First, I want to say good luck to John McCain.
Yes.
Second, I wanted to explain what you were saying about the leap year.
Can you explain it in a way that makes sense?
Yes, I'll give you a very simple explanation without telling you about Pope Gregory and the like. Okay. Every 4 years, as you know, there's a leap year. There's February 29th.
Right.
You said the exception to the exception.
Yeah.
Every 100 years, though, there's no February 29th. There's no leap day in every year ending in 00, except if that 100th year is also a multiple of 400. So there was a leap year in 1600, and there was a leap year in 1996. There was no leap year in 1900. Do you understand?
Maybe.
Okay, let me put it to you another way.
All right.
Every 4th year that happens to end in 00, it's a multiple of 100,
right,
lacks that February 29th, unless that year, which is a multiple of 100, is also a multiple of 400.
All right, well, so anyway, how do you figure it'll go?
Well, I thought there would be problems akin to Y2K. I think I called you in December.
Yes.
and said people checking compliance for January 1st should also check for February 29th compliance, and I suppose
Most of the software actually that checks for Y2K, if you used it, also checked for leap year compliance.
I was afraid of Y2KS, but since there's been no Y2KS, I don't think there will be any February 29th problem.
All right, listen, I want to hear the rest of your 5, so hold on, all right?
All right, I'll hold on.
All right, stay right there. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
There was no leap day, because even though 1900 is a multiple of 4, 1900 is a multiple of 100. So there are 2 exceptions.
That's right.
The first exception is every 4th year that's also a multiple of 100.
Okay.
Okay, you're with me so far?
Yes.
Because 1900 ended in 00, because it was a multiple of 100, there's no leap day that year.
Okay.
2000 is a multiple of 4. So
That's
2000
right.
is like 1996. However, 2000 also is a multiple of 100.
That's right.
But there's a second exception. Because 2000 is a multiple of 400 also, that every 100th year exception doesn't apply.
So it's like triple witching.
I suppose so.
I
So
think I finally got it.
1996 was conventional.
Yep.
1900 was a multiple of 100, so there was no leap day in 1900.
Mm-hmm.
And even though 2000 is a multiple of 100, because 2000 is a multiple of 400,
Yep.
it's just the regular.
I actually have it.
I'm glad you understand.
It's very weird. The next question is, since this snuck up on everybody, again I ask, what do you suspect will occur?
I suspect what occurred on January 1st will occur on February 29th.
Not much anything.
Yes, actually, I was watching a Super Bowl commercial in January 1999, and Apple ran a commercial about Macintosh systems being Y2K compliant while the rest of the world went to hell. The commercial was humorous, not apocalyptic. So I actually found out about this every 100-year business in January 1999.
Huh.
Okay, I wanted to say 2 other things as well. I went to drsky.com.
Oh, yes?
I'm planning to be a physics major. And even though I'm not a great astronomer, I like astronomy for its artistic beauty. Things fit together, and while it's easy to understand second derivatives and hadrons, astronomy is science on a large scale. And I can really see how science is applied to the world through astronomy. Gravity.
Well, maybe you'll be the guy who will begin anew the study of near-Earth orbit crossing objects and save the world.
I don't know what can be done to save the world.
Well, I mean, noticing it enough ahead of time, you know, allows you to get to do whatever you're going to do.
You're right. I suppose you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right. Well, thank you, and have a good morning. Maybe I've seen too many movies, you know, but I have this vision in my mind of this, and I think the movies have put it there. Even NASA's put it there, of this giant tumbling black rock about the size of Manhattan. That's what the movies have done to me. Of course, they've got that new little thing in an orbit around one of these black rocks. That's what it looks like. It's a giant black rock tumbling through space, coming head-on for Earth. Since we now recognize, they say, what, about 1 out of 10 of these things that would potentially be headed for Earth, identified their orbits and so forth. What are the odds? Well, they're not in our favor if there is one tumbling in our direction. The first we'd probably know of it would be when we looked up and saw a bright flash in the sky. A really bright flash in the sky. That's what I think. But that's me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning, Art.
Yes.
The last guy with the explanation for the leap year.
Yes.
Well, here is an easier one for you. It's a mathematical thing.
Well, I got that much.
Well, but not the way he said it. The
What?
Earth doesn't travel around in exactly 24 hours. It's either...
Right. You're explaining the reason for the leap day.
Well, but the same thing goes for every 400 years. Every 400 years, they have to add in a little bit more time because it's not enough to do it every 4 years over the span of all that time. So this leap year is the leap year, again, where they have to add more time than normal to make up for all those hundreds of years that they've only taken or added on only so much time.
Okay.
So it's a mathematical thing. It's pure and simple. I don't even understand all those ways that he was trying to figure out how you do that. And I read this in the newspaper. It's you do it because you can only add so many times every 4 years, and then every 100 years, and then it goes to 400 since that's when they first did it. And looking back, they say now, this year, we have to have more time to make it right.
Well, any thoughts on what's going to occur on this day? In other words, are computers ready? Will they mess up? Will it be bad for one day? Would they potentially go down and stay down?
Nah, I don't think so. There's another date, though. There's another date in March, I think, that's even more compelling, but I can't remember what date it is. But this I don't think is going to be a problem. Any more than the Y2K was. I figured that...
It's certainly interesting, anyway.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess we'll all see like Y2K. But I suppose we can be surprised in one way. We can be surprised in another. You know, Y2K not being a problem, and then all of a sudden some stupid thing like this coming along and getting us, or whatever it is, coming in March. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mike from Encino.
Hello, Mike.
How are you?
Okay.
Good. I'm a regular listener.
Yes, sir.
I sent you a fax today regarding the debate demon.
Yes.
And did you get it?
Well, I don't know, Mike. I got a lot of faxes about the debate demon. I got, to give you some rough idea, about 950 emails on it.
Okay.
And I got faxes until I finally had to turn off the machine to save
Well, I'll tell you what it was about.
stars.
I was listening to the show last night. I'm a regular listener, as you know.
Right.
And it rather freaked me out, listening to that about a demon between the two candidates. And this morning I woke up and brought up the picture on my computer, which was a little bit distorted. I don't have a real high-resolution computer.
Oh.
So I took it, I went to a customer of mine and had her bring it up on hers, very high resolution. And believe it or not, Art, if you will look very closely at that image, it is actually 5 stars on the flag.
Yeah, I know.
You know this?
Oh, yeah. I know that. But it doesn't change a thing. In other words, it's so clearly there. You can call it an accident of the stars combined with the background and the lighting, and you'd be correct. But you'd also be correct if you stood back and looked at it and said, hey man, look at the demon.
But that's the beauty. That's not the beauty of it, but that's the irony of it. Is that although it is comprised of physical stars on a flag, it does make up a demon.
Yeah, well, doesn't it strike you as odd that the stars would arrange themselves so, in the middle of 2 candidates for the presidency? I mean, of course, we can sit here and we can say it was laid over this way and that way and this way and that way, and, you know, all of this came together to produce the face of a demon. Or we can look at the picture and say, yo, That's the face of a demon.
Well, no, I completely agree. There are also pentagrams
Well,
turned on their side that make up the face of a demon, which has to lend itself to some thought about what's really going on here.
yeah, it's one of those things, thank you, it's one of those things where you can believe what you wish to believe and what you are comfortable believing. But explain as you will about the stars and the lighting in the background and all the reasons that you think that image is apparent to people who see it. You've still got to sort of sit back and say, yeah, but that happened. I mean, there it is. There's the picture. It's startling. It's demonic. And then you can get down into being a pixel person and arranging the stars and all the rest of it. Well, sure, true. Absolutely true. But awfully coincidental. I mean, really coincidental. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Kowalski calling from west of the Rockies, and I'm fumbling for my
radio. Turning it the wrong way, too.
Yeah, okay, I got it now.
All right.
I was calling to talk to you about the death penalty. I would like to explain to you why I stand in my position.
What is your... Well, first tell us what your position is, actually.
All right, I am against it.
You're against it.
I feel that it is inherently evil to kill someone, regardless of the reasoning. Taking someone's life is wrong. The whole golden rule, do unto others as you have them do unto you.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to know what is yours.
I feel differently about the golden rule than you do. In other words, argue with this. If I went out and, I don't know, robbed a 7-Eleven, right, and killed the guy behind the counter as I left, sort of for good measure,
right,
and I got caught, and I was charged with murder, I would expect the death penalty to be levied upon myself.
I see. Because you killed him.
That's right.
Okay.
So argue with that one.
Well, you did invite it on yourself, the do unto others, but the way that I see it as being evil is that you do as you will, as long as you harm none.
I'll tell you what I think borders on evil, and you can agree or disagree with this. They have now, adopted the needle instead of the electric chair. I think that when you are aware that the method of death, or a life for a life, or, no matter how you want to talk about this, if it's cruel, if it's a painful death, then I think it's wrong. In other words, I believe in a life for a life. I believe in that. Even down to my very own self. Should I do something that awful? I believe in a life for a life. Or the golden rule extended that far. But I don't believe... the difference I think there should be between a criminal who kills and takes a life wantonly, and perhaps in a very cruel manner. I don't think society needs to repay in precisely that manner. We don't need to make somebody suffer with cyanide or the electric chair or whatever. Putting them to sleep is sufficient in my mind. And it's not a big line between what society does and what the criminal does. Both take lives. But in one, there's a justice involved. Yes, revenge, on behalf of those left and the person departed. There are those aspects. But there's also a slight difference, and that is that, in my opinion, society simply does not need to torture people. The taking of the life is enough, and it'll be sorted out on the other side. I'm firmly convinced of that fact, that it will be sorted out on the other side. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Wally. I'm calling from Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
I I was calling about something that I'm kind of excited about in my life. I have a mental illness.
Yes, sir.
And I'm treating it with shamanism and magic and things like that.
Is it working?
Yeah, it works real well. I called a few weeks back and talked to Barbara Simpson about it, and she had a show about divination. And anyway, I've had, a lot of real bad problems in my life. I was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenic when I was about 15.
How old are you now?
I'm 43, and I'm married now, and I have 2 stepchildren, and I have a full-time job, and I'm celebrating 4 years sober in AA Sunday.
Well, congratulations. I'll tell you, as difficult a time as modern medicine has with paranoid schizophrenia in terms of treating it, if you are doing anything at all that's working, then you're doing something that medical science is not having a lot of luck with otherwise.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's something that this is hard to deal with. One thing is, when they talk about it on TV and stuff, a lot of people don't have a lot of sympathy for it. They don't understand it a lot. They seem to...
Oh, sir, nobody understands it a lot. That's the point I was trying to make. Modern medical science doesn't really understand very much about it. Or, let's put it this way, enough to, in many cases, actually successfully treat it. There are some really good new drugs that are trying, but it's a tough one, all right? So if you're having luck yourself, then you may be on to something. All right, in the next minutes, we're going to try to connect to Arecibo in Puerto Rico and Seth Shostak, who directs the SETI program. It's really something. I'm going to go to Puerto Rico, and I am going to see that dish. I really want to stand there, where Jodie Foster did in the movie, and look at that dish and think about the world. That's something I'm going to do.
You're listening to Rock Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
Puerto Rico, it was quite a job. It's like I got it done in the last 3 seconds before I had to come back on the air. So we'll see how the audio is here in a moment. But we have webcams up, or I should say, Arecibo has twin webcams up right now, so that during the course of the interview, if you go to my website at www.artbell.com and scroll down to the guest area, you'll see Seth Shostak's name and SETI, and you'll see the webcam there. You click on that, and I think we've got Seth seated in front of one of the webcams, or in front of one of the webcams. I'm not sure. I'm seeing a little boy there, and I'm seeing a fellow in a green shirt, a pair of Levi's, and a whole bunch of computers. And now the photograph is changing a little bit. Ooh, that must be Seth, because now he's on the telephone. So in other words, we're going to have live webcam available for you on the website, not just from Seth, but from myself as well. You'll be able to see both sides of the interview underway, and we can even arrange it perhaps so it's done at the same time. I don't know. We're going to try. So that's the plan, and we'll see how the plan goes in a minute. All right. I can now see, I'm looking at the SETI cam from Puerto Rico, and I think I'm seeing Seth. Seth, welcome to the program.
It's good to be here. I'm sort of curious, actually, which of the SETI cams you're looking at, because there's one sort of a frontal view and there's one sort of a back view.
All right, I'm going to tell you what I see. I see you, I believe. Do you have a green shirt on and jeans?
I definitely have a green shirt and jeans.
Okay, that's you. I see you from behind, and then I see a lady next to you in one frame. In the other frame, I see a kind of a, well, I wouldn't call it a frontal view. I'd call it a kind of a side view of you, and you look great. And then I see the lady next to you, in a, oh, what would that be, kind of a blue coat, it looks like?
Exactly right.
A blue or even almost purple, I would say.
Exactly. Okay, well, you've got both views, so there's nothing more to be seen. And
so in other words, this is amazing. It's amazing for me. I guess my audience has done it a lot because, you know, they've been watching me on the webcam for years, but I have never been able to sit and watch the person I'm interviewing. This is really cool.
I should explain who this second person is, by the way.
Please, yes, please.
Yeah, this person sitting behind me is Jill Tarter. And for anyone who saw the movie Contact, and I'm sure you have because you often ask people if they want to take a ride.
Maybe 10 times, 15 times.
Well, 10 times. Art, they should give you a bulk discount for that, Art. But Jill is very much the person that the Sagan character, Ellie Arroway, is based upon. In fact, she's showing her shirt. She's wearing a Contact shirt tonight. So when you see Jody playing the young radio astronomer who wants to make contact with our cosmic brethren.
There she is, huh?
There she is. She's right here. It's actually her shift from midnight to 6 a.m. I take the early shift from 6 to midnight.
Well, this is absolutely cool. I mean, it's really neat. I guess I'm experiencing what the rest of my audience... Well, all right, so what I see you sitting by are 3 gigantic monitors and computers all over the place. Oh, I heard a beep. Computers everywhere.
That's right. That's right. Well, that's the way this is done. Not to make too many allusions to Contact, but you may recall that the way Jody got in touch was by sitting on the hood of her sports car with a pair of earphones on.
That's right.
And all she had to do was wait about 30 seconds, and the aliens checked in with a signal. Now,
well, let's be fair. I mean, that was a scene, right? She'd been at it for a long time, after all.
Well, okay, you're right. We ought to give her credit for perseverance there. But in fact, of course, this system that you're looking at here is monitoring not one pair of channels,
right,
as Jody was doing, but 28 million pairs of channels simultaneously. So, of course, we told Warner Brothers that they really ought to have put 28 million pairs of earphones on Jody, but they refused to do that, saying that it would mess up her coiffure.
Well, listen here now. You know, I understand how that makes it sound, but remember that people come here, close to where I am in Las Vegas, and they hit megabucks and they walk away. It does happen with millions and millions and millions of dollars, and maybe $50 million, who knows. Tremendous amounts of money. Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Well, okay, fair enough. She might have been able to do it with one channel, but, you know, we figured that's a bit of a long shot. So that's why we try and monitor as many channels as we can. 28 million is not a magic number or anything. It just happens to be the number that this equipment can handle. But the consequence of that is we don't sit around with earphones because there's no way you could do that to keep tabs on that many channels. So that's why you see all the computers here. They're actually doing the listening.
Well, you're not going to believe this, and you never know what has happened, but guess what's come up on the Steadicam?
I don't know. Is it gone bonkers? Let's see.
It says, forbidden. Your client is not allowed to access the requested object.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I imagine what's happened, Seth, is that, well, you tell me, Seth, when hundreds of thousands of people, potentially, at one time try to access your Steadicam, I guess we now know what happens.
I think we do, Art. Because I was sort of wondering how you had done this, whether you had simply sort of copied our Steadicam on a regular basis over to your site, or whether you just sent them to our URL. It sounds like you did the latter.
Yes, we're sending them to your URL so that we can watch you live.
Well, I noticed that we have a system here monitoring Steadicam as well, and it seems to be hung up with half a picture being displayed. So this has been a good test, and you know, maybe the rest of this conversation will be done blind on this side. I don't know.
Well, listen, Seth, we've done that to a lot of sites in the past, including our own.
Is that right?
So we'll just hope that, maybe you can do a reset on that end. Maybe your internet provider is currently bleeding out.
I don't know. We have, this is done from a series of computers back at the SETI Institute, which is located in California, of course. And unfortunately, it's about 11 o'clock at night there, so I don't know what's going to happen, but as you say, it's a good test.
So in other words, we might have destroyed what was in California. Well, it was great for about 10 minutes, I'll tell you that.
Well, it was good, yeah. Well, Jill is now worried that all the computers back in California have been brought to their knees.
Oh no, these are not the same servers, I hope, that do other important things for SETI.
Well, it's not for analyzing the data. That's all done right here on the site, actually. That's something that many people don't realize. All the data are analyzed right here, real time. So you don't have to worry about that.
Phew. What else is on the server that would be important if the server is potentially not working anymore?
Well, I think it stopped Jill's email, put it that way.
Stop her email?
Yeah.
And so your communications back there are gone.
Well, that's right. We're isolated. This place is pretty isolated anyhow.
Yeah, the movie, of course, depicted it virtually in the middle of a jungle, or with a jungle very close by. Is that accurate?
It's pretty accurate. In fact, people often wonder why the world's largest radio telescope is located here.
Yes.
Now, the first thing I have to mention is that Puerto Rico is the most densely populated country. It's not a country, it's a commonwealth, of course, of the United States, but the most densely populated area in the world. It's equivalent to the population density of Holland.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, it's a small island. This island's maybe 100 by 60 miles or something, and there's something like 3 million people, if I remember correctly, that live here in Puerto Rico. So, sure, we're in the jungle, but jungle is kind of a relative term because there are houses all around, of course.
Right. Right, but still the jungle where the houses are not, you are in that country, it's tropical.
We are. We're in a part of the country that's it's sort of a pockmarked topography, a bunch of hills here. See, Puerto Rico is just a bit of limestone, some ocean bottom that's been tilted up because of, tectonic activity. And so you got this sea bottom topography, if you will, that gets washed away. It's just limestone, gets washed away by rain. So we got all these hills here. And, about 40 years ago, somebody was flying over these hills in a private airplane. They looked down and they said, there's one valley down there that's pretty much a perfect bowl. And if we just cover that bowl with chicken wire, we'd have one heck of an antenna.
Covering the bowl with chicken wire. Is that in fact, because when you look at the Arecibo dish, it looks like more than chicken wire. It looks like it looks solid.
It is.
It is?
Yeah, the original incarnation of this thing, the first telescope they built, was made in a fairly simple way with fairly crude mesh. Something like chicken wire. It wasn't chicken wire, but it was, a better grade of chicken wire.
In other words, they were just probably trying to prove the concept at that point.
Yeah, and you're a radio amateur. You know that at low frequencies, the surface doesn't have to be that perfect.
Right.
But this telescope has been continually upgraded, and in fact, the dish now, the big reflecting surface, the big radio mirror, if you will, is aluminum panels, 18 acres of them, and they're pretty darn accurate. They're you're not allowed to skateboard on this antenna because
18 acres, did you say?
18 acres. Yep.
That's almost impossible for me to comprehend. 18 acres. I really want to come to Puerto Rico and see it. I want to stand where Jody did up there and look down. Is that possible?
Well, you should definitely do that. Actually, I recommend to anybody who comes to Puerto Rico, of course, given our experience here with the SETI cam, maybe we shouldn't invite the listeners to do too much here, but the next time that anybody comes to Puerto Rico, they should take the hour and a half drive that's required to come on up here. They have a wonderful visitor center, and it's an impressive thing. But I have to say, Art, curiously enough, when you sit up here in the control room, we have a view of the antenna, but it just doesn't look that impressive when you're up here. You have to walk down to the edge of the dish, and then you look over this thing. It's 26 football fields in size, more or less, and then you really get some sense of how mammoth this antenna really is.
Can I ask you a sort of a technical question?
Sure.
With an antenna that size, how much gain is there?
Well, the gain, you can work it out, but at the frequencies that we use, we look at microwave frequencies, which are...
Near hydrogen.
That's right. That's 21 centimeters. So that's at 1420 megahertz for the propeller heads in the audience. And this experiment runs between 1,000 and 3,000 megahertz. So hydrogen kind of right in the middle there. Anyhow, at those frequencies, the gain of this antenna is about 70 dB, which is to say, 10 million.
Wow. People need to understand that every time, when you're talking about dBs, we're talking about measurement of gain, every time you have a 3 dB additional gain, you essentially double the power, either in transmitting or in receiving. So every 3 dB, you double the power. And you said 70 dB.
That's right. And, you know, for people in the audience for whom, you know, decibels are not their cup of tea, I mean, what it means is that if you were to put, say, a 1-watt transmitter here, it would be, the signal that would be radiated would be the equivalent of using a transmitter of 10 million watts, okay, if you were just broadcasting in all directions.
Effective radiated power.
Right, that's right, exactly right.
Wow! That is really impressive. So if you were to put a serious transmitter up with, I don't know, 100,000 watts, say, you would have a really strong signal, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that'd be the equivalent of 10 billion watts. But in fact, there is a transmitter here. Because one of the reasons they built this antenna was not just to listen, but also to broadcast. Now, not to broadcast to aliens, although that's been done on one occasion, but to do radar mapping of Venus, to do studies of the upper atmosphere and so forth. So they have a...
You can actually radar map Venus?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do it with incredibly fine detail, believe it or not, incredible accuracy with this thing.
That's unbelievable. Seth, listen, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, so you've got a break coming up. You're not even on camera, so just relax.
Okay.
From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. And we've broken another one.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
Sounding, and I am definitely going to go see it. We'll get back to Seth in a moment. Here we go again. My guest is Seth Shostak. He's at Arecibo, actually at Arecibo right now, and I am now getting a picture again. So if just a few of you would go up there and take a look at a time, I'd be very thankful. Kind of staggering, you know. Think that somebody's doing it now. Try it in 10 minutes, and maybe we won't kill it, but I am indeed getting a photograph again, which is really cool, of Seth, which will probably result in it getting killed again. But I think I'm getting a live photograph again, Seth. Welcome back.
It seems to be working.
Well, good. Yes, indeed. Yes, the picture is changing, and all right, so here I am looking at these computers, which are, I guess, actively processing data as it's being received?
That's what they do, in fact. We get these, we get signals all the time here, Art, as you can imagine. People often ask me, got any signals? Well, we got signals, at the rate of a few every minute.
Right. But you occasionally, let me tell everybody how this show got planned. as usual, I got what seemed to be a really authentic message announcing to the world that SETI got a hit. And so, as I usually do, I wake you up in the middle of the night out there in California and ask you if it's the real thing. And you always tell me, But when I called you this last time, you kind of paused like something had happened, but it wasn't what they were saying.
Well, that's true, Art, because what I was trying to remember was the name of the star you were referring to, and it was HD 51 blah blah something.
Right.
And I can't remember it now, but that had been an issue earlier this year when we started getting all sorts of emails from people saying, hey, what about a hit on this particular star system? And it took me a while to recall what the story on that thing was. It's unfortunately a fairly prosaic story. There was a reporter here when we were observing last March, and he was writing stories for the Florida Today newspaper, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
In any case, he wrote some story about how one signal came in, and for a while it was looking like a good candidate, but, after a couple of minutes of checking, it turned out to be just another telecommunications satellite or some other source of interference. It kind of looked like a satellite, actually, but in any case, it was terrestrial, not extraterrestrial. It wasn't ET, it was AT&T. Okay, so, but this fellow wrote up the story, he made it somewhat dramatic, and the first half of the story described how everybody was getting excited, this really looked good. And then the last paragraph of the story said, but in fact, it turned out to be yet more earthly interference.
Right.
Okay, well, what happened in the fall, this last fall, around November, December, was that some online newspaper in New Jersey reran that story. Okay, because it's been put on the wire service by Gannett.
And let me guess, they left out the last paragraph?
Yeah, they left out the second half of the story. Exactly. So
that's how that one happened.
That's how that one happened.
All right. Well, I've got something I really have to ask you about. SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And you guys, I guess, have to rent time. You pay for time on that gigantic dish down there. Is that correct?
Well, more or less. We actually don't have to pay. We were granted time. If you want to use this telescope, you can use it if you put in a proposal that meets, scientific criteria.
Oh, really?
It's a nationally funded facility. This telescope is funded with tax dollars, so it doesn't cost the astronomers money to use the telescope.
So somebody, at least in the scientific community, obviously feels seriously enough about the search that you're doing to allow you time on the telescope. So there's some pretty mainstream people that have to say yes.
That's true, although I have to say the time on this telescope was granted back in the days when our project was still part of NASA. That was ended in 1993 when a senator from your home state there, Nevada, killed the NASA SETI program.
Yes.
This time had been granted under the aegis of NASA, and that time was still ours, so we're using it.
I see. Well, maybe he just hasn't gotten around to that part yet.
That could be.
I surely do hope that that they fund you instead of continually defunding you. If there's anything we're doing that's important, this is sure it. Anyway, here's a big one for you. I'm sure you're going to know what I'm referring to, but there was a report about a week ago, Seth, from a group of scientists who made the case that in all probability, we are the only complex life form there is. They suggested, well, there may be molecular level stuff and very low level stuff on some planets around some suns, but they sort of tried to make the case that we might be it. We might be the only life in all that we can see and all there is. You heard about that?
I did. In fact, I know what you're referring to. This is a book written by two fellows at the University of Washington, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Peter Ward and Don Brownlee, I believe.
Right.
And they've written this book, I think it's called Rare Earth, not to plug their book, but in any case, in which they do exactly what you said. They say, look, if you examine carefully the properties of Earth and our solar system and so forth, you might come to the conclusion that it's pretty darn special. And consequently, maybe we're pretty darn special, And if that's the case, then, we can sit here till the cows return home and not pick up the signal. That was their argument. But needless to say, I don't really agree with that.
Based on what?
Well, if what they did was they sort of made a laundry list of things that are special about Earth. For example, I'll give you a couple of examples. They point out that Earth has a big moon, something you've no doubt noticed.
I've seen it, yes.
Yeah, right. Well, and that's a little unusual for an inner planet. I mean, Mercury doesn't have any moons. Venus, no moons there. Mars has a couple of moons, but they're so small you could walk around them in an afternoon. Only Earth has this, pretty hefty moon. Now, it turns out that big moon does us some good, other than providing a subject for songwriters and stuff like that.
Yes.
It stabilizes the spin of the Earth. In other words, the Earth's north and south poles don't change very quickly thanks to the presence of that big moon. If it weren't there, they point out, the Earth's spin axis would, constantly be flopping back and forth, ruining the weather and, kind of making Earth somewhat uninhabitable.
For life for our life, human life.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm accepting so far. I understand that. It would be not acceptable for human life. But what if the argument is that life is eternally adaptable, and that there might be life on a planet that would be disagreeably rotating, and some life form could evolve in a complex way, even under such conditions? Who knows what it would look like, but it would be complex.
Well, I have to agree with that. Actually, there are 2 points here. The first point, of course, to finish their argument is to note that the moon is probably the result of a big accident that happened here on Earth, on the order of 4 billion years ago. I doubt that many of the listeners remember this, but roughly 4 billion years ago, there was a big hunk of rock, a big asteroid. I mean, this was the mother of all asteroids. It was about the size of Mars or larger, that slammed into the Earth.
Well, that's not an asteroid. That's a collision of planets.
Well, you could call it that. That's right. It's kind of a semantic argument at that point, but that's right. And the consequence of this ungodly collision 4 billion years ago is the moon. Now, that was just chance, of course, and what these gentlemen are saying is that, look, that means that planets with big moons like this, rocky planets with big moons like our own, are going to be rare, because this accident isn't going to happen very often.
May I ask a question? Stupid one, probably, but one that a lot of the audience would ask. If something that big smashed into Earth, okay, a big piece of Earth kind of breaks off, I guess, and it becomes a moon. But the moon is round. And it doesn't seem logical to me that something smashing into the Earth, blasting something out into space to orbit the Earth would be round. It would be really irregular.
Quite right. In fact, it's more than irregular. I mean, what you get is bits. You get bits and pieces.
There ought to be all kinds of bits and pieces.
Yeah, it's mostly sort of like dust. I mean, it's like sand grains. But what happens is that these sand grains can go into orbit around the Earth, and then they begin, some of them begin to coalesce and make bigger lumps, just at first by random collisions. But once you get a lump that's about as big as the mountain outside your house there, then it's got enough gravity to pull in more of these sand grains, if you will, and make itself bigger and bigger. Okay, and if you build a body big enough, it tries to get all of its stuff as close to its center as it can. That's just gravity. And the shape that has all of its stuff closest to its center is a sphere. So anything that's big enough will be spherical.
All right.
You may have noticed all the planets in the solar system are spherical, but little things like asteroids and so forth often are not.
Right.
Okay. So their argument was, look, you got to have this moon, otherwise you've got really awful weather on the Earth and probably not very interesting life. And since the moon was a big accident, maybe we're a big accident. All right, with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, well, as Howard Hughes would not say, I don't buy it. Because, to begin with, it turns out that the Earth was spinning a lot faster before this big rock slammed into it to make the moon. And so if that hadn't happened, if that asteroid had arrived at Earth 20 minutes earlier and missed our planet, so we didn't have the moon, the Earth would be spinning faster, which would be, bad news for the working man, because that means there would be maybe only 15 hours in a day, or 10 hours, or something like that.
Yeah.
But it means that it would be spinning so fast it would act like a pretty good top. And the pole wouldn't wander very much. So there's that. But beyond that, in addition, your argument really comes into play. I mean, if the moon weren't there and the Earth really had a 24-hour day, I mean, just take the worst case. So occasionally the North Pole tips over toward the equator. But it doesn't tip over from one moment to the next. It takes typically 10 million years to do that.
Right.
Now, in 10 million years, if, the climate's kind of changing where you are, no matter what you are, whether you're a salamander or a lobster or a human or an elephant, you can just sort of walk out of the way.
Right.
Got plenty of time to adjust. So, that doesn't strike me as a very, very strong argument.
So
that's only one of the many arguments they have in the book.
Okay, so yeah, there are many arguments. It would be personally for me really sad to start to buy into that argument and imagine that we are all that is. I don't know why I'd be sad, but I would be very sad if I thought that was true. So you read the book?
I haven't got the book yet. No, everybody at the Institute ordered it en masse.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm sure in some future funding hearing, that book's going to come out, isn't it?
That's a possibility, but these arguments, to be honest, have been made in the past, and that's the nature of science. Some people say yes, some people say no, but it's also the nature of science to say, look, we can sit around here like sitting around in the bars of Spain in 1491, arguing about whether there might be another continent between Europe and Japan. And it makes for an interesting discussion, and maybe you could sell a few books about it, too.
Yes.
But in the end, somebody ought to build the ships and do the experiment, and that's what Chris Columbus did. And so, in a sense, that's what we're doing. Look, nobody's going to know the answer to this question unless we try an experiment.
And that experiment is?
To look for the signal, because it's really impossible to prove that we're alone. I mean, I don't know how you would do that. How could you possibly prove we're alone in the universe? But what you can prove is that we're not alone, that we have company, and so that's what SETI's really all about. Sure, it's a long shot, and maybe there are reasons to think that we're the smartest things in the universe. I know a lot of my neighbors would agree to that. But in fact, it's the purpose of SETI to prove that that's not true by finding that intelligent life isn't extremely rare.
How much of what is to be surveyed has legitimately been surveyed? Can you attach a percentage to how much of, again, the only way I can phrase it is what could be surveyed has been surveyed?
Well, it's a little tricky because it depends on how, sensitive an experiment you want to do. Now, this particular experiment, Project Phoenix, does the most sensitive search of any of them. I mean, it's by far the most sensitive search ever been done. We've looked at 500 nearby stars. And, that's a pretty impressive number until you consider that there are 500 billion stars in our galaxy. And, by the way, there are 100 billion other galaxies.
You've looked at 500 stars out of 500 billion.
Yes, that's about the size of it. So this is early days to say that,
yeah, it really is. It really is. And how long have you been, in the more modern terms, since you've had good computers to look at multiple frequencies, how long have we been looking? How many years?
Well, the first modern experiment was done almost exactly 40 years ago by Frank Drake in West Virginia. But, the experiments keep getting better because they're largely based on developments in computer technology. It's kind of like, that PC you've got on your desktop there is probably more powerful than all the previous PCs that have ever sat on that desktop, right?
Oh, sure.
You put them all together and it wouldn't equal the power of what you got there now. Well, the same is true with SETI. The experiment we're running here is really, it just blows away all the previous experiments put together. And 5 years from now, I'll be able to make the same statement that the experiment we're running there, will be better than all the previous ones. So it keeps getting better in some sense, and within 5-10 years, we hope to build a telescope that can be used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for this, that will look not at 1,000 nearby stars like we're trying to do now, but will look at 100,000 or maybe 1,000,000 nearby stars.
Wow.
And when you begin to talk about surveying 1,000,000 nearby stars, then I think that gets quite interesting.
It really does get interesting, because the other numbers that have been bandied about by scientists would indicate that at that rate, you really are going to run into something. Or you should run into something, right?
Absolutely. It depends on how many civilizations you think are out there, and of course, we don't know. But if you figure there are 10,000 in our galaxy, then examining 1,000,000 good stars nearby should turn up one or two of them.
It would only take one, Seth.
Right.
It would only take one. Oh, why are we not actively transmitting? We've talked about this before, and you said there was this little brief transmission made some years ago, and there's been a lot of sentiment, Canadian scientists and others, who say, no, we should not be transmitting. It's dangerous.
Right. Well, yeah, there's several reasons why we don't transmit, but your first point should be addressed. There was a transmission, a famous one, from this telescope in 1974.
Right.
Before the last break, we were talking about the fact that this telescope, this big antenna, which is really is what it is. It's just a backyard satellite dish on steroids, if you will, does have a transmitter, which is used, as I mentioned, for mapping things like
Sure.
asteroids. I've got on my lap here a picture of some asteroids that's been mapped with this thing. We might want to talk about that because it's an asteroid that's going to pass by the Earth.
Well, actually, we will talk about that, but I mean, I'm talking about let's muster up billions of watts if we can,
right,
and just blast out near hydrogen and see what happens. What is the actually, we're coming to the top of the hour, so when I come back, I want to... All right, actually, before we ask the big billion-watt question here, we've got Seth Shostak from Arecibo in Puerto Rico on the line with us, and we've got video pictures refreshing now every 2 minutes, thank goodness. It's working again on the website. It's amazing. It's really kind of cool to be able to sit here and watch this. But a couple of things I want to get to first before the billion-watt question. It says, somebody just sent this, and he says, I saw this in a cartoon some years ago. It was simply two Native Americans standing on a beach. One says...
Looking at in Europe, 81, she says. Okay. Just for a couple of months. And, that's what she did for a living. Listening, trying to eavesdrop on the aliens. And so we put together an experiment there in Holland to do a very simple SETI experiment where we looked at the center of our galaxy. And that's what got me started in this. Something like 10 years later, when I moved to California, I got a phone call from... the SETI Institute, and they said, are you interested in a job here? So that's more or less the way it went.
So you began working for SETI, not at the top, but no doubt, I don't know, rebooting computers or something.
Well, no, it wasn't quite that low on the food chain.
Your educational background is roughly what? What did you graduate from?
Well, I have a physics degree, an undergraduate physics degree from Princeton, and a PhD in astronomy from Caltech.
Okay, so you're Dr. Shostak.
I am.
Yeah, Professor Shostak. Okay.
But only my mom seems to use that title.
Really?
Pretty much.
Well, when you earn it, it should be used, in my opinion. So, Professor, you are. All right, well, the billion-watt question, and that is, why not put 1 billion watts out in front of that dish, let it go out at, I don't know what the ERP would be, it'd be big, and we'd really blast a signal out there near hydrogen where we expect to perhaps find one. Why not send a signal out? What's the downside to that?
Well, in fact, I guess that the downside was revealed when the very experiment you're describing was actually tried. And it was tried in 1974. They had just completed one of the many upgrades of this instrument.
Right.
And they decided as sort of a kind of almost a stunt, but in any case, as part of the celebration, they would attach one of the 1,000,000-watt transmitters that they got here to the dish. Yeah, 1,000,000 watts. And by the way, when you combine that with the gain of this antenna, which we discussed earlier, that means it's equivalent to roughly a 10 trillion watt transmitter.
10 trillion watts.
Yeah, it's a lot of power. I hope no birds were flying over the telescope when this thing was on, because
You'd roast them.
yeah, you'd catch them on rye bread and put mustard on them. Anyhow, this thing was used for 3 minutes. This transmitter was turned on, and a message was beamed to a star cluster. That was in 1974.
Out of curiosity, what was the message?
The message was a picture, actually. I mean, it's always a question of what sort of message you should send. I mean, unlike in the movies, I don't expect that the aliens are going to speak perfect, uninflected English, as they always do.
Right, I know.
Yeah, but so the message is just what you call a bitmap. You know, people who are computer literate know what a bitmap is.
Sure.
It's just a picture consisting of ones and zeros, if you will. So that's what the message was. It had 1,679 bits. Maybe it was 59, but anyhow, something like 1,600 bits. And the picture showed a schematic of our solar system and a picture of a human, very simple stick figure, something about DNA, you know, some very basic facts.
Do you think that this would be regarded as some indecipherable code by another intelligence, not necessarily similar to ours, or would it absolutely be recognized as an artificial signal?
Well, I think it would be absolutely recognized as an artificial signal because of the nature of the signal. It's the kind of thing that only a transmitter could make.
Okay.
You know, pulsars, quasars, they all make radio noise, but they don't make the kind of signals that this was. So I'm sure they could recognize it as artificial. Now, whether they would figure it out or not, that's harder to say. The fellow who put together this message was Frank Drake, the very same fellow who really started the whole SETI business in 1960.
Right.
And I believe that Frank actually sent this message to 10 of his fellow academicians at the University of Santa Cruz, or wherever he was, maybe it was Cornell. And apparently none of them could figure it out. But, so the aliens may be smarter than your average college professor. I think that may be the lesson here. I don't know.
Was the, in view of that then, in the movie Contact, the initial contact was a sequence of prime numbers, which one would presume would be a pretty good starting off launching point. In other words, give them something that's absolutely unmistakable in rhythm. A bitmap would appear to be somewhat random if you didn't know what it was and how to decode it. So why not open up with something like the primes as they did in that movie? Does that make sense?
Well, it may. People have suggested that, you know, that maybe what we'll pick up from the aliens is the value of pi. That would identify it as an alien signal, all right, but I'd be really, personally, very disappointed if they sent us the value of pi. I mean, I learned the value of pi in junior high school, or maybe earlier, I don't know. Yeah, if that's the best they can do.
Yeah, but I mean, just something as sort of a headline to grab you and say, yo-ho, artificial.
Yeah, that's true. Now, you might do that, but some people have thought about this, actually, Art. You know, it's maybe early days to worry about what language to use if you're talking to aliens, but some people have thought about it, and the suggestions range from things like you're discussing, you know, prime numbers, the value of pi, maybe, you know, some mathematics, or as in Contact, where they kind of start with algebraic equations and, you know, work that up into a language. Now, that's certainly one possibility. Maybe it works out, but personally, I think that the better thing to do would be just to send pictures, send a picture dictionary. You know, here's your word, and here's the picture that it refers to. And, well, you know, the pictures have to be pretty universal, but maybe you could build up a vocabulary that way, and then forget the pictures and just send the words, which would be a much more efficient way of doing things.
All right, there are those that, well, but before I even get into that, this signal that was sent out, how far out is it now, and how far does it have to go, or has it already arrived at the target?
Well, it has not arrived. Now,
oh, really?
No, because, probably for political reasons, it was aimed at a star cluster called M13. It happens to be a big ball of stars in our own galaxy, but M13 is roughly 21,000 light years away.
21,000.
Now, that's a heck of a distance. That's farther away. That's more miles than I have on my Honda. Let me put it that way. 21,000 light years. Now, that signal, of course, is It was broadcast in 1974, so what is it? That's 26 light years away.
Oh, no.
So it's still got, 20,974
Oh,
go.
no.
So, don't hold your breath on that one.
Oh, I didn't know it was going to take that long to get there.
Well, you see, part of the deal here was not to get anybody upset.
Well, that certainly, definitely doesn't upset me.
No. Of course, there are stars, sort of along the path that maybe it'll intersect. And you never know whether there's, maybe interstellar spacecraft or something that are listening, I don't know. But even though it was aimed at this very distant object, it still caused a fairly strong reaction from the Astronomer Royal, which is the #1 astronomer in Great Britain.
Yes.
Who, he got quite upset by this because he thought sending this message was a diplomatic act. And after all, maybe it's not a good thing to shout in the jungle, which he considered this was. And aliens might pick it up and come down here and take all our chlorophyll or something, abduct our women. So he tried to get the International Astronomical Union to forbid this kind of transmission.
Oh.
Now, he wasn't successful at that, but there still is, I think, a little bit of political sensitivity here that if you broadcast something, the chances that it's really dangerous are very, very small, but the consequences, if that were to happen, might be very large.
Well, let me ask you this. If you had the opportunity to make a transmission of that magnitude yourself, and you could send it anywhere you wanted to send it, where would you send it?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you one suggestion that's been made, which I find kind of interesting. And, I'll give you a simple thing. You could sort of send it 180 degrees away from the direction to the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
Away from?
Aim it in the opposite direction from the direction to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. You might say, why?
Why? I do say why.
Well, okay. There are going to be some civilizations behind us, farther away from the center than we are.
But
We're not quite in the boondocks. We're near the edges of the city, as it were, in our galaxy. So there are going to be some guys farther out.
Right, but fewer, though. Many, many fewer.
Well, sure, but there's still billions, so,
Okay.
billions and billions even.
Okay, all right.
So that's, not such a small number. Now, the thing is that there are going to be, astronomers on some of those planets who are going to be interested in studying the center of our Milky Way galaxy because it's a very interesting place.
Oh.
So now you get it.
Yes, now I get it. In other words, they're going to be pointed past us toward the center because that's the most interesting, likely place to find a signal.
Well, it's certainly one of the most interesting places to study in our galaxy, for natural phenomena. And, of course, they might pick up our signal. Hey, we're here.
What interesting reasoning. You're absolutely right. Now, are there any interesting star systems that we would reach before 20,000 years doing that?
Oh, yeah, well, if you just ain't, blast it out in the direction opposite the galaxy, it depends on how big an antenna you use. This antenna might be too big for something like that because, it's so big it has a really, really narrow beam, so it'd be like shining a
laser kind of.
Yeah, when you really want a big Hollywood searchlight. So, it depends a little bit on the technology, but you could reach many millions, if not billions of stars this way, and some of them might be interesting indeed.
But there is that political consideration, and really, when you think about it, it is a diplomatic act, isn't it?
Well, I guess you could make that argument. I should mention the other reason that this isn't done very often. It's much more pragmatic. In fact, there's two other reasons. One is, in addition to this possible, diplomatic problem.
Yes.
The second thing is that I don't know how many civilizations there are in the galaxy. Obviously, nobody knows. But if there are, say, 10,000 of them,
right,
then that means that the nearest other civilization is roughly 1,000 light years away. Maybe 500, maybe 700, but, hundreds of light years, maybe 1,000 light years away.
This, folks, just simply means if you were to try to travel there, it would take you going at the speed of light 1,000 years to get there.
That's right. And it also means that our signal would take 1,000 years to get there. And if those aliens deign to reply, it'd take another 1,000 years for their answer to get back here.
Right.
So now 2,000 years have gone by, and my personal interest in the project will be somewhat less.
Yes.
And who knows what the funding will be like. So nobody's interested in winning the Nobel Prize 2,000 years from now, of course. So that's another reason it's not done. And then there's a third thought, and it's a bit more philosophical. So I don't know how this is going to strike you, but it's that, look, we've had radio for roughly 100 years.
Yes.
So we're kind of the new kids on the block.
Very short time. Yes.
And there are going to be civilizations out there that are way ahead of ours. I don't mean 100 years ahead of us. I don't mean 1,000 years. They're going to be way ahead of us.
Right.
Maybe millions of years. So why not let them do the heavy lifting? They've had radio for millions of years. Let them create the signals. We'll listen.
All right, but there is this. Unless there is something in physics we don't know about yet, they are making the same calculations on the other end, 1,000 light years away, and if they're intelligent, using the same deductive reasoning that you're using right now. And so they're not transmitting because it's stupid, because they'll never live to get an answer.
Yeah, so you say, so everybody's sitting around waiting for the other guy to call them up.
Yeah. Actually, you know, let me tell you something interesting. I am a ham operator, and a lot of times on 10 meters, which is a worldwide band when it's open, the whole band is dead. It's deader than a doornail. I mean, you can't hear a signal. There's nobody there. And you call CQ, and about 1 million people answer you. They were all sitting there listening. And when you made that one transmission, they all heard you, and they all replied. But there's no way they'd have known that the band was even open, except for the fact that you made a transmission. Doctor, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. All the hams out there know what I'm talking about. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000, and originally aired February 24th, 2000.
It is indeed, and Seth Shostak, who is talking to you from Arecibo, in the control room, the very same Arecibo you saw in the movie Contact. And his partner has, oh no, there she is. She's back in the photograph again, because we've got a live webcam, actually a pair of them, Steadicam A and Steadicam B, looking right at them as we conduct the interview tonight, which will resume in a moment. All right, once again, the same discussion for a second. That is, everybody listening, nobody transmitting. And I play around on the 6-meter band, too, and that has rare openings. But they happen, and everybody's sitting there listening, waiting for a signal. And save the occasional beacon that you can find that's on 24 hours, letting you know when the band really does open, if you're lucky enough to hear it. You know, everybody's listening, and a lot of times when you'll transmit, you'll suddenly get an answer, but only because you transmitted.
Well, Art, I think that's it's a pretty good argument for transmitting, and people have made that argument. They've also said that one of the advantages of making a deliberate transmission is that you might learn something about how to improve your receiving experiment, because you'll know some of the problems involved in building a transmitter that stays on for long periods of time, that has a lot of power, that's maybe directed at nearby stars, and all that sort of stuff. So
something the Defense Department could use.
Right. Well, there could be truth in that. But,
I know what it takes to get funding.
Yeah. Now, I hear you, what you're saying about 10 meters, and it sounds like a band's dead, but in fact, all that's happening is everybody sitting around. I have to say my own experience isn't quite the same. You know, if I get invited to a party and it sounds like it's going to be pretty dull, you know, I might suggest to my wife, well, I'll go to the party, but I'm not going to talk to anyone. And how often is it that you go to a party like that and nobody talks because they've all made this kind of deal? So, you know, it may be the case, but remember, unlike Joe just passed me a note here. Wait a minute, transmitting makes no sense unless you're prepared to do it forever. Well, that's another point, but we'll get on that in a moment. I just think that there are probably lots of good reasons why you might want to transmit that we haven't even thought of.
May I please ask your partner's name again?
It's Jill Tarter.
Jill Tarter.
Jill Tarter.
Okay, everybody, you can see Jill in the photograph with Seth, and actually the movie was modeled after Jill. How long has Jill been doing this?
Jill's been doing, how long have you been doing anything? She's embarrassed to say 20 years. I think she's being modest there, but it's 25. It's going up.
25 years.
Yes.
Wow. All right. Well, that's
She has, I believe, done more steady observing than any other humanoid. So,
well, please tell Jill it's a real honor to even be talking to you with her being next to you.
okay, I'll tell her that. Because it's a real honor, Jill, that you're in this thing with me. It's obviously an honor for me, but...
You'd have to transmit forever, she said.
Well, see, that's another problem here. But of course, what you're doing is you're putting this burden on the aliens. If people are, shall we say, suppose the aliens turn on their transmitters and they, they beam at you for a couple of hours, and then they go to lunch and turn it off, right?
Right.
They go, QTH or something, and turn off their transmitter for a while. Well, we're never going to find transmitters like that. It's sort of like flash bulbs popping off all around the galaxy. The chances that you're looking in the direction of a flash bulb when it fires are pretty darn small.
Well, that tells you and everybody else how much of a chance our great big 3-minute transmission in the 70s has.
Well, that's right. Exactly right. So what you have to hope is that there are some transmitters out there that are on long periods of time. Now, that's not so unreasonable. I mean, our television transmitters, for example, and our radio stations are on 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. But nonetheless, this has only been going on for a few decades or, maybe 50 years.
Oh, and okay, and then back to the movie. You remember the opening sequence was unparalleled. I still sit and marvel at it, and it's just incredible in context, that opening sequence, as it pans back from Earth. And so this is an honest question for you. With our radio and our television and all this RF noise emanating from Earth, microwave, all of it, as you pan back, if the movie had been realistic, where would it finally have faded out to nada? Nothing.
Well, the only signals that really make it into space are the kind of the high frequency ones, things above about 100 megahertz. So
right.
That means FM, that means television, that means radar.
That's right.
And, everybody knows we started television broadcasting seriously in the 1940s.
40s.
So that indication that we're here, the fact that Earth has not just life, but intelligent life, that's reached out, 60 light years?
60 light years.
Roughly.
Okay.
And that's, the distance to the nearest star is on the order of 4 or 5 light years, so within 60 light years, they're on the order of several thousand stars.
All right, then this question, realistically, at 60 light years from Earth right now, would those transmissions be detectable, realistically?
Well, you have to work at it. I worked this out actually once. What it would take to pick up the carrier wave from the early I Love Lucy broadcast.
Right.
Just not to see a Lucy, not to hear Lucy, just to pick up the carrier so you know there was a television signal there.
Gotcha.
And you'd need a couple of thousand acres covered with Yagi antennas if you were 60 light years away. So that's a pretty big antenna, of course, but it's not an impossible antenna. I mean, if you're serious about it, or if you've got this antenna in space or something, and you have some way of building really large antennas, you could do it. But you would do much better at that distance to try and look for our military radars, which began to appear in the 1950s. They're a lot more conspicuous.
So they'd probably notice those at 60 light years.
They would?
Or 50 or 40 or whenever we got the big ones go.
Right. And in fact, if you remember in Contact, Carl Sagan put this civilization, I guess it was at Vega anyhow, at a distance that just allowed enough time for the 1936 broadcast of the Olympics in Berlin to get to these aliens and for their signal to get back to us.
And so there was Hitler.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's now, mind you, maybe the aliens are judging us by Lucy, or perhaps Mr. Ed. I don't know.
Then we're going to be wiped out.
Well, if it's Mr. Ed, maybe they'll just come down and take our horses and leave us alone.
But anyway, the honest truth is, there could be signals. Certainly radar, pulsing high output radar, would be detectable at 60 or 50 or 40 light years out.
It's certainly detectable. It takes a pretty big antenna. Now, I can give you maybe a more interesting number. We obviously have no idea what sort of setup the aliens have. If we haven't had contact with them, we can't ask them what sort of transmitter and antenna they're using, the way a ham would do.
Right.
But suppose they have an antenna just like the one that's right outside the window here, the Arecibo antenna, and suppose they're 100 light years away.
Okay.
We would be able to pick up that signal with this system that you're looking at here if their transmitter power is 10,000 watts. And 10,000 watts is probably less power than most of the stations that are carrying your program.
That's right. You're exactly right. So that's within reason.
It is within reason. That's why this experiment is interesting, in fact. Yeah, it's not so hard to send signals from one star to the next.
All right, so then the criticism that what you're doing is simply impossible is not valid criticism, is it?
Well, I certainly don't think so. Certainly not on that basis. The criticism usually isn't with the technology. The criticism usually is of the kind that we were discussing in the last hour. Things like, well, how many planets are out there that are kind of like the Earth? Or how many of those kinds of planets would have life? or even more controversial, just because you have life, are you going to cook up intelligent life that's going to build radio transmitters? That's a pretty unanswered question. And we don't have a lot of insight into that. It happened here, but, keep in mind, if the dinosaurs hadn't been wiped out 65 million years ago, there'd still be dinosaurs in Puerto Rico and not people.
Well, maybe. I don't know. That's a whole separate argument. But at least it certainly is possible. And the fact that we are here says it's possible. I guess I've got to stand by that argument. We are here. We are doing it. Therefore, in my mind, it should be happening somewhere else if life is out there. And I really err on the side strongly that life is out there. I believe it is.
Yeah, well, obviously I agree, and everybody who does this sort of work also agrees. We wouldn't do it otherwise. If astronomy has taught us nothing else in the past 450 years, it's taught us that every time we thought we were special, we were wrong. So,
well, since you brought up possibly being wrong, everybody believes that the speed of light cannot be exceeded. Now, if that was wrong somehow, that the speed of light can indeed be exceeded in some manner, then the equation radically changes. If it doesn't take, say, 20,000 years to get to your destination, but if you could do it virtually instantly or close to, then you've got a whole different ballgame, right?
That's correct.
All right, there are a lot of theoretical physicists right now that are talking about the possibility of, if we have enough power, and it would take a very great deal of power indeed, that it might be possible to utilize the services of a wormhole, a black hole. It might be possible to actually warp space and time, and perhaps not deliver a human being, but perhaps deliver a signal. You all consider that kind of thing?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting possibility. Now, we're sounders. I mean, indeed, what you're saying is, could you build a rocket that instead of just, blasting propellant out the back end, for example, somehow warp space in front, sort of contract space in front and expand space behind it?
Correct.
And, get somewhere in a great hurry. Now, the trouble is that the calculations suggest that, although, you might be able to do this on paper, if you try to do it for real, yes, the amount of energy required is absolutely enormous.
And unattainable right now.
And yes. Now, who's to say? I mean, arguments that say it's possible but we can't do it are usually the kind of arguments that don't hold up very well because, normally 100 years later you can do it.
Exactly, and so then if we are to suppose there could be a civilization millions, if not billions of years ahead of us, they would have solved that one a long time ago.
Well, it may be, but it depends. There may be some limits on how much energy you can get together in one spot. I don't know. The sun does a pretty good job, but you need more energy than the sun produces, for example. The sun's pretty heavy duty. It's a million, billion watts.
Well, Dr. Kaku from City of New York University, who's a theoretical physicist, says that there are several types of civilizations. I'm sure you've heard him speak. And that as you move from a type 0 that he says we are now to a type 1, you begin type 1, type 2 to control the power of the sun and then even more.
Right. Yeah.
So that if they were able to do that, it might be possible they could virtually dump a signal in close proximity to us or to some other sun or planet that we would get suddenly.
Yes. This idea of various civilizations, I think Monsieur Kaku may have been referring to the work of a Russian physicist by the name of Kardashev, who said, look, there's probably three kinds of alien civilizations out there.
Yes.
There's type 1 that uses the resources of its planet.
That's correct.
That's where we are. We burn coal, we burn gasoline, use the resources of our planet. Type 2 uses the resources of its sun, of its star, uses all the resources of its star. So
yes.
Those 100 million billion watts of energy that the sun's pumping out, instead of just going out into the night sky to make a small pinpoint of light in somebody else's star system, you try and harness that energy.
Right.
Okay, so that's a type 2 civilization. Then the type 3 civilizations, which you're talking about, well, you might be talking about type 2, but there's also a type 3 that Kardashev proposed, and those were the aliens or whatever that could harness the energy of an entire galaxy, right, with 100 billion stars in it.
So you could virtually create a wormhole, do whatever you wanted.
If you could marshal that kind of energy, yes, I think you could. And so the question is, if civilizations are out there that have gotten to that stage, shouldn't we see the evidence?
Oh, not necessarily. Not yet. You never know when that signal might arrive. In other words, if they could send the signal, and there's still lots of targets out there, and it doesn't mean they've done around all the targets yet.
Well, that's true. That may be. But the thing is, the problem is only that if you say, look, I'm looking for a civilization that may have, as it were, organized all the energy in a galaxy somehow, then you would expect that if you took a picture of that galaxy, it would look a little different, that they somehow herded up all the stars or did something, or put a big shell around a lot of stars.
Yeah.
This may be very naive, of course. I admit it. It may be very naive, but it's hard to tell whether we see any evidence of really, really big astro-engineering projects, which are the kind of thing you're talking about. Mm-hmm. We tend always to interpret things we see as natural phenomena first, and only when that fails do we consider that it might be something else.
Occam's razor.
That's right.
Well, okay, fine. But still a possibility that, in other words, that one day a signal that you would hear, instead of traversing 20,000 light years, hopped across in some spectacular manner and got here very quickly. You could, it is within the realm of possibility that you could get that kind of surprise.
It's certainly possible, yeah. Now, mind you, it's not such a concern to me that signals that we're looking for here, we assume, are traveling at the speed of light. All right, because, even the farthest star in the Milky Way galaxy, on the other side of the galaxy, right? The other side of town, as it were, the other side of town is 100,000 light years away. And, that's a bit of a distance.
It's 100,000 years to get there at the speed of light.
Yeah, it took 100,000 years to get here. So this is kind of old news, but for us it's still new news. It'd be like reading Julius Caesar. It's old news, but it's still interesting. But this is 100,000 years old. But that's okay, because the galaxy, right, is 100 times that old. So, there's been plenty of time for those guys to have developed and sent that signal. I mean, you don't have to worry about that.
Right.
So, in some sense, the speed of transmission is not a big concern, except if you want to have a conversation. And if you want to have a conversation, and these guys are, say, 1,000 light years away, you say hello, and in 2,000 years you get back, you know, you repeat that.
Hello there.
Yeah.
It'd be very disappointing, wouldn't it? Obviously, more would be sent. Or I guess it would be. Now, if we were to receive a signal, and we always talk about this, the politics of reception. The politics of transmission is interesting enough, but the politics of reception is also very interesting. What we would do as a planet, what our societies would do, what the UN would do, whoever ended up controlling all this, how they would react if we did receive a signal. I guess you have thought about that, haven't you?
We have thought about that. In fact, yeah, there's been quite a bit of thought about that. It's an interesting subject, of course, because to begin with, there are quite a few people, at least in my experience, and polls show this as well, who feel that if we were to pick up a signal, that that information would somehow be kept from the public. And, you know, that some nefarious federal agency would swoop down here on the control room and shut it all down.
I believe that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I believe that.
Well,
it wouldn't be that much different than the movie. You'd have guys in there with guns.
Yeah, well, they don't know the difficulties of the local roads, that's for sure. But, see, the reason I don't believe that is because, to begin with, remember, this is not like hiding some sort of evidence, right? It's that we've got...
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's like hiding some sort of evidence.
Yeah, but this evidence is up in the sky, see?
Well, sure.
And that means that anybody else with an antenna can go find it, too.
Well, if they know where to look, I mean, you've been looking for a long time, unless it were the big thumper that Jody found. Darn it, it's the top of the hour again, so hold on, Professor, we'll be right back. Professor Seth Shostak from SETI, actually at Arecibo right now, is my guest, and there's lots more to do.
You're listening to Rockville, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
Coming right up. Don't touch that. All right, back now to Puerto Rico, all the way to Puerto Rico, and Professor Shostak. Seth, I want to take a moment to compliment, you know, you see an awful lot of webcams out there across the world now, and 99% of them look awful, and they don't have the right lighting, and they're not sharp, or they're, you know, just unsatisfactory. But I must say, yours is spectacular. Somebody really went to a lot of trouble to get that webcam set up just right.
Well, I hope they're listening, Art. There's a couple of engineers connected with the project who indeed set everything up with the framing and, you know, well, all the technical things that have to be done. And actually, if you were here in the control room where you could look up at the ceiling, you would see that I've put up pieces of paper sort of taped to the lighting fixtures here in order to improve the lighting somewhat to make the photography look a little bit better. So we tried.
Now, there is a little creature extending from the top of a computer directly above your head in one of the photographs. What is that?
Yeah, that's Tigger here. That was put in by one of the software people. I think it's a mascot, but occasionally it sticks out of the top of my head, and then I start getting emails that there's an alien growing out of my scalp.
By the way, how do people email you? Is that something you wish to give out or wish to avoid giving out?
No, I've done that actually before on your show, 2 years ago, I think, Art. You asked about my email address, and as an experiment, I just gave it out to see what would happen.
What happened?
I got a lot of email. But I'll be happy to give it out again, and let's see whether it works again. It was.
Oh, it'll work.
Well, it's Seth, S-E-T-H.
S-E-T-H.
At SETI, S-E-T-I.
Yes.
.org, as organization.
Okay. Seth, S-E-T-H, at SETI, S-E-T-I.org. That's easy. Well, I'm sure you're going to get lots of mail with lots of comments. All right, well, look, we were talking about the politics of reception. Let's finish that one up. The Cold War is over, but we're worried about secrets leaking to China. China is building rockets. What used to be the Soviet Union is looking more like the Soviet Union these days than less. The leadership there is kind of hardcore right now. In other words, if there was a signal received, I just can't believe that we wouldn't be extremely concerned that there would not be military value in that signal. And so before we would tell the Chinese, hey, guess what? Or the Russians, hey, guess what? We'd take a, little time out and we'd have a talk about it at some very high levels. Now, disabuse me of that notion.
Well, okay, since you challenged me to do that. There's two lines of reasoning here. One is, first off, if we pick up a signal here, and occasionally we do, of course, before we would claim that we had found ET, we would insist that it be verified at another radio observatory. Because after all, in the end, something that might convince us could just be a bug in the software or maybe even a prank. I mean,
okay, fine. So then maybe England, maybe Australia, but not Beijing or Moscow.
Quite right. But suppose we call up our buddies in Australia. We say, look, we're picking up this signal here, and would you mind turning your instrument in this following direction? We give them a couple of coordinates on the sky and say, look, here's a range of frequencies. We're not going to tell you the exact frequency because we don't want to bias you. We'll just give you a range and see if you find it the same spot we do. All right, all very straightforward. Now, the people we're going to call in Australia will be, another set of astronomers. Astronomers are not very good at keeping secrets. They're not used to that, and nobody ever told them to keep secrets. So there they are, down in, say, Australia, looking at this thing, and they're finding it too. So that means that immediately they're all on their mail systems.
Sure.
And telling all their relatives, hey, look, it looks like SETI finally succeeded here. We got a signal, and we find it too. Okay? Now, so my first point is that you might not want to tell, for example, the Chinese or some other some other nation or group of people or whatever.
Potential adversary.
Right, potential adversary that you found this, but the word's already out. That's point one. And
okay, I've already got a counter for it. Let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, fine. The story breaks. I'm with you. It would leak out.
Right.
But we've already had, I don't know, lots and lots of those because I've had to call you in the middle of the night. So I can imagine a story would get out, and then like many other stories, it would suddenly die. Oh, it was a satellite.
Well, the reason that these stories have died in the past is because they deserve to die.
Because it was a satellite.
Because it was a satellite.
All right, I know, but that would make it the perfect cover story to quiet things down so you could do a little quiet study about what might be important national security information.
Well, it's an interesting idea, Art, but, the thing is we've got to convince all those people at other observatories to do exactly the same. And how are we going to do that? Remember, they've already told all sorts of people. I mean, I can give you an example of how...
Well, let me give you an example of how it could be done. Washington decides it doesn't want this story to have legs. So it calls the British government and the Australian government, which make a few quick calls to the astronomers in question and threaten all their funding. You will keep this quiet for a while, and all your funding is at stake.
Well, it wouldn't worry us, of course, we're privately funded, but I honestly don't think that would work. I think that if I were, say, at the observatory down in Australia, I've been there, of course, there's like 100 people at the observatory. Now they're all getting excited. They've all been, emailing their friends and relatives, and now somebody comes in from Canberra and says, sorry guys, we've got to put the lid on this. It's either that or your job. And well, maybe 90% of them would say, okay, I'll shut up, but the other 10% won't. They say, look, I can get a job somewhere else. This is too important. This is too exciting. And besides, I told my brother-in-law. So, I thought I'd give you an example of what actually happened, because thanks to the movies, people have the impression that the way a discovery is made is that, you're sitting here, as we're sitting here, and suddenly, the signal comes in, and 10 minutes later, we're, calling up the airlines to get our tickets booked to Stockholm so we can, not meet ABBA, of course, but collect our Nobel Prize. Okay. But that's not the way it happened. That's not the way it happened. In 1997, there was a signal that we picked up, not with this telescope, it was 97. We were using the telescope a telescope in Greenbank, West Virginia. Much smaller one than this one, actually. But in any case, there was a signal there that was looking pretty darn good. And part of the reason it was looking so darn good is that part of the confirmation telescope we normally use was broken. But that's a technical point. Never mind why it was looking good. It was looking good.
You really thought you had something, or potentially had something.
We did. I can tell you, we sat around the computers back there in California. Nobody went home. Nobody went to sleep.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how long does it take for a scientist of your stature and the ones you work with to really get excited? I mean, I know you guys are really cool and you check this out and check that out, but I mean, at some point the adrenaline pumps.
Yeah. Well, this was a once in several years kind of event. So it takes on the order of, I don't know, half an hour before the signal is so interesting that you're beginning to pay exclusive attention to what's going on, and you're not sitting in the chair anymore. Okay? But this went on much longer than that. This went on for almost a day.
A day?
Well, part of the problem is that when you're only using one telescope, see, which in a sense we were, the star system you're looking at, of course, is likely to drop down below the horizon.
That's right.
Okay, so that's gone for about 12 hours. And so you got to sit there and chew on your fingernails for 12 hours, waiting for it to come back up and continue looking at it.
So that happened?
That will happen unless you call somebody up on the other side of the world.
But I mean, to that signal that we're talking about now that you thought was so exciting, did it in fact go away? Did you track it to the horizon and then lose it?
Yep. Yep, we did.
Oh, man.
Okay, so people weren't going to the local burger places to get something to eat. They were just glued.
Yeah.
Now, it turns out that in the end, what this was one of a European research satellite, the SOHO satellite, which you may have heard of, actually.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it studies the sun, and it's 1 million miles away, more or less. And it's got a transmitter on board, which is about 10 watts. So it's really QRP, if you will, but...
That means low power.
It's low power, but 10 watts for us is a lot of power, of course.
Sure.
It's only 1 million miles away, 10 watts. That's a whopping signal for us. And so this signal was sort of leaking in, sort of coming in the side of the telescope, coming in what are called the side lobes.
Right.
And it was causing us confusion. And it came in just such a way, it was just the luck of the draw, sometimes this is going to happen, that when we took the telescope and we moved it away from the star we were pointing at...
It went away.
It went away. We moved the telescope back toward the star, it came back. We moved it away, it went away. We moved it back, it came back, okay?
Yes.
Well, that's why everybody's getting excited.
Sure.
And, in fact, at that point, Jill was looking through her Rolodex, looking for the phone numbers of people at other observatories, thinking whether she should call them up. All right. Now, as I say, it turned out to be the SOHO satellite. This went on for close to a day. Now, the interesting thing, Mark, was that clearly people in our organization knew about this. We weren't calling up the local radio stations, or we didn't even call you about this, because, of course, we weren't 100% sure. Even after a day, we weren't sure.
Right.
Okay, or half a day.
And another telescope was down that you would try to call, so you couldn't get a confirmation.
Well, it's a telescope we normally use. We always use 2 telescopes for our observations. We're using this one here in Puerto Rico. What you can't see on the webcam is our other telescope in Jodrell Bank, England. Okay, so that's running at the same time that we run this one. So we always use 2 because that allows you to sort out a week from the chaff.
Sure.
Okay. Well, our second telescope was down, and that was really the reason we got confused for so long. But that's not the point. The point is that we thought it was real. So I'm looking around, looking for those guys with the black fedoras and the narrow ties, right? Waiting for some government officials to show up and say, what are you guys up to here?
Meanwhile, you were emailing all your friends and associates.
Well, actually, I wasn't.
Now.
But some people were. The interesting thing was, about 6 or 8 hours into this, I got a call from one of the science writers at the New York Times. And he said, hi, Seth, I understand you guys are following an interesting signal. You want to tell me about it? Now, I think that's interesting because although the feds never showed any interest in this, the New York Times sure did. And what we told them was, well, look, everything we found so far has been interference, so, we'll call you back in a couple of hours. And as it turned out, within a couple of hours, we began to get suspicious that this was the Soho satellite, which it turned out to be. But the bottom line are two lessons came out of this. One, you can be sure that the media will know about this before anybody else. And two, when you find a signal, it isn't like in Contact or any of the other movies where suddenly from one moment to the next, it's an aha, we got it.
How did the New York Times find out about it?
They got a phone call from somebody in our office.
Some leak,
huh? Phone call from somebody who's been called by somebody in our office.
I see.
So
that's the way you feature it would occur.
I think what'll happen is, if you ask me how it's going to happen, now, mind you, this is a personal opinion, so, take it for what it's worth, but it's clear to me that because it takes a long time to really confirm the signal, it's going to take, on the order of a couple of days. Because that's the amount of time it takes to get somebody at another observatory to stop what they're doing and check it out and then confirm it. And you've always got this problem that, maybe for 12 hours a day you can't see the star system because the Earth is rotating and all that. So it's going to take a few days before you're sure. And during those few days, you're going to get more and more confident that this is the big one.
All right. If I got my normal email message saying that SETI's got a hit, and I called you in the middle of the night, and you weren't yet ready to talk about it, you had not yet confirmed it, would you tell me, yes, we've got something, no, we haven't quite confirmed it, but we're all real excited? Or would you say, listen, Art, call me in a couple of days, or I'll call you, or something like that?
Yeah, well, that was exactly the problem I had when the New York Times called, actually. Should I just tell them, sorry, we haven't got anything, or should I just be honest about it? And I was honest. I said, yes, we are following a signal, but, every time we've had something that looks like it might be it, in the past, it's always turned out to be interference. So I recommend that, before you get too excited and run a story, that you check with us in 3 or 4 hours because we may have some more information.
So that's what you would tell me if I called you?
That's what I would tell you.
All right.
I'd just be straight up with you.
All right. Hold on, Seth. We'll be right back to you. Seth Shostak is my guest, and we're long past where we should be getting to the phones, so we'll get to the phones coming up next.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000. Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 24th, 2000.
Indeed, Kingdom of Nye to Puerto Rico to Arecibo, where Professor Shostak is right now. He's our guest. And he heads the SETI project, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And I know you have questions because it's all lit up like a Christmas tree, so we'll get to it straight away. All right, once again, not only can you hear, but you can see Seth, Professor Seth Shostak, in Puerto Rico, because there are 2 live webcams operating right now that give you refreshed views about every 2 minutes, actually in the control room at Arecibo. Very exciting. The last time we tried this, a hurricane came along, and Seth had to pack up and run away before we could get very far. In fact, that hurricane was really bearing down on you, wasn't it?
It was. That was Hurricane George, and it actually did a bit of damage up here.
And so you packed your bags and got on an airplane and beat it out, I guess.
I got out of Dodge.
Uh-huh. Wise. All right, well, I have a million questions. I can go on all night, but if I don't answer phones, they get angry. So let me do some of that. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Seth Shostak. Hi.
Yes, Stefan. This is Larry in Waterloo, Iowa on KCNZ.
Hello, Larry.
Hi. And I just got off work a half an hour ago and got the website up and looked first and then had to shut it down to call. Just have one line here.
I see.
Anyway, a couple of points. Maybe we have already seen signals and don't recognize them. Maybe that intelligent life is farther out if we send a signal out farther, but maybe the older systems are farther out because they've been going out longer. And, so maybe more intelligent life will be looking this way. And maybe some of these UFOs that we've seen don't recognize our signals from an intelligence that's a little bit farther advanced than us.
Well, that's the eternal question that we get when we do this show, and it's irresistible. And a lot of people said, there's an attorney right now named Peter Gersten, who is in the middle of a lawsuit with the Department of Defense on these triangular craft that have been observed. And to be honest, Seth, I know you cringe around the subject of UFOs, but man, I'll tell you, they have detected and seen all kinds of things going across the Atlantic, fast walkers they call them, all these unaccountable craft that seem to be traveling in our atmosphere and at impossible speeds, and I might add, turning at impossible angles and all that sort of thing. So inevitably, people go up and say, look, they're already here. What are you looking for?
Right. Well, first of all, just a technical point, Art. I don't know if it's possible for you to turn up the gain on what I hear, because you're about 5 by 3 at this end. And that's okay with your voice, but I can really hardly hear the caller.
Oh, actually, it's not possible.
It's not possible. Okay. Well,
now, I can make callers yell, though.
Okay, get the caller to yell if necessary. Maybe you can just sort of
relay
my profession. But what I hear Larry saying is that, how does this fit in with the possibility that the aliens are already here?
Yeah.
Did I get the question right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Well, as you know, I don't think they are here. It would be great if they were, from my point of view, because after all, it would make the whole job a lot simpler. I mean, this is a pretty tough experiment here, and it's a difficult thing to do. And if we thought that maybe the extraterrestrials were nearby, buzzing the countryside, that would in many ways be a much easier experiment. I mean, you just build a lot of radars. In fact, those radars kind of already exist, and you look for them that way, or just look at satellite data and, sort of look down on them. So, as you know, my take on this is that I don't find that evidence compelling enough. I mean, nobody really does walk into our offices with the bumper from a UFO. That would certainly get my attention, but it hasn't happened so far.
You're right in that it has not happened so far, but couldn't you do the math on it and probably come up with some sort of number that would say it's as possible as our getting a signal from 100 light years away? Or other numbers on your side?
No, I don't know on what side the numbers are, because unfortunately, this is pretty hard to predict. It's kind of like asking Chris Columbus, what do you think the numbers are that you're going to run into a continent before you get to Japan? And there's no way he can really know that.
Okay, but you do concede that there have been some very high-quality sightings by NORAD, by all kinds of legitimate organizations that observe this kind of thing, and they've seen things in the atmosphere that are simply unaccountable. I mean, cannot be accounted for.
Well, it's true that there's always some residue of sightings and observations that for which there aren't explanations. I mean, there are thousands of these kind of reports every year. And if you look hard enough at the best of the reports, and that's usually what people will do because there's so many of them, they can't investigate them all. I mean, I get phone calls about once a week from somebody who wants me to fly to some part of the country and investigate something they've seen. Now,
Sure.
that's not my business.
Right.
So I'm not expert in that. And I can't afford to fly there anyway. And besides, if you try to do that for even half the sightings that are reported every year, I don't think you get very far. But what has happened in the past is that you take, maybe the 100 best cases, the ones that look most interesting, and you sort of scrutinize those. Now, the usual result is that 90% of them, and I think Larry may be aware of this, 90% of them can be explained as atmospheric phenomena or aircraft or whatever.
Sure.
The whole list of things.
Sure.
And 10% of them cannot. The 10% of them, they just come up empty-handed and say, well, we don't know what it was.
10% still represents, using your language, a pretty large number.
Yeah, that's 10% of a large number is still a large number. That's true. But on the other hand, in New York City, they probably solve 70% of the murders every year, and all of those are committed by humans against other humans. But what about the other 30% that they didn't solve? I mean, could those have been committed by, say, aliens against humans? And of course, you can't disprove that, but that would be a big assumption, wouldn't it?
It would.
So the fact that 10% of them are not explained, you could say, well, that somehow proves aliens, but I don't think it does. I think that maybe to just be very succinct in an answer to Larry, I personally don't think that the evidence is there that they're visiting us, but the advantage of this experiment is that we don't claim success yet. We haven't had success yet, but if we do claim success,
it'll be the big one.
But more than that, you can check it out for yourself, or anybody with a big antenna can go check it out. And there are a lot of big antennas around. So it isn't one of those things that it's a matter of, well, your interpretation versus my interpretation, or, it's like a scientific experiment. If you claim success, immediately 10 other teams will run out into the field and check it out and prove you right or wrong.
But really though, some scientists are in the exact same position with respect to ufology as you are with listening for the big one, the signal. There's quite a bit of, or at least some conventional science that's beginning to say, look, these reports cumulatively deserve scientific study. And I'm sure you're aware of that report out of Europe. It was out of Europe some months ago, or a year ago. And legitimate study. In other words, there are things that are simply inexplicable, and so science should devote a little of its attention to seeing if there might be something here.
Well, in principle, there's nothing wrong with that, actually. I mean, it would be, pretty pig-headed to say, let's just ignore it all. That's not the way science works either.
Well, it shouldn't be, but that's the argument people are always using against what you do. Shouldn't be doing it at all. What a waste of time.
I get that.
You get that occasionally, right?
On occasion, but yeah. But usually the reasons are for personal philosophy, reasons are religion or something like that. But and I think in some sense you could make the same argument for what you're talking about there. But there's a problem, and I don't know how to get around it, and that is that it's pretty tough to predict, where that next sighting is going to be. If you could somehow know where these things happen, and then you could set up some equipment or something like that, but it doesn't seem to work that way. I mean, it strikes me as a tough problem.
It is.
And that may be one of the reasons that there aren't that many scientists who get seriously involved with it.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. All right, let's see what we can do with the phones here. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Shostak. Hello?
Yes, this is Myra from Texas.
From Texas. Okay, you're going to have to really yell at us on
Okay, can you hear me a little better now?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, I'm right in the middle of a thunderstorm here, so before I have a Danny Brinkley experience here. And I'll just say to the gentleman, unless you have ever seen one of those large, black, very quiet, huge things beside you or above you, you'll be a believer. You won't know where it's from, but you will definitely believe that it's there, and it's very real.
All right. Well, listen, I'll back that up. I have seen what she's talking about, Seth. 150 feet above me, defying gravity, floating, massive, blotting out the stars and the moon. I saw that, Seth, personally, along with my wife. We both stood there and watched the damn thing float right above us. Now, could it be our own? Of course it could be. But if it is, that means that we have technology that, by your definition, couldn't be kept secret. I mean, we would have anti-gravitic technology, and I don't see how we could keep that secret.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'd want to keep it secret. I mean, something like that, you want to let it loose on as many experts as you could.
Oh, Seth. Oh, Seth. I'm out here near Area 51, as you know. The valley right across from me is where Area 51 is. And that is a little naive from my point of view, that you'd want to let as many people know about it as possible. Hey, we've got anti-gravitic technology, world. Here you go, Chinese. Here you go, Russians. I don't think we'd do that. I don't think our government would do that. In fact, I know they wouldn't, Seth. They'd keep it secret as long as they possibly could.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to take on that particular point, Art. As far as these big things go, I mean, if they're really there, why is it that I just never seem to see them in these, in the satellite photos from up above? Now, mind you, there are occasionally instances where military craft will, and I've heard stories like this, just for the fun of it, the pilots will sort of, scare some people by zooming in close and turning on bright lights and stuff like that.
Sure.
That kind of thing, and you gotta watch out for that.
I know.
But these big things, if there really were such big alien objects sort of cruising through the atmosphere.
Alien as in, I'm not, they are there, Seth. It's not if. I'm telling you they are there, because I saw one.
Okay.
Now, the only question is, to whom does it belong?
Right. Well, exactly. That's the next point. And there, I'm afraid you gotta, attack that beard with Occam's razor again. And just say, well, there are two possibilities. One is it's some sort of phenomenon that, it's terrestrial. It's either some sort of aircraft that I don't know about, or it's some other phenomenon that I don't understand or don't know about, or it's the aliens. And, the aliens are a pretty easy explanation because they're capable of anything after all. But on the other hand, Occam's razor, which says, take the simpler possibility first, suggests, well, you ought to consider all the possibilities on Earth.
And I am willing to do that. In fact, it is demanded that you do that, perhaps even as the first most likely option. But the problem here is that if that's true, then again, we have a really, really big secret that we're keeping really well.
Well, let me ask this. I mean, it's not my task here to ask the question.
No, you can ask whatever you want.
All right, I'll put one to you. If this technology came from outer space, then why is it that only the Americans have it? I mean, wouldn't the aliens also be interested in the nightlife in Rio, for example? And maybe the Brazilians have it, or maybe the Iraqis have it, or maybe the Chinese have it. I can't imagine that they confine their attentions to us, although we like to think that, but it just doesn't make much sense to me. So I would think that there would be lots of countries that would be having these sorts of experiences and profiting from them.
Well, that's true. We're talking about movies a lot. Did you ever see a movie called At Play in the Fields of God?
I did not, no.
No?
That's too bad.
Really, really interesting movie. It was about some missionaries, Seth, who went down into Amazonia, and they contacted a tribe that had never been contacted by human beings before, and of course they wanted to turn them into rice Christians. But what they actually did was carry a flu virus down there and killed them all.
Well, I suspect that what you're suggesting is that may be our fate.
Well, I'm suggesting that if we're being observed is at least a possibility.
Yes.
If you assume that somebody could get here or somebody's could get here, we would be observed for a long time before actual contact was made.
Yes. That's certainly a possibility, and it doesn't even require that they get here. They could just, and people have suggested this, that maybe they send a probe, right?
Right.
that just sort of looks. Now, the probe itself could be pretty small.
Because that's something we would do.
Yeah, it possibly would. You have to probably send out a lot of probes. I mean, there's some constraints here, but sending a probe the size of a baseball or something like that, that just sort of hangs around in somebody's solar system and takes pictures or listens to the radio or does something until somebody wakes up in that solar system. In other words, until some intelligent life form appears and wakes this probe up.
Right.
And then the probe sends information back to the home planet. You could imagine a scenario like that.
You bet.
Okay. And so, yeah, that could happen, and maybe that has happened, and maybe we're being reported on. But, what does that tell us? I mean,
all right, that's as far that's good. That's as far as I've heard you go. Listen, SETI is not funded by our government, as you pointed out, thanks in part to the actions of my senator here in Nevada. It operates, I guess, on donations from what? Industry, individuals? How do you guys eat?
Right. Well, down here, rather carefully, because there's a lot of bones in the chicken. But, in fact, the Institute's SETI activities are funded by, indeed, private donations, and they're almost all, not almost all, are individual donations. In other words, they're not from corporations. They're from individuals, people who just think that this is an interesting thing to do, because, after all, 100 years ago, we could have been having this conversation about whether there's somebody up there in space looking down on us, but we wouldn't be having it on the radio. We wouldn't have had the technology to do that.
That's right.
And so this is a special moment in time, the first moment in time in the whole history of this planet, when we could do this experiment. And so some people say, that's an interesting point. It's sort of like 1492. It's finally possible to build a wooden ship that maybe can cross the Atlantic.
Sure.
So, they say it's worth a little bit of money. The government isn't funding this, and so they make donations to the SETI Institute to help us do this experiment.
Seth, I think it's worth a lot of money. And I think that if we can talk anybody out there into leaving you their estate or just sending you $10 or whatever it is, I really, really, really would like to get an address where people could make a donation.
Well, I would recommend, first off, of course, they can go to our website and find out, a lot about us, and also how they can join up with our Team SETI group if they want to do that, if they just want to send a donation. But I'll give you the address. I mean, it's not such a big deal.
Yeah, please.
First off, the website is www.seti.org. Couldn't be simpler. If you type seti.org into your browser, you'll come to our website.
Gotcha.
The address is the SETI Institute, and that's at 2035 Landings, as in aircraft landings, Drive, and that's in Mountain View, 2 words, Mountain View, California, 94043.
90 what?
94043.
4043. All right. The SETI Institute, 2035 Landings Drive, Mountain View, California, I can't even read my own handwriting, 94043?
That's it.
All right. So all donations obviously are welcome, right?
That's for sure.
I think the work you're doing is so important that if I might put you in my will. I'm serious about that. It's that important. For all the arguments that I've given you, if what you're doing turns out to be a success, Seth, then everything that mankind knows and thinks and hopes and dreams changes. It all becomes, there's some new reality. I think it would change the world. I think it would change socially the entire world and what we all believe. It's that big a deal. So you'll have my support. Seth, what a pleasure as always. We'll do it again. You name the time. I'm always yours.
Great. All right. It's actually been my pleasure, and I always enjoy it.
Take care, Seth.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night. That's all the time we've got, folks. That's it. That was great. Professor Seth Shostak. And my advice to you would be, if you can, contribute The SETI Institute at 2035 Landings Drive in Mountain View, California, 94043. Good night.
This hour of Art Bell was recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Indeed, Sunday again, Dreamland on the air. It's going to be quite a program this evening. I'm Art Bell, glad to be here. We've got yet another new station joining the Dreamland network. It is KZIM in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. That's KZIM, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Home, of course, of Rush Limbaugh. Glad to have them on board. They also carry the regular program during the week. Now, Dreamland. All right, let me give you a thumbnail sketch of what's coming up. In a moment, I understand there is breaking news in England. Breaking news regarding the Roswell photographs. Where is our Linda Howe? You guessed it, just outside London. She'll be with us in just a moment. And she has a guest with her, George Wingfield, who has now seen 30 minutes of the autopsy film. So look out for that. Coming up following that, Robert Morningsky. Honored to have Robert Morningsky with us. And if we're lucky, Linda Howe will be right here. Linda, are you there?
Yes, Art. Can you hear me clearly?
You know, sometimes, Linda, I swear we get a better connection when you're in England than we do when you're in Philadelphia.
So is this clear tonight?
Clear as a bell.
All right. Well, I want to say to our new Missouri listeners that the 4th Annual Midwest UFO Conference in Springfield, Missouri is on September 9th and 10th, and there is a number for tickets. This has been a wonderful conference. Susan Bedell has been an organizer there for the last 3 or 4 years. And if we can, I'd like to give a phone number for people who could contact Susan Bedell, because I think this is a very good conference, worth attending. It's area code 417-882-6847 in Springfield, Missouri. And that will be September 9th and 10th, and it's good to know we've got another station in Missouri.
Yes, it is. Linda, where are you in England, actually?
In Peterborough, north of London, about an hour. Drove here to meet George Wingfield about halfway, coming back from the Sheffield English Conference, which was held this weekend by the British UFO Research Association, known as BUFORA. And one of the main subjects was the controversial alleged autopsy of a non-human being first introduced to the public by Ray Santilli in London on May 5th. And with me is George Wingfield, an English researcher who spoke with us on Dreamland at the Seattle MUFON conference, and who has now been talking with Ray Santilli about new developments in this story. And he, George, attended this conference where Santilli screened a little more than 30 minutes of the black and white footage of both an autopsy and pieces of debris from what is now described as a crash site near Socorro, New Mexico, not Roswell. George, can you describe for us what you did see this weekend on film?
Well, on film, I saw the autopsy sequence, which I'd already seen on May the 5th in London. And in addition to that, I also saw some of the debris, some of which bore hieroglyphics, and also a very strange looking, what appeared to be a control panel or some kind of setting which had the imprints of alien hands, if we accept these are six-fingered alien hands, in the control panel. Very strange.
Meaning that there were depressions for 6 finger pads, 2 and 2, so there were 12 finger pads altogether that you could see on the film?
That's correct, yes. There were 2 hand prints, and these were 6-fingered hands. Beyond the fingertips were what appeared to be buttons, which there were 2 rows of buttons in semicircular arcs beyond the fingertips, and there were a number of grooves. This is an odd-looking device, I must say.
George, excuse me, Linda and George.
Talked about?
Yes, there was definitely something which looked like an I-beam. It was of that sort of section, and there was sort of quite a wide band of hieroglyphics on that.
All right, Linda and...
This autopsy footage, you said this was now a clearer presentation of some of this footage. Was there anything about this now that struck you as being particularly impressive to you as being the autopsy of something that was not human?
Well, I think seeing it the second time through, you notice an awful lot of detail which you probably missed the first time through. The people who were viewing this the first time, I think some of them were shocked or really quite turned off by what they were looking at, because most people are not familiar with autopsies. This is really in your face, and I don't think there's much doubt about it that what was being autopsied was a corpse of some variety, and not, as some people would have you believe, a plastic dummy.
All right, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, may I ask George a couple of questions, Linda?
Okay.
George, the apparatus that you were describing, the control board, was this sort of a piece of wreckage, or were you looking at a larger part of a craft? I don't quite understand.
No, it was a piece of wreckage. It was, it appeared to have been broken off, and it was part of some console, maybe, something of this kind.
Wow.
And the fact that it had those 6-finger depressions is interesting, Art, because I know that several years ago there was a man working in intelligence in the United States who told me that he had seen some kind of a console in film that had finger pad depressions, and I always had the idea that it was the 4 long-fingered hands that we've had described all these years. Perhaps the truth is that there is something about these 6 fingers that is a reality, and we've all been taught or been told that it was something other than that.
All right, well, this seems to be a big turnaround, and all of a sudden I'm sensing that both of you now feel this footage is the real thing. Is that correct?
Well, can I make my position clear? I think it's too early to make a definite decision on that, and I still hold back. I still sit on the fence until some more research has been done, and that the cameraman has been properly questioned about everything that went on in his story. Now, I do have the details of his story, which I'll go through here. It shouldn't take too long, but the detail is fascinating and rather shocking, in fact. And I'll also say that at this conference in Sheffield, Michael Hesseman spoke, and he has put more research into this than any other UFO researcher. I've worked quite closely with him.
Yeah, Michael Hesseman is from Germany, Art, and has been a publisher of several books and articles concerning the crop circles and other aspects of UFO research, and he has really gotten into the investigation of this Ray Santilli film. Go ahead, George.
Michael Hesseman recently, that is in July, went out to New Mexico. He did quite a lot of research, including a visit to the site, which the cameraman clearly indicated was where this crash had occurred, which is, I think, approximately between 15 and 20 miles southwest of Socorro, New Mexico.
In the plains of St. Augustine.
That's right, and it's off on the end of a dirt road, about 10 miles off the highway, down towards the south from the road which leads from Socorro to Magdalena, for those of you who know that part of the world. I can say some more about this later, but let me just make Michael Hesseman's position clear. He gave an absolutely brilliant lecture this afternoon in Sheffield, which had, you could have heard a pin drop because people hung on every word. And as I say, he's done a lot of research here. He said, this film may very well be authentic. I don't say this film is definitely the real thing. I only say that everything we checked out in favor of it. Indications that it might be a hoax did not check out. We have more indications that it is the real thing than we have against it. And that is a remarkable statement.
And what is it that the cameraman himself has released as his own story about how he came to film this remarkable footage?
Well, let me just run roughly through the cameraman story, and I'll put a few quotations in here because I have the words in front of me. The cameraman was in the military from 1942 to 1952. Despite having polio as a child, he managed to join the Army Air Force, as a cameraman. He worked exclusively as a cameraman in intelligence capacity, and he had top secret clearance. He filmed such things as part of the Manhattan Project and the testing of the Trinity site in New Mexico. On June the 2nd, 1947, he was ordered by General McMullen to take part in a special project, which was to film a crash that had occurred in New Mexico, and he was to go directly to it. He flew from Andrews Air Force Base near Washington with 16 other officers. He flew to Wright Field, where he picked up more men and more equipment, and he then flew on in a C-54 to Roswell, New Mexico. Immediately they got there, they put all their equipment in trucks, and they drove out to the desert, and they drove for several hours towards Socorro, passing by the Apache Indian reservation on the way. They then drove from Socorro towards Magdalena, and they turned 10 miles south on a dirt road until they got to a dry lake bed. This area was completely cordoned off by the military, and despite a command he received from General Toohey in Washington, D.C., in addition to General McMullen, saying this was the crash of a Soviet spy plane, it was quite obvious this was not a spy plane. According to his account, there was a large disc on its back, and there was heat still radiating from the ground around it. There were debris and some with hieroglyphs on scattered in the area. There were strange beings, which he described as freaks, lying beside the craft. Now, this is very similar to the Barney Barnett story, which appears in Stanton Friedman's book. Barney Barnett came across a disc somewhere on the plains of St. Augustine in the Socorro area, and he saw a number of alien creatures lying beside it. So this is lining up with that particular story. He says strange beings, obviously from another world. Large head, dark eyes, no hair, 6 digits. This, I'm quoting him now, this was made all the worse for the screams of the freaks, that's what he called them, that were lying by the vehicle. What in God's name they were, no one could tell. But one thing was for sure. They were circus freaks, creatures with no business here. That's his expression. Each had hold of a box, which they kept hold of with both arms close to their chest, and just lay there crying, holding these boxes. This is a very shocking account, and it's a brutal account, and I think we have to really think ourselves back to the 40s, where we just come through a world war. This was the era of Auschwitz, the era of Hiroshima, and behavior towards things which were not apparently human was not exactly very sympathetic. He says the medical team was reluctant at first to go near the freaks, because of the freaks. But if some were injured, they had no choice. He says, once my tent had been set up, I started dropping first the vehicle, then the debris. At about 6 a.m., it was deemed safe to move in. But these creatures, according to his account, have been left lying there for goodness knows how long. I mean, it might have taken him anything up to 24 hours to get down from Washington. This makes it very hard to believe, this story. I mean, when I first read this, I thought this account is totally incredible. I cannot believe what this man is saying. But anyway, read it through. I think the brutality is something which is totally possible in the circumstances. At about 6 a.m., it was deemed safe to move in. Again, the freaks were still crying, and when approached, they screamed even louder. They were protective of their boxes, but we managed to get one loose with a firm strike at the head of a freak with a rifle butt. These poor creatures, if we believe this account, these poor creatures have traveled halfway across the galaxy. and I met with this total lack of hospitality and nothing short of utter brutality. And I think that in this account, it appears that two of them were actually killed by the military. The three freaks were dragged away and tied up with a rope and tape. Obviously, two of them died during this recovery operation. One of them was dead already from the crash, according to the account. One of them lived on because the third autopsy was done. Two autopsies were done in a military hospital in Fort Worth or Dallas in July, the first 3 days of July of 1947. And a further autopsy was done in May 1949, which seems to indicate that at least one of these creatures lived on for nearly 2 years. He says the craft and the debris were eventually put onto a flatbed truck and moved away and taken to Wright-Patterson, or Wright Field as it was then known.
All right, listen, I want to stop you both right now, and I'm going to put you on hold for a moment. This is too important to leave. I have some things I must get done.
Okay.
So please, everybody, just wait where you are, and we'll be back to you.
Great.
All right, good. You're listening to Dreamland. Big news coming from England. Linda Howe, George Wingfield are our present guests, and it's all about the Roswell autopsy. Or more accurately, I guess, not the Roswell autopsy, but the New Mexico, I'll call it, autopsy. And we're getting a lot of new information here, so stay right with us here at the bottom of the hour, and we're going to come back and ask a couple of other very critical questions regarding this breaking news. This is the film, by the way, that is due to air worldwide on the 28th of August. Here in the U.S., we understand, by the Fox network. So, some pretty important information ahead of that broadcast. You're listening from the high desert to Dreamland. It is. I'm Mark Bell. Good evening. Back to Linda Howe and George Wingfield in just one moment. North American Trading has a straight-out simple offer for you. They'll send you a copy of a brand new Senate bill that ought to put a chill right down your spine. This is a real Senate bill introduced and about to be acted on that would establish a new form of money in this country. Actually, two of them. One for use inside the country, one for use outside the country. A lot of people suspect one reason for this may be a coming, almost inevitable devaluation of our currency. So, I mean, get this Senate bill. Just call them, tell them, give them my name. They'll send you the bill. You can do it right now. The number is 1-800-877-9799. 1-800-877-9799, North American Trading, back to near London, England. Linda and George, we don't have a lot of time, but I want to ask a couple of very important questions. One is with regard to the photographer. Are there now indications he will come forward and say something?
Well, the photographer has spoken to the Channel 4 TV people who are making this documentary, which is going to be shown on the 28th of August. And he has spoken to them. I'm not sure whether it's face-to-face or by telephone, but he will not appear in front of the cameras unless he actually gets a dispensation from the president. This is what he's demanded, which is not likely to be forthcoming. However, I can say a few words about the Fox program, which you're likely to see on the 28th.
And before you do, George, I just want to make clear to our Dreamland listeners, Art, that what George was reading from was this cameraman now known as Jack B. Period. The name Barnett apparently was not correct in those first releases. The cameraman's entire statement was read at the Sheffield conference, and George Wingfield was quoting excerpts from this. And it's also important now to note that the cameraman himself is placing the location of the crash retrieval that he was involved in filming parts and the autopsies near Socorro, and not
the Brazel Ranch
Right.
in near Roswell, which raises the possibility that we're dealing with two different crashes or more and different bodies. And George, I'd like you to address that confusion as well.
Well, this is very confusing, but the crash the cameraman refers to occurred on June the 1st, 1947. And we believe that whatever crashed the Brazel Ranch crashed a bit later than that, possibly mid-June, possibly even July the 3rd, which has come to be about the July the 2nd or 3rd, the established date in the literature. But these could have been two entirely separate incidents. That I simply don't know.
All right, I have one more question, then we've got to get out of here. It is the following. You have seen the film. The American public has not yet seen the film. When it is broadcast in America, and Linda, maybe you'll be qualified to speak on this, or both of you, how is it going to, in your opinion, affect the American public?
Well, I can tell you what is going to be said in that film. The researchers, there's a lot of denial and prejudice against the idea that this could possibly have been an alien craft. And I think an awful lot of researchers, especially people who are not into the field of UFOs, will find some alternative solution. And so you're going to be told that these corpses, which are seen in the autopsy, are the victims of nuclear testing, the victims of genetic engineering, the victims of germ warfare. All sorts of solutions of that kind are going to come up. And I don't buy any of them because, frankly, I mean, germ warfare, nuclear testing,
Doesn't produce six fingers and six hands.
no way, no way. And it doesn't enlarge your head and doesn't make you look like that. These creatures are creatures, and as far as we know, they are definitely not latex dummies. There may be other explanations, but I don't buy any of the ones I just mentioned.
All right, well, we're out of time. I want to thank you both. It has been a very meaningful, important report ahead of the broadcast here in America. So, thank you both.
I think, Art, we have to continue to keep an open mind on this. We may finally be seeing autopsy film from something that is not human, but the question is now with the cameraman story, placing it on the plains of St. Augustine outside of Socorro, we have yet an entirely new story here.
Mm-hmm. Indeed,
the Bonnie Bonnet story.
Right.
All right, I want to thank you both. We've got to go. Thank you.
Right.
And Linda, next week, will you remain there?
I'll be reporting next Sunday, but I don't know from where. Probably somewhere in England, and I'll call you.
All right, very good. Thank you both, and good night from the high desert here in America. Now, this may all work very well together indeed. Let me give you a quote from Robert Morningsky, who is a Native American of the Hopi Nation. We are not alone. The astronomers are wrong. The scientists are wrong. They are here. We cannot see them because they hide. They hide in plain sight. We are their servants. We are their slaves. We are their property. We are theirs. Robert Morningsky. Robert Morningsky is considered to be an elder of the Hopi Indian Nation. When you hear him, he will sound like he came straight out of Harvard. And for all I know, he did. I've got a very long bio on him, and I'm not going to go into it. We'll let him tell us who he is. I've also got a photograph of him here, and one in full Indian garb, and I'll tell you, it's extremely impressive, and so I'm very proud to introduce to you Robert Morningsky. Robert, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Where are you?
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona right now. I just returned.
I understand you're also a Native American dancer, is that correct?
That's my profession, yes. I'm actually called a wild bum. I attend quite a few powwows, but I am a professional dancer, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. Before we move on, I take it you are, or have become familiar with the autopsies that we just talked about.
Actually, yes, and I am absolutely fascinated because if you'll allow me a moment to describe where I have just returned from, which I think may surprise you and some of your listeners. Let me first correct a misinterpretation here. I am not an elder of the Hopi Nation. I would not be presumptuous enough to claim that. I am, in fact, have been given honorary status as an elder in Australia from the Aborigines. So I do not want to mislead your listeners nor cause any disrespect to my people in the Hopi Nation.
All right.
I have just returned from an area called the Canyonlands in Utah. And actually what has happened is that approximately 2 years ago, while on a vision quest with some individuals, I was instructing them and guiding them through the process. We entered the Canyonlands of Utah, and I don't want to get real specific, but while we were there, we discovered some walls with some ancient glyphs attributed to the Anasazi. And one of the most remarkable walls is one that, in fact, shows footprints, and it tells a story about six-toed ancient ones. And the implication, obviously, if they have 6 toes, is that they have 6 fingers on their hand.
Yes.
And so, obviously, this ties in quite well with what is happening with this tape. These ancient stories, told not only in Utah, but in Arizona and New Mexico and the glyphs, says that these very ancient ones, the 6-toed people, have been here and have guided man's evolution and his development. Certainly, I think several of your listeners who are familiar with some of the ancient cultures, the Babylonian, the Mesopotamian, also realize that the numerical system was a base 12. And certainly, the inference is that if we, contemporary human beings, use a base 10 based on 10 digits of our hands, then certainly we can infer that the base 12 may very well have come from 6-toed, 6-fingered beings from the past. So I find this report absolutely confirming some of our research, which actually deals with ancient cultures, but now uncovering in this film that we have some video evidence of 12-fingered, 12-toed individuals. So I'm fascinated. I love this.
It is remarkable.
Yeah.
One other area that I know that you've looked into is crop circles. Now, Linda Howe is generally considered to be the world's expert on crop circles. And crop circles seem to be almost hieroglyphic in nature, or at least as indecipherable in many cases. And I wonder what you would have to say about crop circles. What have you discerned from what you have seen?
Most of my information has come, believe it or not, from a gentleman named Colin Andrews, who I met in Australia a few years ago. I was not familiar with his work. I didn't know who he was, and we began to, he showed me some photographs, and we began to go over them, and I was fascinated because many of the symbols are very, very akin to some of the ancient Hopi and the ancient Pueblo Indian glyphs. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to suggest that, in fact, the glyphs that, the crop circles that have appeared in the last few years, at least those that I'm familiar with, that these crop circles are intended not so much to define or specifically spell out either a word or mathematical formula, though certainly I'm convinced that the mathematics is there. But I believe that virtually everyone who looks at a photograph has some sort of an inner feeling that they recognize that there is something there. Mm-hmm. And I believe, I'm going to suggest that these crop circles are intended to evoke ancient memories. I believe that we are being sent signals designed to try to wake us up to our distant past. Certainly some of the crop circles appear to be coming from Mother Earth herself. And I'm not going to say that this is a written language she's trying to express. These are outbursts of internal energy, essentially trying to warn we inhabitants that she's in pain, that she's having some difficulty. But by and large, the very elaborate designs I have seen, I really do believe are intended to evoke memories, to make us remember, or at least try to get us to remember that which we have forgotten.
There have been sightings of UFOs or unidentified objects above or near the formation of crop circles. And what you seem to be suggesting is that it's not an external source like that, but the Earth itself.
Well, actually, they're both. Actually, some of the simpler ones, the round ones, the simpler shapes, do come from Mother Earth. However, the more complex ones are being, I believe, manipulated and created by, I'm not sure I want to go out and say discs, but from a slightly further distance, and I believe that these are beings who were in contact with us thousands and thousands of years ago and are now trying to reawaken us to what is going on, and hopefully ancient memories. As a matter of fact, I would suggest that, for example, the face on Mars and some of the monuments on the moon, which I don't know if they've been discovered or not, I'm going to suggest they too are intended, much like the monolith in the movie 2001, to cause us to recall. I would say across the board that a lot of the phenomena that occurs now is basically a wake-up call. Do you remember?
What is it that we are to remember, Robert? What do they want us to remember?
In the Terra papers that I wrote actually back in college almost 30 years ago, what I was trying to suggest is that man's evolution, man's development, and even his creation has been manipulated and engineered by beings from the stars. Native America is replete with stories about star beings. Virtually every tribe, every nation has some sort of creation story that reveals the origin of man from star beings who descended to this planet.
And that, I guess, is where I should stop and ask you, what was your father's name?
My father's name? You know, my father died when I was young, and I did not know him. I was passed on and essentially adopted by another individual. That is one of the mysteries of my life. I did not know his name. In fact, I can only guess at it.
Then your adopted father, his name, I read in the beginning of the Terra papers that an individual, I guess I'm going to have to resort to that, had an encounter with what he thought were star people.
That's correct.
And that person is?
My grandfather, my adopted grandfather, we called him Darany. D-A-R-E-A-N-Y, Darany. He was relatively fearless, foolish, and behind the sun. In the sense that he seemed to have no fear. He would confront situations where perhaps wiser people might walk away from a difficult situation. He would confront it fully. He had no fear of death, and a brave person can certainly be called foolish by some and maybe admired and respected by others. Darany essentially meant he was willing to not necessarily dare, but to accept virtually any challenge. He was not an unwise man. He always took calculated risks, and so I was very proud of him. But a lot of people do consider him, or did consider him a renegade, considered him a very foolish man. At the same time, as I said, I'm very proud of him.
He told you stories, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And curiously enough, I'll let your readers and you and other researchers make a judgment call, but the story that was passed on to me and that which I'm trying to, again, relate is that in August of 1947, less than a month after the famous Roswell crash, that there was another disc which came down in approximately the Four Corners area of New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. And that there were 6 young men, my grandfather included, who were on a vision quest. They witnessed the falling of the disc and went to the crash site, and while going through the wreckage, they discovered a live being they took him, the being, with them to their camp. And there, over the course of a few months, they were able to nurse him to reasonably good health, and then began a communication between the six and this star being.
Robert, hold it right there. We'll be right back to you. My guest is a Native American of the Hopi Nation. His name is Robert Morning Sky. More in a moment. Just about anybody who's anybody knows the way to make money is to have it. Yeah, but there's more. You've got to know how to invest it, when to invest it, timing it. It is your belief, and the belief of the Hopi Nation, is it not, that our Earth, that which we walk on, is a living entity. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Living in the sense... In what sense?
Living in the very same sense as mankind. The arrogance, I believe, and this I speak only for myself, but the arrogance of the civilized world and the civilized man suggests that life only is to be respected if it is similar to our own. Planet Earth, Mother Earth, is no different in its makeup than mankind. I mean, Mother Earth is neutrons, electrons, protons. I'm trying to give a scientific description here, and so is man. The difference is the way in which these minute particles are put together. Mother Earth simply has the particles constructed in a fashion that mankind simply refuses to acknowledge as life. I find man arrogant, even in the description a moment ago of the scintilla tapes and what happened to those extraterrestrials. I mean, if we are going to treat beings from another place in that fashion, and then we treat Mother Earth in the fashion that we do, I find man highly arrogant in believing that he is the supreme being and refuses to acknowledge rocks, trees, plants, and animals as living entities. If I can explain, in the Hopi world there are figures that are called kachinas. We believe that they represent the essence, the soul, the spirit of everything that which is around us. When they appear, for example, in the mesas or in the villages, they appear just as you and I do as human beings with a slightly different face, a slightly different head.
All right, Robert, I've got to interrupt. When we come back, I'm going to read you what you are going to consider to be an extremely egotistical facts. And I want you to respond to it. So relax a few moments. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Robert Morning Sky, a Native American of the Hopi Nation. And this, from the high desert, is Dreamland. East of the Rockies, you're on the air now with Robert Morning Sky. Hello.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Where are you, sir?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to concur with Robert in terms of the Earth being alive, and it is said, it's talked about in Christianity and Taoism. And if you're aware of Don Juan, he talks about exactly the same thing. And the main thing they concur on is that man gets his feet connected on the ground, and they will pull up energy through the ground. And consequently, this leads, as they say, from the mother to the father. And if you read, if you've ever heard of Edmund Bordeaux-Beckley, he interpreted a number of seen gospels, and the main thing that Christ talks about is through the mother, you reach the father, and he'd go up and tell people to grab a tree, and consequently energy would be coming up through the body. In Taoism, it goes into very great detail as to how to get your feet on the ground to get connected to the earth. And in Carlos Castaneda talking about Don Juan, he said that the earth getting connected to it through this whole being and taught him freedom. And when you talk about the earthly mother being the mother of the universe, that's not true. If you look at Taoism, they say it's yin and yang. Even in all religions, to talk about God as the unspeakable, the energy that comes forth from that is that you look at Indian religion, it's Shiva and Shakti, and it's an interplay between male and female, or just opposites that create creation. That is not the creator itself, that comes from the creator. And you can look at it, whether it's Hinduism or Vedanta or Christianity, that's all true. And you might
Believe me, if you just look at these things, if you talk about appreciation of the Mother Earth, it's a matter in terms of all these religions. I can give you the name of the books and wherever you want to look.
Well, that's all right. We're going to have
Stay
to
connected to the ground.
All right, we're going to have to hold it there. I take it, Robert, you concur generally with that.
Yes, and again, I do want to clarify that I do not in any way wish to portray that the creator of the universe is a female. Again, let me clarify, it is the creator of Earth and man that the Hopi say is the creator. The creator essence is given generally a masculine role, but in fact does have a female counterpart. There's a fine distinction in what I just said. But I do generally concur with what you have said. Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right, maybe we can squeeze one quick one in. You're on the air with Robert Morning Sky. Where are you calling from, please?
California, Bert.
All right, real quick.
Mr. Morning Sky, from what I understand, you're saying with the cycle that's about ready to happen, is that because of some malevolence on the part of mankind, or is it just a normal cycle of nature?
I hate to attribute it to nature. I would simply say that it is a natural part of the rhythm of the existence in our universe, and that's very simplistic. I can't hesitate, but man is not causing it. Man just happens to be at that cusp where the change is going to occur. It is part of the natural rhythm of the universe.
That's something. All right, Robert Morning Sky, stay right there. He's our guest. And what a program it is. Dreamland. If you want to order our newsletter, get through. 1-800.
This hour of Art Bell was recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is. One more time, please, with emphasis. Our newsletter that is going to have a remarkable photograph of a comet called Hale-Bopp out beyond the orbit of Jupiter, taken with a 90-inch telescope in the next newsletter. The newsletter price is getting ready to go up. At this moment, you may subscribe at the present price of $29.95. It's going to be going to $39.95. That is a one-year subscription. Don't let it go. Get on the phone now and keep at it until you get through. The number is 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. Still time to get the edition with the photograph of the comet. And in a moment, what I promise you is going to be a remarkable segment with our guest, Robert Morning Sky, a Native American of the Hopi Nation, because I have the person who sent the fax, Steve, from Santa Barbara, on the line. He sent another one. This time he sent a phone number, so I called it. Steve is here. One of the more remarkable... Now back to Robert. Robert, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, this fax, very interesting. Dear Art, Gordon Michael Scallion has stated in one of his newsletters, quote, shortly, in 1996 or 7, a great gathering of elder and young heart-centered warriors shall convene in the Southwest. Here, prophecies of old and new shall be revealed, brought forth by both women and men. Please ask your guest if he knows of any plans. When? Where?
Again, hesitantly, yes, I am aware. It is not appropriate for me to, and I believe most of your listeners will understand, this is their place, this is their circle, and it would certainly not be my place to announce or say where this would occur. This properly belongs to the elders who are holding the circle. So I can only say, yes, I am aware, but it is not my place to speak of those things.
All right. The man who wrote the early fax, who you've mentioned now several times, Steve in Santa Barbara, the man who believes the Earth is but an inert rock. I just happened to be able to get him on the line. Steve, you're on the air with Robert Morningsky.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi. Speak up good and loud for us. Get close to the phone and go ahead.
How's it?
Fine.
Okay. Well, I took the facts, and I think the facts pretty much contained a good sampling of what I had to rebut to what Mr. Morningsky had said.
Well, why don't you do it yourself?
Well, I will condense it real simply. Mr. Morningsky, I still say that you presented no cogent argument to me in any form whatsoever that the Earth is alive. If you want to maintain that the Earth and the universe and atoms are somehow powered by mysterious forces that we do not yet understand, and that life as we know it, organisms fit within that, I'll accept that argument, but you still presented nothing to me to say that the Earth is relative to a living organism in its ability to metabolize, to reproduce, and to maintain its survival, and have survival instincts based on active activity.
I can only respond with two very brief comments. One, I suppose what is at issue is the definition of what is living and alive. I do not believe that what we human beings have either put in encyclopedias or in dictionaries as a definition. I do not believe that that is appropriate. And secondly, I absolutely agree. I don't believe that there is anything I can ever say or do. I don't believe there's anything that you will ever see that would persuade you, and I respect that. And I am not here to convert. I believe that you have presented your position quite well. Hopefully, I have done the same. And the best that either one of us can do is to hope that our listeners and whoever we speak to simply hear our story, and then they need to make a choice.
Mr. Morningsky, I kind of find it a little arrogant of you to assume that I have very limited perception, that I couldn't possibly feel what you feel, the great mysterious power within the universe. I will vision quest with you anytime, anywhere in the world. You name the date and the place, and I'll fly there. I'm open to amazing possibilities. You don't know what's happening to me in my lifetime, so you certainly can't make conclusions about my perception. And if you want to say that all you've done, I feel, is present a suggestion that what we think of as life is not quite what it could or should be, that life contains more than what we think it is. And again, if that's what you think, say so, but don't say it's the same thing that makes me greater than a bowling ball, because we're both a compilation of earthly material, silicone, water, whatever matter you want to put into it. We're all atoms and molecules in the android. But what is it that makes me greater than my bowling ball? What is it that gives me intelligence? What is it that gives me the ability to perceive my universe, register it, and communicate it with others of my kind? And it's still, you presented nothing to say that the Earth is alive, merely that what we consider alive is much greater, that all the wonders of the universe are actually contained within living. And I still assert that you really are claiming that the Earth is speaking. You even said earlier that the Earth is hurting. Those were your words. And that probably the answer to why it's hurting is contained within your book that you're trying to sell tonight.
Well, as a matter of fact, Steve, that's a little unfair. I'm going to get him to promote his book because he hasn't even said a word about it. So I'm going to make him say a word about it in a moment, Steve. That comment was a little rough, I thought.
Oh, it's accurate.
Well, it's not accurate because he's not been peddling his book. I'm going to make him peddle it here in a little while. As a matter of fact, while we're on the subject, we'll get to that. But would you like to respond one more time to Steve? If I were to respond to Steve, I would say it sounds to me like he is searching, like he is hurting. And I think that I share your view, Robert, and it's something that you feel at a very deep level, or you don't, I guess.
I want to thank Steve for presenting his thoughts and his perceptions and his reality. I will simply allow his statements to stand on their own, and what I have said to stand on its own. I, again, do not believe that I will ever be able to show Steve what I would consider to be a truth. and I recognize that, I understand that. I choose not to participate in either a name calling or a put down of philosophies. I'm a storyteller. I'm simply presenting a story. If he chooses to reject it, that's quite all right. I'm not going to try and persuade him. If others can look around them and see what I see, that's quite all right too. So I would say I would allow Steve's words to stand on their own, and I would allow my own words to stand on my own, and allow the rest of the world to make their own decision.
Well, his were presented with kind of a tinge of anger, perhaps in reaction to what he senses may be true, but just does not want to accept. People frequently react, I notice, in these arenas with anger. Now I'm going to do exactly what I just said I was going to do, and anyway, here's the facts. Art, be sure and get the information about his workshop lecture in the Seattle area that he's holding within a few weeks. He mentioned this, but I've not gotten any information, phone numbers or addresses or anything. Be sure you get it. So let's get it. Where are you going to be in Seattle and so forth?
I have been very fortunate that I have been invited up to Seattle and Yelm, and I'll be in Mount Shasta all within the next couple of weeks. My appearance schedule, again, I've been very fortunate. I can only at this point, since the list is quite lengthy, I do have a contact number that individuals can call either for existing lectures and workshops, or if they would care to invite or ask for us to participate later on in the program or whenever. I can certainly give you the contact number.
Go ahead, give it on the air.
The contact number is in care of the Terra Project. It's area code 602-996-6324. They can call that number. We can mail out the schedule. We are booked between here and the early part of next year. They can also get information on a book and some other information that we are publishing. And again, we're simply trying to present a story that is most certainly based in Native America, and but I believe it applies to the contemporary. I do not choose to try to persuade anyone, but simply tell a story, and hopefully it fits in with what they see is going on around them.
All right. You've written, I guess I'd call it a white paper. I don't know what you'd call it. It's called the Terra Papers. That's what you talk about. And how could a person get hold of that?
They can contact us through that number, and we would be happy to send them information on the Terra Papers, and we actually have some subsequent papers and data that we make available.
All right. Is there a cost associated with it?
We're asking essentially our cost to get this out is $10 for the Terra Papers, and that's put into additional research, and we actually take people out into the field for them to see the glyphs, for them to see the circles, and we ask them simply to witness and then to make a judgment call.
All right, and that number is area code 602-996-6324. Now, should they call during the day, business hours, or 24 hours?
The phone does function during normal business hours. Should they call after hours, and if there's one of the researchers in the office, they will answer. If not, there is a message machine. They can leave their name and number. We will get in touch with them, or if they leave their address, we will send them the information.
All right, good. Robert, hold on. We'll be right back. You're right in the middle of Dreamland. Yep. On the air. Hi.
Yeah, I was talking with a telescope distributing place today.
Yes.
And asked them about the Comet 2, and they got information on it, and they said it was first detected in '93.
Well, I don't know. I'm hearing so many stories right now. I mean, it's called Hale-Bopp because it was just discovered by Hale and Bopp.
They said on the 23rd of July.
Yeah, well, yeah, so what now? This telescope distributor is making claims that Hale and Bopp were not the first.
Something to that effect. Let's see, the Daily Telegraph that reported it?
Yes.
And Sky and Telescope is also supposed to report it?
Oh, look, everybody's almost on it now.
Okay, I was looking at Sky and Telescope and a copy of the most recent Daily Telegraph, and I didn't see anything. Which issues were they in?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have it. It was just, this was on the wire services, so I would imagine it'll probably be whatever the next issue is.
And they're saying it's just bigger than something that hasn't been detected that far away before.
Well, let's say it's only a tenth the size that they're worried it might be. It would still be gigantic. And let's say that it misses the Earth, but heads toward the Earth's path. It may come close enough to the sun so that it will be the astronomical event of all time.
Yeah, let's do it.
Maybe it's Gordon Michael's second son.
Come to sell comet bills.
Oh, look, there'll be Comet hats, Comet t-shirts, End of the World t-shirts. You name it. Everybody will get going on this one soon. We just happen to be on it a little bit earlier than most. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much for the call. Maybe we should be in Comet t-shirts now. What would be a good slogan to put on a Comet t-shirt?
Story that you had at the top of the hour.
Unbelievable, huh?
Well, actually it is. I heard the same story on Rush Limbaugh late in the week last week.
Mm-hmm.
And he checked it out, and it was written as a satire in a magazine.
Brinkley reported it on Sunday as fact.
Well, like I said, Rush had pretty much the same reaction you did. And he got the source, or went to the source, he said, and it was written. It was not true. It didn't actually happen.
Well, if that's true, then thank goodness. Because can our society have degenerated to that point? Thankfully and hopefully you're right, and it is not. But I can't say that I'm convinced by your call, only because ABC and Brinkley reported it on Sunday. Had it been exposed as some sort of untrue story, you would think certainly by Sunday ABC would have had that word.
True. It makes you wonder about ABC, or makes me wonder about ABC. Okay, really, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I don't know, I still kind of lean toward it being true. And you just can't imagine Brinkley would have reported that.
Robert, here comes yet another caller. You're on the air east of the Rockies. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, this is Mike from Western Kentucky.
Hi, Mike.
Yes, you were speaking earlier about your step-grandfather, I believe, that had come across a crash site and actually found a being that they nursed back to health. What became of that? What happened to the creature, and what was the relationship, and how did that end up?
Now, the rest of the story. Good question.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, the purpose of my spending this year in going to the public and telling the story is that I think it's the timing is crucial. It is part of the ending of the cycle. The relationship was rather odd in that the star being in communicating, and it's a long story in how it occurred, but in communicating with my grandfather and the other five, essentially began to describe what I would call the warrior disciplines, the warrior ways of beings in the stars. And what my grandfather and his friends discovered was that many of the Native American warrior ways, for example, the use of a vision quest, the use of something as simple as a feather, some of the techniques that were used in war were in fact born in the stars. And for my grandfather and the others, this was confirmation that all of the ancient legends that we were born in the stars and that our ways came down to us from the stars was confirmation to them. Now, if you then turn around and look at this being who my grandfather and the others called the Star Elder out of respect for his wisdom and certainly that he came from the stars. The Star Elder, the being, found himself in a primitive society. He found himself in a savage world. Now, if you were to land in the center of the deepest, darkest jungle, and suddenly these primitives walk up to you and using stones, they begin to play this little game called Nintendo. Certainly, you're going to be astonished at where did you get this and how did you know? So there was surprise on both ends because a star being sees primitives practicing star ways, and primitives see a star being confirming that their ways, in fact, are born in the stars.
All right, well, we don't have a lot of time, so what became of the creature?
The star elder remained for a short period of time. He returned. I will say that he has returned at least twice since 1947. There is an ongoing relationship with a handful of Native Americans, and again, not wanting to get into depth, but he is alive, he is well, and continues to make contact when necessary because of the situation that occurs here on planet Earth and the ending of the cycle.
The ending of the cycle. You know, I wish I didn't believe that somehow. I worry about the ending of the cycle. Robert, you seem to be prepared for it, rejoicing in it, and I wish I could adopt that same attitude, and maybe I need to study more. Robert, stand by. We're breaking here at the top of the hour. Robert Morning Sky, a Native American of the Hopi Nation, is our guest, and we are honored to have him, as we are you. This, from the high desert, is Dreamland.
Participate in the program. Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is, and I want to repeat this announcement. It's really a big one. We have a new image of the Hale-Bopp comet. And I want to thank Paul again in Houston for getting it to me. Thank you, Paul. The image was obtained, so that you know, from Kitt Peak using a Stewart Observatory 90-inch telescope. A Loral 2K times 2K CCD was exposed for 30 seconds while the telescope tracked Hale-Bopp. It is a very serious image, and we want to give credit properly to Dave Harvey and Stewart Observatory. This image is now on our bulletin board, and you can get to it by calling area code 702, if you have a computer now, 702-727-1709. 702-727-1709. If you have a computer, it's called comet1.gif. Now, if you don't have a computer, it is, I can tell you because I sent it personally by computer to the publisher, who will have it in the next newsletter, along, I might add, with the image of the crystal skull, Max, and a photograph of my studio, the one from which I'm transmitting at this very moment. You can get the newsletter. It's $29.95 a year, and how you could possibly wait any longer, I don't know. Every month it gets bigger and better, and we're going to keep putting this kind of information into it. The number to order the newsletter right now, and you just please keep trying, 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. It's called the Art Bell After Dark newsletter. And I think that would be certainly an appropriate title for it. Well, all right. Let me again mention to you UFO facts. Now, if you listen to this kind of material, and I know you do, but
I bet he would. Actually, he's a very nice man.
yes, he is.
So I just want to mention one other thing. It's got 300 photos in it.
Yes.
And it took us forever to put this thing together. 12 countries and a lot of film, and I think that people might enjoy looking at it. And if anybody has some strange ritual facts or ideas or anything that could help me in my quest for sort of a universal field theory of ritualism and mythology, they can send it in care of Llewellyn. I answer all my letters, and I'd love to hear from people who are also involved in these kinds of things.
All right, and so they would send it in care of the publisher.
Correct.
All right, off we go to a land you mentioned, someplace in Louisiana. Hello there. You're on the air. Where are you calling from, actually?
I'm calling from Chalmette, Louisiana.
All right.
It's about two or 3 miles outside of New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just first of all, let me say I really enjoy your program.
Thank you.
And I listen to you every Sunday night. Well, which station would pick you up in Laurel, Mississippi? Do you know offhand?
I don't even know where that is in Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
I have stations there, but I you know.
You do?
Yeah, I sure do, but I'm not familiar with exactly where that is. Is it anywhere near, well, I can't go through the...
Okay, that's okay.
You'll hear us.
That's okay, because I just wanted to let my son know, because he wanted to tune in.
I see.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, sir, thank you. I guess no specific question.
Hey, your voice is heard everywhere. If that's not magic, I don't know what is.
It is kind of magic, actually.
It is. It's magic. 100 years ago, they would have said it was unbelievable magic.
They'd burn me with you.
Probably. I suspect we're kindred souls.
Probably. First time caller line, you're on the air with Benny Sargent.
Hi. My name is Diane. I'm calling from Moraga, California.
Hey, Diane.
And my question is, Mr. Sargent, do you have any books or resources that you would recommend in addition to your own on this subject?
Absolutely. I am by no means the greatest author in the world. As I said in the beginning of my book, I stand on the shoulders of giants. I would recommend Iliad, who's written numerous books on mythology. I'm going to give you some authors. I would recommend Carl Jung, especially his real basic book that's for everybody called Man and His Symbols.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you...
That one's wonderful.
Exactly. And I recommend, of course, I'm losing my mind now. Joseph Campbell, and his video series is fabulous.
Okay.
And any of his works are fantastic.
Okay.
There's some other people like Eric Newman, who people are not too familiar with. He wrote a book called The Great Mother, which is a survey of goddesses throughout history, which is fantastic. And this is a relatively new field. It's kind of a mixing of psychology and anthropology and history. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to take it a step further into the field of ritual. It's relatively hard. I mean, global ritualism is my attempt, but it's not a particularly scholarly work. It's really for just average people. Most of it was off the top of my head, just from years and years of reading and research and traveling. There's not a lot of, for example, there's not a lot of footnotes. Historical footnotes in my book.
All right, ma'am. There you go.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Good luck. Now, let's talk for a second. You know, for some reason, Denny, I have a lot of witches that listen to me, and I don't mean just on this program, you would imagine that, but on my other as well. And I'm constantly getting faxes from them. Now, is not witchcraft full of every sort of ritualism? It's rich in ritualism, is it not?
I've met a number of witches. I've been to a number of pagan and witchcraft circles in America and pagan circles in all different countries around the world. And what witchcraft is in spirit, it's a continuation of pre-Christian European paganism. Historically, there's not a lot of actual stuff that has been continually practiced. Most of it, what it is now, is a kind of revival of the faith of European paganism. But what you're finding is that a lot of witches and quote-unquote New Age people, and a lot of people who are listening to your show, what they're doing is what I call eclectic ritualism. The whole second part of my book is called eclecticizing or eclectic ritual. And this is a movement that I'm seeing
And I think the witches personify that, Wicca or witchcraft personifies that really well. But I'm seeing it all through the spectrums of New Age, of Jungianism, of every kind of group that is looking for a kind of global vision of what is going on out there. I kind of coined the term eclectic ritualism, which is people sampling Tibetan Buddhism, people going like yourself to Thai temples and getting some kind of feeling or experience, people going to Hopi ceremonies, people having some Hopi sage in their house and using that ritual, and maybe having Tibetan prayer flags, using those, maybe carrying a cross that their mother gave them. This is eclectic ritualism, and this, I think, to be honest with you, is the great unspoken movement that's sweeping through America right now. And I kind of put a label on it. In global ritualism, I kind of addressed it. And I don't really claim to be unique, but I guess I have a lot of friends and a lot of contacts in many different levels. I know witches. I know many different kinds of Christians. I know a lot of New Age people. I know a lot of psychics. I know a lot of academics. I know a lot of psychologists. And they're all really doing the same kinds of things.
I know. That's
and yoga classes are being held at my Lutheran church.
As I said, that's what's bothering me more than anything else, Danny, is that so many of these people are seeing and saying so many similar things that individually you can dismiss them, collectively you can go at your own barrel. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Denny Sargent. Hi.
Hi.
Turn your radio off. That's number one. Always turn your radio off. Tell us where you're calling from. Well, now he must have gone to turn his radio off.
Well, just as a quick note, do you know what I think the greatest religious movement is right now?
What?
The World Wide Web. I do. Because religion means, the root of religion is the Greek word religios, which means to relink.
All right, having said that and not wanting to expand on it, caller, are you there? Hello, caller.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Okay, hi, this is Mike, Detroit Lakes, Minnesota.
In fact, the madness that you mentioned earlier will come to an end, but I also have to say that my heart, it hurts, it pains to think that there will be those, because they refuse to look around them, they cover their eyes with blinders, are not going to be able to see what is going on. And I can only suggest that the comet, the eclipse, and what is going to occur between now and its appearance, I would suggest that we just let it speak for itself. And if it doesn't seem to speak with the thunder, I would be surprised.
Here's one other fact seems relevant. Art, would you please ask your guest if he is aware of Terence McKenna's time wave? It is a map of time derived from the Chinese I Ching, or Book of Changes, and claims the end of time to be December 21st, 2012, from Pam and Jeff in Eugene, Oregon.
Thank you. I'm completely ignorant of that, and again, can only suggest that it is a major coincidence, or again, we just simply allow it to speak with us.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Scott.
Good evening, sir. Where are you?
Excuse me?
Where are you?
North Arkansas.
All right.
I'd like to ask your guest if he made the comment that the creator of the universe is female because of the white buffalo that was born and born female. Correct?
No, not exactly. What I said was that in the Hopi way, the creator of Earth and man is a female. In fact, the creator of the universe is Iowa. It has several different names, but is in fact a male essence. And so, just a slight distinguishing of what I said earlier.
Does that help you, caller?
No, well, my point was going to be made there, but if your guest familiar with Jeremiah chapter 44, verse 15 to 27?
No.
And I'm afraid I can't give you an opportunity for him to become familiar at this moment. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Morning Sky. Hello.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
East of the Rockies?
Where?
Boston?
You're Boston. Well, you're on our West of the Rockies line, so thanks for the shot. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Morning Sky.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
Here, turn your radio off, sir.
Okay.
And, please, also...
Yes, I'm calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
All right.
First time calling.
Yes, sir.
Yes, first of all, I think Robert and his grandfather both are right on the money.
Thank you.
And I have to ask you, though, have there been any, let's say, a meeting of the mind, so to speak, between the medicine man and that being?
I'm not sure what you mean by meeting of the minds.
The being that was on the in the Hopi Nation, did he talk or communicate with the medicine man?
Yes. Well, I don't want to imply that all medicine men, but a handful, and literally less than a dozen.
Wow, that is indeed remarkable. All right. A lot of people trying to get hold of you, so we'll just keep moving. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Morning Sky. Where are you, please?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for having him on, Art.
Sure.
Robert, you know, we in the Western tradition have been raised with pretty much pitiful preparedness for the upcoming events. I mean, the meek shall inherit the earth is about all we've got to rest on. And I'm wondering, number one, do Hopis believe in reincarnation? And if so, what do Hopis believe they should be doing to prepare for this versus what can the rest of us do to get ready for this besides maybe go and live in the woods and try to be self-sufficient?
Okay, again, I do not want to speak for the Hopi Nation. That is not appropriate. But again, in drawing from Hopi tradition, reincarnation, as I believe most people speak of it, says that in essence, what you do in this life dictates what will occur or what your life will be like when you return to this planet in the future. The difficulty with that concept is that the Hopi do not generally believe that reincarnation demands a return to this planet. In fact, you could end up on a far distant star. You could end up on a planet in another galaxy, perhaps in another universe. The simplest explanation of Hopi transmigration, the changing of planes of existence, simply says that if you are a chief on this earthly plane, that in going through the door to the next existence, that you will be a chief in that plane. So in that regard, yes, what you do here does dictate what you will do there. Whether you will be punished or elevated in essence depends on your wisdom as opposed to an outside agency judging. I'm sorry, and the second part of the question was, what was it?
It has to do with what we can do to prepare. For example, I wonder whether all the Hopi will be gathering at the third Mesa, and where are all of us lousy white folks supposed to go?
Oh, no, I would never use the terminology lousy white folk, but yeah, curiously, there is a story that in this end cycle, that there will be a messenger who returns from the heavens. He is known as Bahana, and in fact is known as the White Brother. Some literally interpret this as a white-skinned brother, but again, in referring back to the white buffalo, I would say that this is the pure essence of a brother, and can only speak for myself and say this is the presence of a star being. I'm not sure I can attribute this to the star elder that my grandfather's familiar with, but certainly could be the precursor to the visit of another star being.